See What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Sunday, June 8th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming to you live from the steps of the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, Chad, I put the stink on that future. No, I mean, like, you know, who's putting the stink on the future, right? I don't think it's me. I don't think it's me. I don't think it's me that's putting the stink on the future, chat. But I do have a nice big tall glass of matcha milk. I don't know what else to call this, right? It's matcha milk. It's not a matcha latte. It never got heated. It's just milk with matcha blended into it. It's kind of nice, chat, because if you think about it, like the red hair and the green matcha, it's opposite sides of the color wheel. My hair looks good. I don't know. I keep on trying to make it look better. Hey, you know what's really I don't know. I shouldn't bitch about this, all right? I should be happy with my hair situation. Because for the longest time, I didn't even have the money in the US to be able to get my hair cut, right? And it was growing long with split ends, and you know, that's all done and stuff. But like my complaint is this, right? That no matter what you do with your hair, it feels like you can never get it to look as good as it did when you stepped out of the salon. You know what I'm saying? It's like a new car. It depreciates in value. You know what I'm saying, chat? Do hairdressers do that on purpose? Do hairstylists do this on purpose? Like the second you take the new car off the lot, it like loses 30% of its, I don't know what the percent is, right? But you know what I'm talking about, right? And the same thing with the hairstyle. They do some magic in there, and I'm just like, whoa, I'm gonna be really beautiful from now on. And it's like, no, not as beautiful as you were the night that we did your hair. So it's like, so do you want to kind of go back? You know what I'm saying? They bring you back, they pull you back in. You're like thinking, this is, you know, all the hair care expense I'm going to need to drop for the next 3-6 months. And they're like, no, not if you want it to. It might just need some oil. I've got some oil. In fact, I put some oil in it. No, I mean, like, I don't know. I also don't spend as much time styling it, I guess, as they do at the salon. So, you know, I could mess around with it. That's generally what's best. The other thing I need to get is maybe a straight iron. I'm thinking a straight iron might be helpful. That's a lot of bot, Shaxby. Wait, what? That's like my deposit of bot. That's like what I paid for the deposit on my apartment. That's like 3 times my rent. What are you talking about? Did you look up a salon in Bangkok or something? Was that what you're seeing? The price to get your hair professionally colored, styled, and cut in a fancy Bangkok salon maybe is 42,000 baht. But yeah, chat, we got day 3 of these protests in LA, and it is fiery, right? it's starting to make me wonder. I don't know exactly what's going on. Like on one hand, you got to stand up to armed thugs when they come into your community and start pulling people's dads, moms, aunts, uncles, grandmas, grandpas out of their, out of their job. You got to stand up. What else are you gonna do, right? But yeah, no, he's Trump has successfully, I think it seems successful, promulgated this narrative that the situation is out of control, right? And the news isn't helping, because when they see a car on fire, they're like, boom, let's film that. Let's film that. Don't film like the miles and miles of people, carrying signs, protesting, just like focus in on the burning car, right? And, the other thing about LA is LA's huge. LA's a large metropolitan area, right? And they're, it's just like Portland, Oregon. If you watched right-wing media, you got the feeling that Portland was burning. There was even a Twitch streamer named Portland is burning, or whatever. You got the feeling that the whole city was just aflame and shit. And it's like, in reality, Portland is fine. Portland is okay, right? So it's like, it's paramount where this stuff is, happening, right? But if you watch the news, you get the feeling it's all of LA. And so they're presenting a situation as being out of control. Trump is saying that, the situation's out of control. Gavin won't do anything about it. Karen won't do anything about it. I'll do something about it. Let me send the fucking army into the streets. Now, the way that this works, chat, is that he's nationalized the California National Guard, right? This is a state, it's run by the governor. Gavin Newsom is who's in control of those armed forces, unless the president decides to nationalize them, which he has apparently for 30 days. And that means, though, that they can't be involved in any kind of police action, right? National Guard, under the control of the governor, can, assist in police action, but National Guard nationalized cannot, unless Donald Trump invokes the Insurrection Act, which people federalized, is that the word? Yeah, nationalized, so kind of. Newsom got cucked, kind of. I mean, he's the perennial cuck. It all looked pretty chill when I checked it out on Hassan's stream earlier. I don't know. The AP is, I mean, Hassan's also got like a lot of access to many different, he's got a lot of people in his ear, giving him suggestions of stuff to cover. I kind of got to do it all on my own. And what I'm seeing is AP. AP's got a live feed of LA, and yes, they are just like fucking the cars on fire. That's catnip to them. That's catnip. But yeah, the other thing is, though, that sending in the National Guard, doing like, I mean, this is what started it, right? There wouldn't be a massive protest if it wasn't for the invasion of ICE into California, into LA, right? That provoked some people, that got them on the streets. Most of those people just, showed up. It's in French, a protest is a manifestation. It's a manifestation. It's a manifestation of the people. It's the people showing up and saying, here we are, manifest, like, you don't want to mess with us, right? And that's really like all that went on. But when you've got federal cops shooting tear gas at people, when you've got flash bomb grenades, when you got rubber bullets whizzing all over the place. Now, some of those bullets, they're supposed to shoot it at the ground, right? It's supposed to disperse the crowd. Rubber bullets are not for shooting people. When you shoot people with rubber bullets, it's actually really fucking, I mean, you could imagine what getting hit in the eye with a rubber bullet would do to your eye, right? It's they call these like non-lethal, this is supposedly non-lethal, but it's in the right circumstance, they're absolutely deadly. And that's what escalates things. And by escalating things, I mean escalating the severity of the reaction. You know, changing it from a crowd manifesting with signs and flags and protesting, or even doing a little, you know, direct action surrounding a federal building where they're holding all the everybody's you know, mom, grandmom, aunt, uncle, dad, cousins, etc., right? To, you know, people, you know, starting to throw the ordinances back at the cops, people destroying property, people doing, you know, graffiti, people you know, setting cars on fire. And that's you know, that's absolutely something that is crowd psychology. You got to understand, right? People have a tendency to people have a desire to look at the crowd as having a brain and blame anyone in that crowd at a protest for any action of any person, as if there is a group mind, as if there is a group mind you know, in charge, and that anything that goes on in the protest that's not like ideal, that's not optimal, is a reflection on all of the protesters. That is what they're doing. They're doing peaceful protests with bricks and cinder blocks and fireworks, and, you know, like, right? Okay, it's there's different things going on. There's different people. It's crowd psychology. The one thing you can't count on, though, is that an escalation from the police will generally prompt an escalation from the crowd. Will generally, like, if the police start going, you know, ham on people and shooting rubber bullets and throwing flashbangs, then the protesters are gonna disperse. But there's you know, a second group that's gonna be more likely to show up, and that's exactly what's happening. Trump is able to successfully almost stage a reality show that he can sell to his followers and justify a crackdown on the United States, justify all the illegal autocratic actions that he wants to undertake, that he's talked about undertaking, that he had guardrails in the form of, you know, people in his administration last time who were somewhat normal, although, you know, they're fucking right-wing ghouls as well, right? But they're not the kind of right-wing ghouls that are going to follow an illegal order, like, let's go shoot the protesters in the legs, right? They're just gonna say, no, sir, that is not, you know, not what my oath of loyalty to the country is about, and B, that's not even effective. That's not a good idea. That is how shit gets out of hand. The other thing about it, when I said that things escalate, right, is that things also spread. So, you know, a situation that was localized to, you know, one small area of Los Angeles then starts to erupt in different places, in different cities, right? Yeah, IO playbook. Mopo, you're not wrong. Abundance of Neo Matrix? Damn. I didn't know. What are you saying? Ezra Klein looks like Neo? Oh my god. Decipher, you just made my brain go into a whole nother place. Like, that's amazing. I never even thought about that. Wait, no, or is Ezra Klein, maybe Ezra Klein is Agent Smith. What do you think, chat? Who is Ezra Klein? Who is John Galt? Who is Irene Geller? Trump wants to send in the Marines. You know who else has... Wait, what? You know who else was in the Marines? Elmo? Excuse me? These are memes I don't know about. Elmo in the Marines? Is that Save Ray? Yes, I did just say French words in the most American accent that I could possibly manage. The other thing that I want to let you know about, any of you who are in the mobile stream, I've got that set up. I've got that scheduled. It's probably, yeah, supposed to go off in a minute. It's not going off in a minute, chat, and I don't know. Agent Abundance, there we go. I don't know if it's going on at all. I don't know if it's happening today. Because I got the mobile stream to work at the same time as the regular stream one time, right? I got it to work one time. I don't know what I did, and I don't know why I am unable to do it again. I really want to do it again. I need to do it again. This is the exact kind of topic that, you know, a mobile stream would be ideal for. However, I've just got this little problem with the stream key. I think it's the stream key. I've narrowed it. I couldn't explain it last night. I was just freaking out. It made for a really weird show because I was putting on, you know, the live feed of the protests, and I was working in the background. Usually when that happens, like, right, fixing something in the background while I've got something on screen, it's just like a 2-minute thing. And it's just like, all right, fixed it. Cool. Let's watch with the chat and let's talk about what's going on. I was unable to do that because of the stream key. The stream key for the mobile stream wants to be the default key, right? The default key is what you're watching me on right now. That's the default stream. This is my default stream key, right? And I tried everything I could to reset the stream key for the mobile to be something else so that the mobile stream could go on at the same time. Because if you can't stream, like, if I think if I use the same mobile key, you just have what, like a duplication maybe of the stream? I don't even know if that would work, but whatever, it doesn't work for our purposes, right? Because it would be getting the horizontal canvas, right? I'm talking to you about all these things that are really confusing, you don't really care about, and I know, and I'm not going to stick on it too long, but I just wanted to express my frustration at not being able to get this to work and explain to you, you know, what was going on, why I was freaking out, despite the fact that people in chat were like, it's fine, just stream. Yeah, it's fine for this stream, right? But ideally, chat, the new meta for streaming, I don't know if you know this, the new meta for streaming is to be in multiple places at one time, just like I am on Twitch and on YouTube right now. Hi, Twitch. Hi, YouTube. And ideally, also on the mobile stream. I may have to do the mobile streams as like separate dealies now. They might have to be, it might have to be like and that's terrible. That's terrible, chat, because I get fucking worn out. I do like 6 hours plus of streaming most days, and I have a lot of things to take care of here in Thailand. I'm still trying to get that I'm still trying to get the visa into place, chat. I gotta by the 22nd, I think I've gotta take a trip to Vietnam, contact the Thai embassy from there, and apply for my educational visa, which will take, I think, 5 days of processing. And so I'll have a chance to maybe check out Vietnam. I'm still not sure where I'm going to go in Vietnam, whether it's going to be Ho Chi Minh or Hanoi, but I'll figure that out when I figure that out. What's up, Davi? Let me read your super chat here. NCC Kick Channel win. Oh my god. Oh my god, Davi, why is it not showing me? You had a super chat before and it didn't even show. It's like YouTube wants to disrespect people who send orange super chats, which it shouldn't be doing. I don't know. Maybe YouTube is just... Anyway, the other super chat here says, doesn't help that literally everyone thinks LA is a hell joke prior, and only Cali likes Newsom, which allows Trump to manipulate it easily. I think hell A, is that the joke you're talking about? When where people say hell A, LA is a hell joke. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of sick about how much that Trump is able to play these people, play Americans like a harp from hell. It's kind of disgusting, honestly. You can get good communist knickknacks in Hanoi. Yeah, true. Many cops will attempt to maim you if they decide that you're not obeying. Yeah, I saw a lot of that. You saw some cops kind of fucking around and finding out too. Like, chat, this is the third day, okay? So, I think I started my coverage yesterday, which would have been the second day of protests. But there's a whole bunch of stuff that, like, I mean, to really understand it, like, oh yeah, let me show you what I've got going on with the bonus goal this time. I'm gonna try to do things a little bit different. All right. I'm gonna try to give chat the chance. Like, usually the bonus goal, what that is that's content that we can watch after the stream if we get to 100, right? Oh wait, I gotta do this somehow different than, oh my god, this is so confusing. Okay. I thought it might be cool if I let the bonus goal just be a number of different things we could switch to, right? Because here's what I want to do. I want to watch the protest live. All right. No, fuck me. I want to watch the protest live. Like, right? So there's feeds for that. No, fucking shit. When something simple like copy. Oh, I see why it didn't work. I got it. All right, watch the protest live, right? But I also want to take a look at the previous nights, right? Because I want to put this story together as far as how this all happened, how this all went down, and show you some things that you might have missed if you just tuned in now. So I want to also watch the previous nights, right? To, you know, kind of catch us up with stuff. And like in the previous nights, that's where the fuck around and find out really happens. These federal cops, they did not seem to come prepared. And they got kind of overwhelmed. People said they looked scared at times, and yeah, they didn't know what they were doing.
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. Hunter S. Thompson once said that what he saw the Chicago PD during Chicago riot that was worse than anything he saw the H Angels do.
That's about right.
Jaster super chatted $9.99. Team Blue Butterfly Lee.
Thank you, Davy Cliff, and thank you, Jaster. Thank you for the super chats. Team Blue Butterfly. Oh yeah, we gotta also do the butterfly goal today. 45. Damn, chat. Yeah, chat's cooking right now. So here, I'm gonna give you another chance to cook. All right. Do you see what's going on here? Do you see what I've got? I've got 4 options, not for what we do after the stream, but for what we watch right now. Right? I thought it might be really cool if I give you the remote. Chat, are you cool with that? Can you handle the remote? Can you handle the remote? So here's what this is, right? Whatever's winning, I will be doing. All right? And when you do your super chats, you gift memberships to people. If you get yourself a membership, if you support me on Throne, which, yeah, I'm still trying to fund my language school. I need $950 some in order to send my ass to Thai language school and get my visa in the process. I'm going to get an educational visa. If you do that over on throne.com/nocommentchick, if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, you have the ability to like press that key on the remote a little extra hard, right? And I'll try to just keep a running total of what's going on between the poll and the donos, right? So when you donate, you have the chance to change the channel. Yeah, watch protest live, protest news and commentary. Watch the previous night of the protests, right? Because I think that's where some of the stuff, if you want to see, if you want a little Schadenfreude, chat, if you want to see, the feds having a tough time, if you want to see ICE getting overwhelmed, if you want to see, the protesters actually doing some tactics that, made things hard for Trump's Gestapo. That's all in previous nights. And I watched a lot of this, right? There was this one thing where there was a parking lot. The feds were staging their shit there, and people got wind of it, and they surrounded the parking lot. They surrounded the parking lot. And there was this whole tense standoff, right? Where the feds, now understand, right? LAPD, I think is armed with like non-lethal ordinances and stuff. I'm pretty sure. The LAPD is there. The feds are there. ICE is there. Like, right. They've kind of recruited different federal agencies into this operation in LA. But, my understanding is that the feds, they got bullets in their guns. I don't know if that's true, but I feel like that's probably the assumption that you should make, especially if you're in LA, that those guns are not shooting rubber bullets or bean bags or anything else. Those are real bullets. So it's a scary thing, but they surrounded the feds, and a state senator or something, an elected official shows up and ends up negotiating between the protesters and the feds for the feds to get the fuck out of there. And they do. They get in their little vehicles, and they scoot out of there. They got overwhelmed. They didn't know what they were doing. They tried to stage in a parking lot, and LA just was not having it, right? So there's there's a lot of frustration in terms of Trump and the narrative and the news media, and the catnip that any sort of destruction of property and violence becomes, and the way that this the story of this protest gets turned on its head. But there's also some real moments in the especially in the first two nights, I have noticed. Hassan with Vivian was cute. Could be a palate cleanser as well. True. Yeah, so do you see what I've got here? We got Watch the Protest Live. We got protest news and commentary, right? So that would be just like watching the news. What does the news have to say about things? People, videos that people have made, etc. Stuff like that. We've got Watch the Previous Night, which is not doing very well in terms of the poll, right? People are very much wanting to stick with the live images of the protest, which we will be getting to really shortly. And I'll see if I can get a mobile stream going for you. I don't know, chat. I really don't know. Make sure to like the stream. I've had a lot of trouble. I think I used up like my notifications for I don't know, for eternity, until eternity, chat. And that's because I tried to do a mobile stream like 5 times last night, right? So there were 5 times that we went live, but it wasn't a real stream. It was either using the horizontal image, or just it didn't work somehow, right? So if you can like the stream for me, that means a lot to me, as always. It always warms my heart when you like the stream, because it means I'm bringing you something good. But it also really is going to be the help that I need to be able to get the message out, because you can see right now that the notifications are not getting where they need to get. I don't know if we're going to need to blast off on Blue Sky or what, but we need to get those numbers up, because it's a self-reinforcing phenomenon, right? If there's not many people watching a stream, then YouTube's not going to recommend it. And the only way to beat that is to like the stream, which about half of you have done now. That's amazing. Half of you have liked the stream. May Gary bless your streaming software. Indeed. Oh my god. So yeah, I'll try to hold back my frustration, because I know me yelling about the technical difficulties last night was not exactly interesting. I'm interested in how the spin room is talking sincere that will have the biggest ripple effect. Wait, when you say the spin room, what do you mean, Davy Cliff? And thank you for the super chat. Oh crap. I forgot to do the butterfly goal. Oh my god, I should have done it already. What was wrong with me? Butterfly goal. Chat, how many super chats have gone? Oh, I gotta look at it. Okay. I can figure this out. Switch this to fan funding. And just really quickly count the super chats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I'm gonna make this, see, look at this. I'm nice, all right? I'm gonna make it easy to get the butterfly today because there's already been 5 super chats. If I give us 3 hours to get 5 more and just type in butterfly in all capital letters as the goal, then I think we can hit it. An error occurred, please. Because I misspelled butterfly? Oh, because I wrote butt! What? Is that what? Does it think I'm trying to type butt? An error has occurred? No, it's good. It's good. We're good. We can type butt. I thought for a second that YouTube was like, you're trying to type butt in there. You're trying to, I see B-U-T-T. I know what that means. You're not getting your dirty language in there. No. Oh my God. So yeah, we're at 5 out of 5 on the butterfly goal. And let me show you what I'm talking about for those of you who can't see the YouTube screen. Scroll. Yeah, look, there it is. All right. So watch the protest live. Watch the previous night's protest. Protest news and commentary. Or palate cleanser. Now I've got palate cleanser unironically, I think I did forget the R at first. Maybe they thought I was talking about a butt fly, which I don't even know what that is. But yeah, chat, I could use your help as much as possible tonight because again, these numbers that I'm looking at are pretty fucking sad. Okay. And I don't believe that it is the case that my following, my subs on YouTube are not interested in this. All right. So if you want to help me by liking the stream, that would be much appreciated. And remember that, when you donate, you can also grab that remote control from everybody and just change it to your favorite channel. So if you want to watch the previous nights, take a look at some of the previous nights protest. I've got some of that bookmarked and ready to go. And I can show you a pretty interesting narrative of the feds just showing up, trying to stage something. And chat, the reason that people surrounded them was because this is, the feds. This is like ICE and everybody, right? And what people in LA thought was that like they are going to do another sweep. They're going to do another purge. They're going to grab more people. And people were there to stop them from doing that. They had to have an elected official come in to negotiate a strategic retreat for the feds. So, I mean, that's a W. That's a W. Don't let anybody convince you otherwise. They sell what at Spencer Gifts? All right, so let's pop this out. See if I can actually put your chats on screen. That's the word. Did you smooch that like button? Awesome. Or smoosh, either way. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Oh yeah, I always forget this. Like the smoosh thing. Like to me, smoosh is just a cute word for smush, and it's like adorable and stuff. But I also am aware that it is a type of adult entertainment. Let's just say, right? There's a form of adult entertainment that involves smushing things that I'm not trying to imply, and that like I am amazed at the the human mind and its ability to make so many different things sexual. I can't say that I understand it, but no, I'm not trying to. That's not that kind of smush. I'm not gonna be stepping on anything for you. Although if I did, it would probably be Durian. We got the Durian here, chat. The last two. Oh my God, it smells magnificent too. The last 2 pieces of Durian. Yeah, I finally got some. It's Durian season, right? I don't really like to Look, my whole deal with durian, I love it. It's really good. All right. It's a little higher in calories than most of the fruit that I eat. Most of the fruit that I eat, it's either like high in carbohydrates or it's high in fat, like high in carbohydrates, like a banana, high in fat, like an avocado or a coconut. It's not high in both, but somehow durian manages to tick both boxes. This has the macros of ice cream, and I don't need ice cream. I don't need those extra calories usually, but it is durian season. And, this is the best time of year to eat durian, both in terms of it's a little bit cheaper and it is abundant and it is good at this time of year. So I went ahead and got a whole durian and was just surprised at how much meat was in there, right? Let's see if I could describe. See this box right here? It's got 2 pieces of durian in it right now, and it was full. I filled up 2 of these boxes. In fact, I feel like I ate some and then filled. So it's got more than, it's like the actual amount of meat in a durian is more than 2 times this whole box filled up with durian. So yeah, pretty decent yield for that durian, and it just cracked open. Like somebody was telling me, I was like, I don't smell it yet. I can't smell the durian. Maybe it's not ripe yet. And somebody's like, oh yeah, no, you gotta wait for the cracks. You wait for little cracks will form, right? I'm thinking, okay, cool. I'll keep on checking the durian, and when I see little cracks here and there, then I'll know that it's ready to eat. But chat, I didn't get little cracks. It just like went. It fucking opened like a monster. Like a monster mouth. It was like, eat me. I'm durian. I'm perfectly ripe. This is the time to eat me. And I'm just like, oh my God. What kind of monster tells you to eat it? That's a different kind of monster, chat. That's a different kind of monster that I'm used to. Abundance of durian, indeed. If you put fruit in ice cream, it becomes super healthy. Don't look that up, nice. Yeah, it was like, eat me. Eat me. It was gonna chase me down until I ate it. It was gonna chase me down. So anyway, chat, like I said, I gave you the remote today. Don't make me feel bad for that. Also, do we have a current count of the... Do we have a current count of the abacus, maybe? Oh, Davy Cliff says news coverage. All right. So I'm gonna 50. Thank you. We're at 50. Look at that. We are at 50. Let me make that a thing. 50. And Davy said it's going to. Oh God, NCC Kick channel win. Look, I checked it out, right? I did a few dual streams on Kick way back in the day before I knew as much about, what Kick is really turned into and who's there. And part of that was just finding out like who comes into my chat. Like, right, when I'm dual streaming, when I've got like a little channel over there, just streaming my regular stream, not really paying attention to it. And yeah, no, it's all transphobia. It's all misogyny. It's all racism. It's like... I want to think that there's other people there. I want to think that there's like some normal people that are like, oh, cool, a non-racist streamer, amazing. Let's check her out. But no, it's not good. It's not good. And like the way that thing works too is it's kind of like a honeypot, I think, for the gambling. I need to look more into it, but it stake.com owns it, I think. You were eating pizza and you forgot how good it is. Yeah, oops, all bigger to you. Yeah, that's the problem with Kick. So I haven't messed with it in a while. Also, the other thing that's annoying about it is there's no button to delete your Kick account, right? Apparently you've got to message the admins and say, I would please like my account to be deleted, please, Mr. Racist. Could you please do this for me? And I don't really want to talk to these people, right? So yeah, it's not great. It's not great. But anyway, so are the also the numbers are not great. See, this is the whole thing. This is making me want to just cancel the stream and do a mobile stream. Here's what we'll do, chat. I'll bring us in. So yeah, like I said, do you understand how this works? This is the remote, okay? You can vote to decide what I'm gonna do. And you can also wait. So I think Davy put 40 on news, right? Protest and news covers has got plus 40 to it. Okay, so they should rename it. The honeypot sounds like a good time. I mean, that's the idea. That's how they get you. Okay, so, oh my God. All right, look at this. Look at this. Look what Davy did. Look what Davy did. All right, Davy, you put 40 on protest and news commentary. That's got 20% on the poll. Watch live has got 56%. That's clearly what most people want me to do, is watch this live. And then previous night is only at 8%. I think that's secretly the best content, because we kind of know what we're dealing with. That we don't really know what we're dealing with anything live. Plus 16. Okay, so what do we got here? Live update: 16% for palate cleanser Thailand, 60% for news and commentary, and 8% for previous night, 56% for watching it live. Gambling ads in Reddit posts and comments now. They just slip in a mention of winning at slots, and it's because it's become super insidious. Yeah, more count. Nature is amazing. Chat, you're sleepy as fuck. What's up? Wait. Am I just not seeing Twitch chat or something? Oh my God, what am I doing? That's not how OBS is supposed to work. What the fuck is that? Oh my God. Ugh. All technical difficulties, great. I just want to see. I can't see Twitch chat because the fucking ads. Dismiss. Okay, I can kind of see it now. They already shot a rubber bullet at a reporter. Chat, I've got this tiny little window for Twitch. I'd like to be able to see Twitch by itself, because Twitch messages seem to get, like, you know, there's usually a lot of YouTube messages and a few. Oh my God. You know what? We're just gonna get rid of this. There we go. Now I can see everything better. So yeah. So if you understand what's going on, look at this, all right? Watch the protest live, 56%. That's clearly what most of the people want me to do. However, when you donate, you can affect the poll, and somebody did. Somebody donated and they affected the poll and gave protest and news commentary, which is in second place, 40 extra points. That puts it in first place by 4 points. Do you know what that means, chat? Anybody with a $5 super chat or gifting memberships or like basically anything could switch the channel just like that. That's how easy it is. You are $4 away from changing the content, and I want to try to kind of keep up on that. I want to kind of pay attention to that so that I see if we have a change in the overall lead, and that I can change it immediately in order to function correctly as the receiver for your remote control button impulses, right? So that when somebody, you know, donates and it changes the, like, what's in first place, or somebody votes and it changes what's in first place, yeah, your 4 points separate number one and number two. That means that you can easily switch back and forth between channels, all right? Or you could even go with like, hey, I want the palate cleanser. I want to watch somebody harvest banana blossoms and chop them up into salad, because that's a thing here, chat. Banana blossom salad is a thing in Thailand. I have not found it. I very much want to. And so are fried banana flowers. Yeah, you can do a lot of things with banana flowers. You can make them into curry. You can fry them as like a fritter. You know, you just bread them up and you fry them. And fried flowers, chat, are kind of a big thing here. So anyway, there's tons of palate cleanser stuff. There's tons of elephant hijinks. If you like elephant hijinks, elephants sometimes will find trucks filled up with sugarcane, and they will pull a phantom tax. They do a phantom tax. The elephants here do a phantom tax. They come up to the truck, they get in front of it, and the driver is like, all right, I'm gonna stop the truck, and the elephant comes and grabs the sugarcane and distributes it amongst his herd of elephants, right? And then the truck driver moves along, right? The elephant has taken the phantom tax. Now the elephant will let him go. Like, some wild stuff, chat. Elephants are amazing. Anyway, so yeah, that's what's going on today, and you can change it. You can change the channel via super chat, super sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting memberships, supporting me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or signing up for my Patreon, or by supporting me on Twitch, right? I'm going to try to keep track of all of those. And when the lead changes, the channel changes, I watch something different. So if you're interested in changing the channel, that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is to make sure to get your vote in on youtube.com. nocommentchick. That's where the poll's going on. And I will try to keep paying attention to the poll. See, has anything changed? Oh my God, it did. Look at that. Chat, 1 point separates number one. What? No, it's tied. It's tied. It's tied at 59. Look at that. Oh my God, look at this. 19 for, okay, look at, it's literally tied. Can we get a tiebreaker so we can start? Oh no, 18. Okay, wait, we got the tiebreaker. All right, so we're back into the territory where we're gonna watch the protest live, which is what most people want, I guess. But just remember, your donations also have the potential to change the channel. You voting over on nocommentchick.com has the potential to change the channel, and you doing a super chat has the potential to light up my hair with the adornment of a beautiful butterfly. And if that's something that you're interested in, I think it's 350. Did we decide it's like 325? What's the level? It's 100 Thai baht for what, you know, it just sets it to whatever currency of the country that I'm in. You can cook and eat the seeds of the durian. I haven't tried that. I've heard that. I've heard that there's some way to cook the durian seeds. Also, I think jackfruit seeds you can do that with. I'm glad the crack tips work out. I haven't. Yo, you were the one with the crack tip. Charlie Kelly. Is it okay if we just call you Crack Tips? I think that's your nickname now. Or Sick Tips? I mean, you got the crack tips, right? You have the tips to how the durian will crack, how to eat the durian, what to do, like, right, to wait for the crack to happen. But anyway, that's what's going on. That's what we're doing today. I'm gonna move us along to somewhere here. Really? Let's take a look. Okay, so chat, watch the protest live is ahead. It's only ahead by 1 though. So that's what we're gonna do. Watching it live. Doing it live. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about, chat. There's been a lot of vehicle fires today. You can see some destruction of some, it looks like bike lane stuff. Uh-oh. Who's that guy with the American flag? Oh, no, it's a Omega Star with the super chat. The sun's getting ready to set. Okay, so if you notice that flag, that's a Mexican flag with an American flag. Live all the way, says Omega Star. All right, so Live has got 5 more points. 5 plus 56. Oh, wait, what the fuck? It's now at 51. Making this 56. Oh, no, 61. Sorry, I did this wrong. 61. Making it 66. With protest news and commentary in second place at 56. Okay, so there's 10 points separating the top 2 right now. I'll try to stay on this as best as I can. But thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Are we at 55 now? I think we're at 55. Let me see if I can bring the vertical stream up. Oh, yeah, one of the cars that they burned was a Waymo. I saw that earlier, yeah. Aussie reporter that got shot with a rubber bullet while reporting. Oh my God. Okay, what is going on? All right. This is AP ending their live.
They got the cops over there. Holding it down over there.
Chat, I can't tell. I just heard we got the cops over there holding it down over there. Somebody recommended this to me last night. AXN News. That's not that's not what we want to hear. Got the cops over there holding it down. Holding it down. The good. Is it true that ICE is shooting rubber bullets at the press? There's a report about an Australian journalist getting hit with a rubber bullet. Now my start streaming button for mobile is just disappeared. It's a grayed out. It's grayed out. It's like, you know, I don't understand. I really don't understand what's going on with mobile. I had it. We did it. We did a mobile stream. It worked. It was fine. I didn't do anything special. It wasn't that difficult, right? And now I can't fucking do it. I cannot make the, you know, like just set up a new stream, have it connect to OBS, but have it connect to the vertical stream. That's all we need to do, right? And it's just not working, and I don't know what to do. We may have to do a mobile stream after the regular stream. That's the only thing I can think of right now, but we shouldn't have to do it, and it's such a fucking waste of effort, right? Like, we have the technology now, chat, to run 2 streams at the same time. It should be doable. It's just I don't know. I don't know what I selected. I don't know what I did different. Like, the time that it did work versus now, and it's really frustrating. Anybody want to tell me more about Action News, AXN News, or whatever this thing is called? Yeah. Anybody know about this? Because I turn it on, and the first thing I hear is we got the cops over there holding it down. California probably has a already high number of people whose hustle is to go around filming, so they really picked the wrong place. What kind of crack though? Ass crack? Preferably like the crack doctor, or like the crack tips. Like, I don't I'm thinking like squid tips. Like, see, like this dude, do you see how he's like walking right by the cops? Like, that to me, I don't know, chat. I don't want to make assumptions about this. Somebody recommended this channel to me, so you know, the fact that they're just like, yeah, let's go over by the cops because they're holding it down. They're holding us. They're keeping us safe, right? It just like, it doesn't. Does not bode well. Crack like a chiro? Wait, what's a chiro? Or a doctor that sells crack? No, because Charlie Kelly correctly predicted the crack of the durian, right? I had a durian and I was like, showing it to chat and stuff. I was like, I wonder if I can eat this yet. It doesn't smell, it doesn't smell ripe. I wonder if it's ripe yet. And Charlie's like, just wait for it to crack. And I was like, really? And I was expecting a little tiny crack would appear on the bottom and then I'd know, okay, time to cut in, right? But no, instead of that, it just like opened up. It had a mouth, chat. It like opened up and it was like, eat me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a really low voice, like a monster voice, except instead of the monster being like, I'm gonna eat you, it's like, eat me. Like that's the durian monster. The durian monster wants you to eat it. It commands you. It opens up and it's like, eat me, fucker. I'm ripe. This is the perfect time. Like, right? Which I kind of wish avocados would do that. You know what I'm saying? I kind of wish that avocados, you know what I'm talking about, chat? Avocados have a very small window in which you should eat them. All right. For a long time, avocados are too hard. And then they start to ripen. They get to a perfect state of ripeness. And then they get rotten. Or they start to get little spots in them and stuff, right? And little strings and all that nasty stuff that you don't want. They start to taste funky, right? If only an avocado would open up and say, eat me.
Omega Star, super chatted $9.99. Eat me, Seymour.
Eat me all night long. Chat, this is going to turn into like something, very fetishy really quick. I don't know. Again, chat, like the human mind is an amazing thing. All right. It has the ability to turn anything sexual. Anything could be sexual, including things that you've never thought of before. Jellyfish stings, we can make that sexual. Durian smell, we can make that sexual. Tree leaf falling on your shoulder? Well, that's already sexual for me. I don't know, chat. Does that mean I'm attracted to trees? Is that like somehow worse than... Does that make me worse than Vosh, chat? If I get a little chill up my spine from a leaf falling on my shoulder? Am I abusing plants by enjoying? I don't know, chat. That's ridiculous. Vor time. It is vor time. It's always a good time for vor. I don't understand, like actual vor, chat. I mean, like I feel like vor is one of these things that it's like, it's got like there's definitely a fetish component to vor. But there's also like I feel like vor is more than a fetish, right? Like if you know the reason that the, children's stories are the big bad wolf and he's going to eat the little pigs, or like he's going to eat the grandmom and Red Riding Hood. But when he does, they're not actually eaten, chat. They're just in his stomach. They're just chilling. Grandma and Red Riding Hood, they're just chilling in the wolf's stomach until the woodsman comes along and cuts them out, does a little C-section on the wolf and cuts them out. Right? That's vor. That's for. That's that. It's not, it's not, for, sexual purposes. Obviously, it's a children's story, but it is the same like concept that, like Majin Buu in Dragon Ball Z. What does he do? He vores everybody. It's just like it's all over the place, right? And there's different types of vor too, right? I feel like 80s cartoons are they're the ultimate cesspit of vor, because like there's different types, right? Obviously, Majin Buu turns you into candy and eats you, like that's one type. But then there's also the type where like, oh my God, He's draining my energy. Yes, I've got your energy and I will use it to defeat the rest of the Thundercats. You know what I'm saying? Every single thing is like some kind of war going on. And it's so fucking universal. I feel like it's a misdescription to call war. Oh my God. Did you see that? Okay, so that's a flashbang grenade. Sorry, chat. I gotta lock in on what's going on. That is a flash. I think that's a flashbang. Yeah, that's a flashbang. And what happened, chat, is I guess they shot it at the protesters and somebody kicked it back. This is a very common tactic. You'll see this happening a lot. Cops shoot out a flashbang, or and it's a risky thing too, right? Because you don't know when that thing's going to go off. If it goes off right as your foot makes contact with it, I mean, those things can hurt. Those things can definitely. So somebody very bravely kicked it back at them. Same thing with smoke grenades, right? The smoke grenades get kicked back sometimes. The crowd will try to figure out ways to kind of, push to get the tear gas to go back on the cops. I mean, a lot of what they end up using against the protesters will end up kind of coming back to bite them at times. If you reread The Boy That Cried Wolf from a child's view, not the nasty village peepers, you realize the real monster is the adults that force the child to guard their most precious resources. Yeah, with no help. That's right. Jonah and the Whale is a war story. True, V. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's basically Pinocchio, right? Jonah's just chilling out in the whale's stomach, praying, ostensibly. But it's just like, is Jonah a good person, right? Because if the whole thing is like, when God tells you to go and do something, you gotta go and do it, right? If you don't go and do it and you're like, no, I want to go somewhere else. I'm not going to Nineveh. I'm gonna go to Las Vegas and gamble instead. Let me get on the ship to Las Vegas. And then you get tossed overboard because the crew realizes that you pissed off God, and that's why they're experiencing the storm. And if they toss you off, they will no longer have the storm, and then the whale eats you, right? And it's only then that Jonah's like, okay, I should have gone to Nineveh. I'm sorry. Is Jonah really sorry, or is he just sorry that he got eaten? I kind of think that he's sorry he got eaten. I don't think he's really sorry. Whereas Job, on the other hand, literally did nothing wrong. Just got completely fucked over, not by a bet between God and people will say it's God and Satan with Job. But if you know a little bit more about the Bible, you know that Satan is not a figure that appears in the Old Testament, although some translations say that, God was making a bet with Satan, right? It's the word they use is Satan, which means something along the lines, it's almost like a devil's advocate figure, right? It's a courtly figure in the heavenly court, and it was the idea being that God is like, humans are kind of good, and then the Satan is like, they are not good. Well, look at this dude look at this dude Job here. He's really good. Look at how good he's praying to me. I feel the healing, vibes of his prayers. This is so good. I love this guy. And then the Satan's like, yeah, but he's just happy because he's got a good life. Of course he's going to pray to God. Like, look at that. He's got a big family. He's very wealthy. He's got all these animals and shit like that. How about you kill off his animals? How about you make his crops die, right? See how good of a man he is then. And God's like, all right, I'll take you on that bet. And he just fucks this guy over and over again. Let's take everything away from him. And funny enough, chat, that whole bet between God and the devil is kind of the theme for Persona 2. That's what's going on in Persona 2. Minivan coming back from watching Lilo and Stitch. How was it, Mopo? Driving by these goons doesn't look like a city. It ruins Trump. That's what Trump wants it to look. I was saying that too, like that a lot of this is like staging, a lot of this is narrative, a lot of this is theater, right? And it's Trump's theater. Trump as a reality star has, wants to say that LA is dangerous and out of control and it's because of immigrants. He doesn't have the visuals to show that. In fact, when ICE shows up to pick people up, it's like somebody's mom. It's like somebody's uncle. Like, right? It's like, oh, there's another flashbang. Or wait, no, actually, that might have been a firework. So chat, I know some of the crowd has had fireworks that they've been utilizing. And that one looked like it was probably some kind of firework. The adversary. Oh wait, Joe. I think Jove is isn't Jove like the Roman name for Zeus or something? Like by Jove. Job is the guy in the Bible, I think. Digging into AXTN, it's clear that he is a right-leaning bias, anti-homeless poor protester. Yeah, so God. All right, well, not blatantly pro-MAGA. Omega Star, thank you for the super chat. It was a firework. Omega Star has confirmed it. Missed the LA stuff. What the heck is the dealio? Okay, so for anyone just joining us, is it all right if I give a little synopsis? Because I'm sure if Bastille is asking about this, that other people in chat might have some questions too, especially if you haven't been following this. So one of the tactics that Trump has been doing this whole time is going into places of work, going into courthouses, picking up people who, while they may not be citizens, are not criminals by any mean, are not violent or dangerous. This is what Trump promised. He promised he was going to get all the violent and dangerous. So he put, like the campaign, right? He gives you this impression that that there's this out of control violence and chaos and crime, just a wave of crime going on in the United States of America. And it's being done by illegals. It's being done by undocumented people. And that, he's going to enforce this, right?
The Bastille super chatted $5. Rainbow flag, transgender flag, happy pride, BT dubs.
Happy pride to you too, BT dubs. And thank you for the super chat, Bastille. What are we at, 75 now? It's an interesting stream. We're already at 75 on the... I'm going to have to think of what to do for you for bonus content, because the way that we're doing it tonight is that it's the remote control. So I'm trying to keep track of where the polls are at, right? There's a poll right now. The poll is not for bonus content that we watch after the fact. The poll is for what we watch right now. And it's between the protest live, which is what we're watching right now, the protest from previous nights, which actually contains some very interesting stories and, kind of gives you some insight. Protest and news commentary. In other words, news segments about what's going on in LA, as well as, YouTube commentary, stuff like that. Maybe some Hassan videos, and then a palate cleanser. If you want something different, right? I got Thailand for you. And, there's a lot going on in Thailand too. So we need a palate cleanser. We've got it. So you vote for this on the poll on YouTube, right? I would love to open this up for you on Twitch too. I can't because Twitch sucks at polls. They'll clear people out pretty quickly at sundown. I think so. The whole thing though is that I feel like the National Guard thing is that's a bit. The National Guard is here now, chat. From what I understand. Ooh, it looks like she might have got injured by a flashbang. Yeah, or a rubber bullet. Okay, so it may be a knee injury, as often happens with rubber bullets. So the rubber bullets are supposed to be fired at the ground, and that way they lose a little bit of their oomph by the time that they hit a target, and that somebody just kind of gets, oh, ow, and you run away, right? There, it's to disperse the crowd. watching Vivian Wilson duck walk? Did that happen on Hassan? Oftentimes the rubber bullets will not be used correctly, right? So, you know, if they're at all mad, there's a very high likelihood that they will, you know, shoot at a person on purpose, right? And if you shoot somebody in the knee, you're gonna fuck up their knee. You shoot somebody in the eye, it's gonna really do some damage, right? Yeah, you know, they're supposed to, you know, the way those non-lethal ordinances are supposed to be used is that they're supposed to ricochet off the ground, lose some of their oomph, and just kind of sting and just kind of, you know, make people freaked out. Oh, I got hit by something. Let me run away, right? It's to disperse a crowd. And but yeah, if so, you understand how even when you are trying to shoot at the ground, if you're a cop with rubber bullets, you know, the knee is not far from the ground. You might hit the knee before you hit the ground, in other words, right? That may be what happened to that woman. It looks like some people are over there trying to help her, maybe trying to carry her off. We got some double finger salute there from a Kafiyad figure. We got the chopper in the air. People are masked up either with you know, cloth in front of their face, or in some cases with I've seen a few people with the full on, like the masks that you wear like in Gross Lab. That's my only connection for that, chat, is that like this is what got me through Gross Lab, like one of those double filter masks, you know. So yeah, Gross Lab is an anatomy lab with donors. The donors are no longer with us. They're people that have died and donated their body to science, and then they wind up in the Gross Lab to be, you know, respectfully dissected by students, right? And I was one of these students. And you know, to make a human a body of somebody that's, oh, look, food not bombs, hell yeah, food not bombs is here. Food not, look at that, they're handing out water, oh hell yeah. That's so, I love Food Not Bombs. That's one of my favorite orgs. Right, chat, Food Not Bombs is an org. They're like everywhere. Look them up in your local area. If you're in need of food, you can usually find a day where they're dispersing food. Sometimes they have meals that they make together. If you want to help some people out who need food, let's say that you got food security, but you want to help out those who don't, you can work with Food Not Bombs. They need drivers. They need drivers to go to grocery stores. They'll take food that would have otherwise been taken off the shelves, and they will, you know, bring. Oh my God, we're doing donuts. We're doing donuts. Are they anarchists? I think so. I don't think that they're like, you know, there's no purity test for. I don't think they're checking to make sure that you're like, they're not going to quiz you on Kropotkin or anything like that. But I think they were started by anarchists. Maybe I think it got started during the Iraq War, if I'm not mistaken. Right? That's why they're called Food Not Bombs. Yeah, each group does their own thing in each city, and they're mainly concerned, from what I've seen, with feeding people, which is based. But yeah, what they'll do is they'll have these, you know, they'll have usually like a day during the week where they disperse food in like a local park or something, and you know, people show up with bags, and then other people come and bring, they try to get, you know, food from grocery stores or other places that are going to, you know, donate the food. They bring it to the park and they disperse it amongst people, and anything that's left over, they'll usually be a group that gets together and makes a yummy meal out of it. I think usually a vegan meal, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't know. It probably depends. I think I've definitely seen stuff that's not vegan at, like, I mean, I think they distribute like all kinds of food, but I think the the meals are usually vegetarian or vegan. Feeding healthy nutrient food too. Yeah. Yeah. No, they are legend. You are the legend? Wait, I thought they were the legend. Oh no, you're quoting the Ethan Klein song, Isaiah. I didn't even catch that. I thought you were saying I'm the legend. I was like, I'm not the legend. Food Not Bombs is the legend. Why can't he just eat the seitan? Letting some gluten ruin your life. Wait, who is not? Is such celiac behavior. Wait, what? Cool with anarchists. How do I find my local chapter? Some of them, I think they have a presence on Facebook. I'm thinking that's probably where most of the chapters you'll find them. Being that, you know, having a website is more expensive than just having a Facebook account. Yeah, so people are telling me about this YouTuber. Apparently this is a right-winger that we're watching. And so he's trying to film, you know, the evil Mexicans fucking shit up or whatever, you know what I mean? He's trying to portray the Trumpian narrative here. I don't feel like he's having a lot of success. I mean, they love to film the Mexican flags and try to be like, yeah, it's an invasion, and they don't realize that a lot of these people did not cross the border. A lot of these people did not cross the border to be here. Their families have lived here for longer than this was the United States. They did not cross the border, chat. The border crossed them. I rebuke Facebook. I hate Facebook. I really do. I hate the fuck out of Facebook and any meta in general. They don't believe in salted food. Wait, are you sure about that, Kaylala? That might be like a local thing. It might be like a chapter that. I'm trying to think. Like, is there like a religion that doesn't believe in salted food? Maybe. Like it may be like the people that started up a chapter, like, right? Because like or not I gotta admit, I've never actually been to one of their dinners to eat the food that they make. Thanks for the update on Action. Been suspicious since last night. They've been able to, well, it's somebody else in chat that's told me this about Action News, right? And all I saw was them be like, the cops holding it down, and I was like, ugh. Cops holding it down. I don't see reaction from the crowd, though, that indicates that any of these people know that this is like a right-wing provocateur or, right-wing filmer trying to. Been getting anti-trans drivel on my Facebook lately. Yeah, well, I mean, Zuck literally had a meeting where he, told his moderation teams that they are no longer going to moderate transphobia. Biochemistry believes in salted food. Yeah. In most cases, right? Like, I don't want to speak for everybody. People have different conditions and including like hypertension. Somebody might be on something like the DASH diet for hypertension. In that case, they're going to kind of de-emphasize salt, but or kidney stuff. Maybe salt's not okay there. Ironic since Zuck got gender affirming perm. He did. Did somebody say we're at 90 now? Have I not been counting this up? And also, has anything changed as far as the poll and the? Can see if news to share have any feeds. They are usually at Actions Filming. I'll check it out. Also, woke. I know that sounds weird, right? But there's a channel called Woke TV that will show. Yeah, 90 is what we're at. Okay, let's put that up there. They use literally zero salt. That's harsh. I don't know if I could handle that. The only thing I like with zero salt on it is like fruit and desserts. Even though like being in Thailand, I've kind of gotten used to having, I mean, not all fruit, but like if you're gonna eat guava or something, or like some turmeric mango, which is like a mango that's partially ripened, really sour. That stuff is really good with the salt, and they have this it's like a mixture of salt, sugar, and hot pepper, and you dip your mango into it, and it makes it really tasty. Yeah, salt is a useful preservative. Salt is useful for a lot of things. That being said, I mean, there's probably an overabundance of sodium in things like takeout food. How is living in Thailand so far? I'm really liking it. I mean, the whole question is about getting a visa, making sure that you're staying on the right side of the law, making sure that you're not like overstaying your visa or anything like that, making sure you're aware of, all the laws in Thailand, which there's some very different laws here, right? And all that. But the food is amazing. The people are incredibly cool. The language is really cool too, and I'm just starting to kind of learn my consonants and vowels, and be able to like I was really proud when I could read a city name off of or not a city, it was like a prefecture name, I think is what it is, off of a license plate. It happens to also be a city name too, but I remember looking at a license plate and being like, wait a minute, I know that letter. I know that letter. I know that letter. Let me sound this out. What does this say? It seems like Chiang Mai is what it said. And yeah, that's, that was where the car was from. Take out canned food, a lot of pre-made frozen meals, all heavily saturated with salt. Salt brings out the sweet in desserts, makes sugar taste sweeter in comparison. Also add salt with your chocolate desserts. Yum. But yeah, in terms of staying here in Thailand, I'm gonna have to I'm still trying to fund the education visa. That's the big thing that's on my mind right now. If you want to help me out with that, it's right down there on the wish list. Throne.com/nocommentchick if you want to help me out with that. I think we're around like $350 away from fully funding the what I need that for is not so much like payments for the visa, but it's to afford the tuition for Thai language school, which they make you pay up front. You got to pay for a year of it up front, and that's the big bottleneck that I'm dealing with now. So yeah, once I can get that, I will be I'll be able to stay here for a year. I do have to check in every 90 days, and there's a few other things that I got to deal with, but the education visa, I really do want to learn the language though, because that's my key to really being able to interact with people and understand people and learn from people and meet people and hang out with people, all that cool stuff. It's kind of locked behind. It's not pay gated. It's language gated, which means de facto pay gated, since I have to pay $950 for a year of school, of Thai language school. But I gotta say, it's a pretty, I was about to say it's like the coolest language, but then I remembered Cambodian like language is really cool too. Like I'm talking about like the writing system, right? Burmese, like I don't know, there's a lot of cool languages in the area. I can't really say one is that Thai is superior by any means. Yeah, I moved to Thailand about 2 months ago. That's right. And I'm probably going to stay here. I don't know if I'll stay here for the next 4 years, but I will definitely stay out of the United States. But yeah, I mean, so far there's a lot to learn in Thailand, and it's really cool. You know, there are some things about. Oh, here we go, chat. So I'm wondering what they're running from. Either maybe a flashbang hit, maybe rubber bullets were fired, or maybe there is a skirmish line of the cops approaching, pushing people back. Okay. So yeah, it looks like the cops took the intersection there. So people are moving back now. Did someone launch a firework at the cops? That has been happening. Couple directly behind the police lines earlier while the cops were firing less lethals at the actual protesters and mainstream journalists. Yeah, I'm having a little trouble, Meowing Star, differentiating the flashbangs from the fireworks. I sort of like, if it makes a big shh, then it's usually a firework. The flashbangs, I think you're gonna see sparks come from that, but they're not like colorful sparks. They're just sparks. I mean, they look like sparks. They're probably not actual sparks. Oh, all live angles at once. These right-wing on the ground live streams provide is otherwise hard to get angle on this. Really neat seeing the same scene from multi. Speaking of which, let's try let's try woke TV. Oh, is this woke.net? Can't tell if this is the same thing. Oh my god, chat. So yeah, if you want multiple angles, here you go. This one's kind of hard to follow, isn't it? There's too many angles. There's too many feeds, I think. Yeah, you got some Argentina flags. Oh yeah, I was telling you earlier about the flag. You'll see a flag that's like half the Mexican. Yeah, there it is. Half Mexican flag, half American flag. You were talking about Satan, but it sounded like Satan. That looks like my screen right now, says Meowing Star. Well, I just made it more complicated for you. You're welcome. It's too much, isn't it? It's too much. Okay, so there's KCAL News. Oh my god. See what I mean? See what I mean? The right-wing provocateur is just walking around in a random place of the protests, right? And then, but KCAL News, the news, we can count on them to like be like, anytime there's something's on fire, it's like catnip. ABC 7. Oh, they're actually just like, oh my god, see what I mean? Look at that. This is all they want. They're like, no, stay on the fire. Stay on the fire. Stay on the fire.
Here because the fire could easily, I mean, we just went through the biggest fire in California history just 3 months ago, and these fires are very serious and they can catch.
I mean, look, this is feeding Trump right here. This shit is feeding Trump. Right? They're going to manifest a major fucking civil crisis Like the way this works is that it's like a downward spiral. Like you piss people off, you frustrate people, they show up to protest, the cops overreact, start gassing the protesters, start shooting rubber bullets and flashbangs at the protesters disappear, and what they're left with then is people that are gonna maybe kick some bangs back. They're left with people that are gonna light shit on fire. They're left with people that are, it's like and then they film that and they justify, oh yeah, I guess we need to bring more cops. Let's, activate the National Guard. Hegseth is talking about bringing in Marines from Camp Pendleton. And the more that they this is the whole thing, it's crowd psychology. The de-escalation has to be on the part of law enforcement. And that is generally what law enforcement that is, at all behaving with any kind of civic-minded law enforcement will be looking for ways to de-escalate. That my understanding is that the LAPD have sort of showed up instead of with the more militarized vehicles, instead of with the more militarized looks. At least at first, the LAPD, not to suck their dicks because they're a horrible organization, right? But they being, a local law enforcement organization and not wanting to make things more, not wanting to escalate, right? Have shown up without their military vehicles, without their military looking gear, and are generally trying to de-escalate, let people blow off steam, and then, it'll be, this thing will be limited. Whereas the feds, they're, the ones shooting tear gas at everyone. They're the ones, and they don't seem ready. Like, right, the feds that they sent do not seem ready for something like, crowd control. Who came from Hassan's stream? Did Hassan just end? Marines have their crayons ready for action. I will chat. I would love to start a I can't figure out how to start. Wait, what if I just change this thing? Let's try this. I don't know. I might have figured this out. Change canvas to vertical. What happens? Did I fuck anything up? Chat, let me know. Let me know if I fuck anything up, okay? If the stream goes wonky on me, if the stream goes wonky on you, then let me know, all right? Because I very much do need to know. Looks like we're still good.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. We deserve a butterfly.
You do deserve a butterfly. Oh my god. This one? What do you think, chat? Are we doing this one? Driver trying to kill people live on TV here? What just happened on Twitch? I can see something is going. Oh my god, I hate how the ad break makes it impossible. Paint it blue. Thank you for following me. Who was in that van? I was looking away for a second. I was trying to put my butterfly in. Oh my god, chat. This is not the day to this is not the time. This is not the day to look away from the stream, I guess. The metal mark? Yeah, let me know if anything is does it look like that? So what Globitz is saying is that, for instance, if somebody gets, hit with a car, we can't be watching that. If a fight breaks out, We can't be watching that if somebody gets gravely injured. We can't be watching that. Reports he was waving a firearm. The driver was waving a firearm around. The van guy. Yeah. That's his official name, by the way, is Van Guy. We're going to call him Van Guy now. Phineas is there? Wait, Phineas? Wait. Okay, we're running. Here, I'll turn this on to see what's going on.
Yeah. For sure. This is insane. I mean, this person is out to cause harm.
The van guy.
It's gonna be a very scary situation here.
Okay, so they're watching the van guy.
You can see now the people.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to.
Lori, be careful because that minivan's coming back your direction.
Back towards you.
Woo! Oh my God.
I have my finger on the trigger here in case.
And the crowd is now chasing the van.
This is a bad situation, guys. This is.
Oh man.
Yeah,
God,
Lori,
this
we
is
want you
really
to
Lori
go.
should-
Okay, I don't know about this.
Look at this.
They caught up to him.
You got people chasing just straight up to the driver.
Oh my God.
I mean, I'm throwing things at the van.
That guy had
This
a dog.
person is was driving, through the park right by Olvera Street.
What do you think, chat? Should we dip on this?
Stuff out of their vehicle.
Twitch chat, help me out here. Outside agitator. Yeah, I'm wondering how much that's how much of this is outside agitation.
Person, but this is Union Station
Right.
now.
Twitch chat, I really need your help, okay? If we're getting into like territory where,
Joe just mentioned, we had seen that same minivan up over near the overpass. It was the guy was leaning out of the window. He was, jawing at the police officers, jawing at CHP, and they kept trying to tell him to get out of there, get out of there. He just kept yapping and yapping. That's the same guy. So obviously something's happening with him. This is insane.
oh shit, that looks, yeah,
I mean, look at this behind me.
very dangerous. Very dangerous.
Into that bicyclist, the bicycle went flying.
Yeah, it's just zooming through.
Have you seen pictures of protesters near burning cars? Yeah, there's a lot of those. The media's concentrating on that Lady Badash.
And then just fired the van back up and just kept driving. And
Oh my God.
going incredibly fast. I mean, my goodness.
Okay, wait. I'll just get
Have a shirt on. They look highly agitated, and
The-
you can see making
all right.
their way
my finger's on the trigger, right, chat?
end of Union Station. They're gonna.
My finger is on the trigger to look if I need to, I can turn it off.
They're not. They're gonna keep going.
All right, so if we see anything bad starting to happen, I'll turn it off because Twitch definitely doesn't want me.
Happening right now.
Yeah.
I mean, this is on YouTube, so I don't think that there's an issue with YouTube
Take a look. Going in the parking lot here.
other than maybe monetization.
There's an Amtrak train right there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the dumpster fire is getting bigger right now. I mean, you almost want to say it's incredibly fortunate and lucky that nobody was hit head on by this minivan.
I can't believe they weren't.
Yeah, it's just terrible.
Half of the pictures look absolutely amazing. So wait, what were you saying, Lady Badash, about the
This on the right side of your screen still going.
about the
Yeah, the right side.
people next to the fire?
Where Lori was closer to that Chevron station there on Alameda.
Yeah, because what I was saying earlier is that like there's a lot going on. This is a big situation,
On that mini
and the media, the news media, seems to keep on focusing on anything that's on fire. It's like catnip to them.
afraid they were gonna hit someone.
So what they're doing is they're making. Bro just turned all his lights off. Yeah, that's super dangerous. Honestly, half of the pictures look absolutely amazing.
Driver again.
Lighting electric cars on fire, probably a bad idea. Yeah, lithium batteries, very dangerous. Dumpster fire sure is getting bigger. Yeah,
Larger and larger, and the crowd is.
that's like.
Yeah, Leslie, that's right. As soon as you guys left us, I don't know how to describe them, but there's those little motorcycle bikes that people are not supposed to ride in the streets, but they do. They went in like circles. They were doing donuts right in front of where that fire.
When she says motorcycle bikes, is she talking about e-bikes? Does she mean e-bikes?
It looks
looks like from where I'm at, that fire is getting bigger. I see someone, oh, there we go, another firework. And I'm telling you, I've been out here now for 2 days, and I have heard these flash bombs go off and these fireworks go off.
There was a mass protester on top of a Waymo in front of an already burning car before it, then they burned to the Waymo.
You just get jolted.
Saw one of those batteries explode.
Patrol cars making their way around, but I see
corporate media doing corporate media.
A firebomb that just went off, the fireworks there, and that fire is just getting, it looks like it's getting bigger. I have not seen any fire trucks come by yet. I'm not quite sure why. They probably have other priorities tonight they're working on within this area.
What is that driver doing? It looks like trying to kill somebody.
Of it happening, and it is seemed to be just condensed in that one little area there in the corner by that bus stop. Another
so wait, people are just saying that that's all Lady Badass was saying, is just that it's a good
we'll see what happens here.
Good photography, literally just a good picture. I wasn't sure.
I'll let you take a listen.
I wasn't sure where we were going with that, because the local news really. Oh, here comes the cops.
1, 2, 3, 4 four patrol cars.
So I mean that driver, I don't think I'm out on a limb saying that driver's hostile to the protesters, right? Can we agree on that? Do you think I'm right on that? Anybody want to?
But that's not happening here. I also hear people revving up their engines over where the fire is. Mm-hmm. Okay, here come the patrol cars.
Yeah, that driver is not on the side of the protesters, is what I'm trying to say. But
to address the situation by
the irony will be if the protesters in the area get punished for what the hostile driver did to them.
One thing I want to mention too, when I was out here last night, I was talking to.
Okay, so yeah, you're just saying about the pictures being striking. Okay.
And I had asked, I said, are the people here, are they being flown in from other states? Because that's something.
Talking about the dude doing donuts on mini bikes, personal mini bikes.
When I was in Atlanta, people were being flown in to be disruptive. And he told me yesterday, no, everyone here, they're Angelenos. Now, I don't know if that's the same case for tonight, if these are agitators being brought in from different cities, different states.
Don't say being brought in. Do you know what that sounds like? You're playing into every George Soros conspiracy theory ever. When you say maybe they were brought in, Look, and also agitators, that means different things, right? Now, there's one type of agitator that you got to be on the lookout for, and that is somebody that's actually doing things for the spectacle to make the job of the Trump administration easier, right? So like on the agent provocateur, false flag kind of realm of things, right? Then you've got agitators as in, maybe accelerationists, people who want to, use this as a vehicle to fight the authorities in some way to,
We did get away from where the rest of the
there's adventurists, there's thrill seekers, right? There's a lot of, when you say agitator, that's actually many different things.
So at this point,
the myth that people are flown in to every protest, or paid to protest, right? That's feeding in. She's literally feeding in, she's feeding the QAnons. QAnon is back, chat. Have you noticed this on Twitter? QAnon is very much back, right? We saw one of the we saw one woman, talking about how she thought the beef between Elon and Trump was a put on thing in order to get Democrats to ask for the Epstein Files to be released, which was supposedly going to be bad for the Democrats. It's just a whole ass conspiracy theory that Trump and Elon are not actually fighting, right? And I've seen coded posts now, right, where they put brackets around different letters in words as code, so they don't even want you to know what they're saying. It's for other QAnon people to decode with their QAnon decoder ring. But I think that QAnon really never went away.
That is right beneath it. Now, we had seen the van come down this street right here and then stop.
Argentina is definitely representing.
So I don't know where it went now, but hopefully it's stopped and not continuing to drive.
He does seem to be still driving around, yeah. And you saw that line of cop cars coming out. I don't know what if they're trying to
did they park plank?
Yeah, they're back.
Neutralize the van, or if they're gonna,
front end damage.
punish the protesters for things that, something that was done to them.
Full stop before we'll see what it does here. But the last
Oh,
couple
there's the
times,
guy. So he's walking back. He'd gotten out. He was shirtless, or he still is shirtless. And there he goes, getting back in it.
Yeah, that's a really dangerous situation because he was throwing things at some of the people, and you don't know, is he angry, with the
What happens if I press go live, chat? Hold on tight. Let me know if this fucks up the stream. I'm going to click this button to see if we can get the mobile stream going.
But then on the other side, you're seeing sparks come from that large fire there outside LAPD.
Go live. All right, what happened?
Massive.
What happened? What did it do?
Down there, but I don't know if Lauren can hear me. Lauren,
Did I fuck anything up, chat?
making their way to that area, or did they go ahead and stage?
Is the stream okay? Let me know, chat. Let me know if you can still hear me. Nothing changed?
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but I can tell you that tear gas has been deployed. We can feel it again in our throats. Not as intense as last night, but definitely you can taste it.
He's switching cars.
I'm trying to get reconnected right now.
oh wow. Lauren, while we reestablish that connection with you, we'll give you a few minutes if you need it. This keeps getting stranger and stranger, really, with on the left side of your screen with this minivan. Mike, were you saying he was switching cars? Is that what we're looking at right now?
So the van and out.
Okay, so we're still good. Yeah, I don't know what that go live thing does.
Oh,
So this
okay.
is Sheriff.
Okay.
QAnon never left, originated and still is around big time in Australia, filled with Nazis and fascists here.
There, and they have come to put him under arrest here, or at least detain him.
My family business of flying in outside agitators went out of business because of big corporations outsourcing to cheaper migrant agitators.
Gonna get in that one.
And it looked like, he got in the
Wait,
the van.
who is that?
What looked like a coat
Is that the driver?
waving off. And then he walked over to what looked like a white SUV.
Is that the driver? Anybody know? That's the driver.
Headlights on, like he was about to go, get into that car. Thank goodness this is sheriff's deputies that
Multitasking, making bread.
take him into custody now.
I bet it smells really good.
This comes to an end here,
Yeah.
an especially
The
dangerous
van guy, that's the end of the van guy arc, chat.
for
No shirt.
these last half an hour, these last 20 minutes or so. Let's go back to Lauren.
But what do we think, chat? Like, so as far as outside agitators go, I think we can safely classify a van guy as an outside agitator, and I think furthermore we can classify him as a hostile, right? And this is like one of the worst kind of hostiles. Unite the Right.
But you could just taste it in the air.
You know, the guy that
Walk up from where we are.
ran down a bunch of protesters and killed Heather Heyer.
And my eyes are watering again.
Like,
but
that's
nothing is to the level as
the
it
fear.
was last night. I can tell you that fire is.
That's kind of the worst case scenario as far as something like that goes.
There's a lot of honking going on, but that fire is still very much a thing down a block.
And I don't know if we can
just beyond the police.
conclude that guy was trying to do physical harm to protesters, but he definitely was not concerned for anyone's safety.
Fortunately, we weren't as close as we were last night, so it's not as bad, but it's still bad.
Cops weren't roughing him up that much, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well, some states have like
Seeing something from LAPD.
made, I think Texas maybe
And I don't know if you've heard, but downtown Los
changed their laws so that,
Angeles has been declared an unlawful assembly.
there's a defense for people who
Chief Jim McDonnell,
who run people down in protests, right?
And he said, look, we really, really don't like to do that.
I was at UTR and there was a car attack.
So, these are the steps they're taking. But the downtown Los Angeles as a whole being declared an unlawful assembly is
Does anyone know the chemical they sprayed Madeline down with?
that move.
curfew,
And the reason they're doing that is because as soon as they kind of get one area under control, very quickly they move and they're in a different area of downtown or Chinatown or wherever, and then all of a sudden you have to redeploy all those officers to get and deal with that area. So declaring the whole area an unlawful assembly, obviously the officers are not going to pick up people that are just minding their business and walking down the street, but it allows them the flexibility to say, anybody involved, this is your warning. If we get you, we're arresting you.
Yeah, we're seeing fireworks.
The theory is that the paint shows up on UV light. UTR, not Unite the Right, yeah. Oh, you were there.
That was a pretty scary
Scary.
situation with that minivan coming through there and nearly coming onto the sidewalk where you were standing.
Yeah, unfortunately, we still are here because there's so much going on. It seems that this is the corner of Cesar Chavez in Maine where most of the demonstrators who remained have started to gather. There are now many people in their cars. You can hear the honking coming by, expressing support. But then crowds of aggressive agitators seem to be centered around that Chevron station. They lit that garbage can on fire, and LAFD has just moments ago arrived on the scene. They're going to try and take care of that. LAPD responding now in force to this area because there's just a lot going on. People starting to do donuts, and people on mini bikes, and people throwing rocks into the windows of the local businesses, and tagging all of the walls around here as they move about the city. A lot of young people, I will say, compared to the crowd that we saw when we first arrived. Helicopters above, keeping an eye on this still developing situation. But this is really, really chaotic down here. Much different than the scene, even over there when they were on the overpass. As destructive and as dangerous as that was, this is really
Aggressive yeah, the original agitators were ICE.
I would say,
like, this was agitated by ICE.
panic over here, and not a good place to be. But
Oh my God, chat.
we are seeing LAPD
Stuff is so filling.
arriving, so hopefully they'll be able to tamp things down a bit and get things under control, because it is not in control at the moment. Guys, back to you.
No, especially not. Lori, thank you. Yeah, when you see that dumpster in the middle of the street on fire right now, we're trying to keep an eye. We just saw someone, protester, drive by, flag waving, and then traffic just seems to be really caught up in this entire situation. And pardon me, but there's more fireworks going off as well, and it doesn't look like that fire's dying down at the moment. And you just see everyone that's trapped in there right now.
That trash can now set on fire. You know,
Haven't seen Black Bloc at this protest.
protesters that we're seeing right now, but
I don't
it's a
I don't think these
very
protesters would know the difference between somebody with their face obscured by a kafaya or a Black Bloc, right? I don't think they know that.
She's seeing and she's observing.
I think they just call everybody Antifa.
That are kind of just coming in here, trying to get into that Chevron station. You know, when we first got over this, the lights were still on in that Chevron station.
Yeah,
they have now turned them off.
Right.
And I'm hoping those employees have, you know, at least left that area, because that is a very dangerous situation.
And gotten to safety just because of everything else that's been going on, and it just seems like every time, you know, there's some progress made on moving a crowd or dispersing a crowd and shifting them into a different direction, it just moves the next bout of chaos.
No protesting allowed in the U.S. Yeah, that's what Trump wants.
Even getting to a point now, as Leslie mentioned, from LAPD Central Division, where
All leaning into the narrative of the supposedly tolerant left.
here we are. Just
Actually being violent. It started laying the seeds months ago.
From SkyCal was, you know, they still have the southbound lanes of the 101 shut down there at the 110, but
Like, chat,
is that they finally were able to
worst case scenario,
cars. Yeah, that-
Trump is setting up something along the lines of a civil war. If you look at the, you know, rhetoric against Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, two politicians that I don't like,
Our viewers are watching. The
but
president is watching. President Donald Trump.
you know, two politicians that the right wing blamed with stuff that wasn't their fault and made up ridiculous lies, like that Gavin Newsom's got a water switch that he just refuses to turn on, and so Trump sent somebody up there to turn on the water switch, and that like everything will be, you know, that they just didn't have water because Gavin Newsom is protecting an endangered fish species by not turning the water on from the north, or I don't know, just ridiculous shit, right?
McDonald's was
And what they're trying to set up is the idea that Newsom and Bass aren't doing their jobs. They're not protecting their people. And so then that gives the federal government an excuse to come in and take over, right?
have not been helping
And this would be like a preemptive
employed by the governor.
occupation of the state of California before anything along the lines of, secession has even really been seriously discussed. Hassan was on the overpass. It was super peaceful for hours. This is the thing. They're not showing you this on the news. The news is not giving you that. A lot of this protest does look super wholesome and super peaceful, and it's just not what you're going to see. The local news is like, if it leads, it bleeds. Their biggest...
where the chief was asked about that and said, sure, they could help.
Their biggest genre of story on the local news is X is going to kill you. So if there was a shark scene on the beach or, in the water, somebody saw a shark fin, they'd be like, next, could sharks attack swimmers at during the summer months this summer, right? And it's not, there's not a shark attacking anyone. Somebody just saw a fin, but it could kill you. So let's talk about the shark.
Directly from President Trump to say, okay,
yeah, it's just we're in 2020. George Jackson, we picked up where we left off as far as 2020. NBC was giving us a bad name. I checked the comments. It's a bunch of bots, wishy-washy people. This time that people need to come out while the government hasn't locked things down.
Would address this situation. The other 50% would go and address what's the
Normal
crime
business.
happening.
If we wait too long, it'll be too late.
And then they would go into mutual aid with the sheriff's department. But because it did not come from the local level up, they are not able to do that.
Right. And
essentially, they have to treat this as a situation that
their own kind of
that
thing.
they're on their own.
And we've already talked about the difficulties of the lines of communication between federal and local and state government.
Yeah.
It's non-existent, really. I mean, Supervisor Hahn told us she has not spoken with the federal government at all. All
right, I'm deleting the mobile stream for now.
Who sounds like they did have a meeting.
I don't know if the mobile stream is fucking us up the
Try to remove this planter from the tree. I don't know if they're trying to break off more slabs of concrete. You can see some pretty big ones there.
Had ridiculously low numbers tonight. So thank you for being here. Thank you for liking the stream.
Hands-on. We've seen park benches. We've seen trees.
Maybe I'll try to do a blast off
being thrown, and now they're going to try to burn the
tweet on Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Oh, they're just going to put it into that dumpster there.
While we keep an eye on this, we want to go back to Lauren Posen as well, who's keeping an eye on her situation going on right now. Lauren, what are you seeing and what can you tell us about this fire right here?
Yeah, well, Gio, to me it looks like it's getting bigger. The flames are definitely getting bigger, and the smoke, I've seen black smoke as well, too. Within the last, 5 minutes, there was this huge firework explosion. I don't know if we were...
Literally, Hassan fans were asking for selfies with him while getting shot at with tear gas. Yeah, that's the thing, is the... what's the irony is that
coming through. It was just...
You're not seeing as much police suppression in places where there actually is a dangerous situation. You're seeing most of the tear gas and the flashbangs and all that kind of stuff. You're seeing most of that used against the peaceful parts of the protests.
Show it to you because there's a lot of bad language, but I can tell you that nearly every single... Well, here goes some more patrol cars here. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, and they're going the opposite direction. But back to the graffiti, nearly every single building downtown is coated in graffiti. From City Hall, the side we were on is okay, but leading up to City Hall, the federal buildings down there, of course, the detention center, there's a lot of profanity being used. The sidewalks.
Is it true that ICE agents are being doxxed?
It is a mess downtown. It is a mess. There's trash all over. There's glass.
It's true that people are looking for inflection points, and the
It looks like a hurricane came through and just kind of...
impunity with which ICE is acting is something that people are trying to fight against using various methods.
And there we go. Another... I'm going to call that a firework again. Another firework. Another flash mob. There we go.
That's, yeah.
Our fireworks going off over there. Do you guys want to wrap me? I don't know if you want to say something, or that's what it's like down here.
No, because Lauren, the other thing too I noticed there with and there's another one that's going off right in your live shot. It's just, you see, and just across the screen there, it's one person just walking about, going about their night, and then a group of people really congregated toward that fire, just seemingly scattering for a moment before then coming back. It just sort of seems like it's chaos for chaos' sake, as opposed to, and we sort of expected this because...
Connection successful. Are we back, chat? Are we back? Are we good? Are we okay? Did we make it? My internet just literally went down. I could tell because I'm logged into Discord on my phone.
Yeah, and really,
I just heard a Discord sound.
Scott Cal in a second, but apparently the protesters have now moved into LA Live. So LAPD Central Division posting on X a minute ago, demonstrators have marched to the LA Live area and are blocking all lanes of traffic at Figueroa and 11th. And then reminding everybody, the entirety of downtown
refresh and reload.
An unlawful assembly, and you're to leave the area.
Refresh.
Arrests or less than lethal enforcement against you. So, but now, I mean, that's going to create a significant problem for the Los Angeles Police Department because that is a very geographically that is a big distance from LA Live to where we are here on the border of, you know, Civic Center, Chinatown, that kind of area. I mean, that's the whole other side of downtown. So, I mean, that's going to be a whole additional challenge for these guys to deal with.
Let me update us on the poll. Looks like we're still at 61% for watching live, 20% for protest and commentary.
Splintered off into tiny little groups, but very disruptive individuals. And you know, we're seeing some of these mini bikes. We weren't seeing them earlier. So you wonder if this is a new group of people just coming down here to, you know, be a part of what they see as a chaotic.
So again, chat,
earlier we heard from
you've got the remote, all right? You can change the channel. We've got different things that we can watch. Right now, we're watching live, right? This is going on live. We've also got the option to watch the previous night's protest. There's some interesting stuff that happened there.
Just to incite
15 plus for commentary. Look at that.
and inflame this situation.
Oh, wow.
Here. And take a look. You can see some of the people walking by.
So that puts it at 55.
Yeah, just a sign.
Yeah.
Plus 20 is 75. Is that right?
Again to Lauren. We'll check back in with her in a second. We want to get back to Lori Perez.
40 plus 15 is 55.
Here over the course of the evening. And
55 plus 20 is 75.
Right now.
Okay, so good news from where we are here at Cesar Chavez and Main Street.
So maybe we've got to change.
Considerably.
Crowd looks young. Yeah, I'm trying to gauge, right? Because there's some chance that some,
but a lot of the people have at least moved out of the area, and
like, of the quote-unquote agitators, chat, you got that under that umbrella of agitator, you got a bunch of different kind of people. Like the van guy, I would assume I would class him as a hostile agitator, right? He doesn't like the protesters. He doesn't, you know,
scattering in so many directions.
and so he's driving his van, you know, dangerously.
Across the street near the
But then you've also got the potential for some people that are just there, you know, for the adventure of it.
People who in cars who are waving their own flags and shouting out to the crowd, shouting support, etc. But such a much different situation than the last time.
Street sharks have arrived.
Came to us when there was so much chaos, when the dumpster was burning and that out of control car was, you know.
Pagium says 2 of the better TV theme songs, Welcome Back Kotter and Barney Miller. I'm going to throw in one more for you, okay? Taxi.
Choppers still are overhead.
Taxi's theme song is a banger.
Trying to track where the crowds are going, so.
Van guy was probably a MAGA boomer. The protesters likely can't afford a van in Los Angeles for the most part.
Has splintered off.
I feel like they're not young. There were literal 14-year-olds at the peaceful part. Yeah, it's not just the, yeah.
We are, thankfully, a much calmer situation than the last time you came to us, which is good news, even though we do continue to hear those fireworks. But for the moment, things...
YouTube made me watch an ad for my piece of shit senator begging me to suck his dick. I would advise you not to suck that dick. But I think you've got that already. You're good. You understand. Yeah, taxi theme is... it's chill, but it's a banger. It's a chill banger. It's a really interesting, unreal good. Yeah, I think so too. Was the taxi theme, chat? Is it my imagination, or was that like a TikTok sound for a while? Were people using the taxi theme as a TikTok sound?
The demonstrations now stretch all the way down to LA Live. We're trying to make
back before TikTok cracked down on copyright.
In dark clothing, directly on the high ground of law enforcement.
Oh.
Somebody's got a laser on him.
There you go. Running away now.
So I wonder if he was throwing stuff at the cops down there. See, that's...
Would that be LAPD chopper that has the
No, it would be somebody on the ground.
All right, so chat, I believe that we've got like I'm kind of interested in what's going on here, but I believe that we've got a change in what we're going to be watching. Like I said, you've got the remote, right? So whatever is ahead is what I will watch. We had a change in what is ahead from watching the protest live to protest news and commentary. And I'm probably going to, as soon as this dies down, I'm going to switch away from that.
I think even that person was surprised.
We want to suck, though? Well, there's better dicks to suck than your senators, probably. I mean, unless your senator's cool. There's very few cool senators. Only one that I can think of, and I don't know if he wants his dick sucked by his constituents.
Yeah, we want to go back out to our Lauren Posen, who is on
taxi theme. I feel like I've been in a cave for the past 2 weeks. Oh no, it's a show from the it's a sitcom from the 70s about taxi drivers. Not Taxi Driver, but oh, Hill Street Blues. Yeah, Hill Street Blues is a good song.
But I turned my head for 1 second, and then I turned back again, and then I noticed that someone tagged in front of all
Maud?
the signage.
I vaguely remember seeing that on some Nickelodeon related or Nick at Night related station.
I'm not going to repeat the rest of it, but it is right in front of LAPD headquarters.
Facts of Life theme?
Right in front of all these officers, too. They were able to tag.
Is that the one that's like, you take the good, you take the bad, you take the something, then you have the facts of life?
Yes,
the facts of life.
It's still there. We're seeing a lot of hearing and seeing a lot of honking, a lot of people still down here.
Night Court? What's that one like?
Down here, if they're just here, just
Beverly Hillbillies. Oh, hell yeah. MASH. Oh, MASH is good.
I'm not sure. But that fire does seem to be gaining some energy. A block from and there's another firework. I should say too, we did see a coyote that was in here. And he
a literal coyote.
Too. So for the people that
Trump's gonna love. Chat, what do you think? Trump's gonna turn this into? There was a coyote there. There was a coyote. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're bringing illegals into our country and poisoning the blood. The coyote was there. I saw him. They said there was a coyote. Just like Trump says about the asylum thing.
Yeah, Lauren, because you have so many people.
Asylum seekers. Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner.
In some cases, when we were drawing attention earlier to
Married with Children, what's that one like?
Going awry and a driver being incredibly reckless.
E. Arthur.
There were people walking their dogs and going.
Oh, Love and Marriage.
Normal, and that's blending into.
Soros flew in the coyote. Yeah, Trump is going to be talking about that coyote.
Lines and
Get them cops, coyote. That's what the coyote. Be brave, coyote. Be brave, little coyote. Just saw a TikTok live of protesters being corralled in San Francisco. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. This is going to spread. Because of the escalation, this will spread. In general, chat, if you're law enforcement and what you want is law and order, what you want is for protests to settle down, you don't show up looking like the fucking Gestapo. Right? That's how you escalate a protest. If you're the cops and you want to, like, you want the protest, the intensity to die down, then you de-escalate. That's not what we're going. That's not what's going on. Certainly not from the federal police that are in the LA area now.
Lauren, really quickly, left side of your screen.
Is it Frank Sinatra's Love and Marriage? I don't know. Uh-oh.
Somebody is on the ground.
We cannot watch fights. We are not watching fights. This is not World Star Live, chat. Anybody who thinks this is World Star Live, please click off now. We're not.
I can't tell for
We're not doing fights.
Coming back and swinging on them again. They're gonna try to break it up there.
Sorry, like Twitch will shit can me if I show fights. So we're gonna watch the jellyfish. All right, so should we chat? Is this a good time to change now? Because we got a new leader. So chat, how this works is that whatever's ahead, we'll be watching.
He's clearly in.
Right, and we've had the lead change from watch the protest live to protest news and commentary. So that means I'm going to click around to some like MSNBC, some CNN, some Fox News, of course. Because we love Fox News. We love Fox News here. Archie Bunker. Oh, is that the one that's like the Family Guy was an imitation of the Archie Bunker song? I think there will be. I don't think I've ever heard the actual Archie Bunker song. There will be protests in other cities very soon. Yeah, it's going to spread. We need a YouTube. You're right. We need YouTube Shorts with a NCC watermark. Wait, what do you mean?
And reaction, like throwing rocks and scooters and concrete and fireworks, and then bleeding off into these moments here, where it's just so obvious that one is wildly different than the other and doesn't represent what the majority of people are doing. However, with that said,
Chat, I'm gonna look and see if we can find some news. God, somebody put up a 3-hour video of Hassan. We got the Flotilla has been. Should we just watch this really quick?
This is Rima Hassan's team that also sent me
this new
message. Okay, I'm reading it to you. Urgent. Arrest of the Freedom Flotilla crew by Israeli forces. Rima Hassan, Greta Thunberg. Interception of the Freedom Flotilla by Israel. Illegal detention of 12 humanitarian workers and peaceful activists, including French MEP Rima Hassan and Swedish activist Greta Thunberg. We express our strongest outrage following the interception today by Israeli authorities.
We'll get back to the protests right after this.
Intended for the civilian population of Gaza, which had been subjected to a total blockade since March 2nd, 2025. On board the ship were 12 humanitarian workers and peaceful activists engaged in a strictly civilian, non-violent mission. Among them were French members of the European Parliament Rima Hassan and Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg, both widely recognized for their commitment to human rights and international justice.
I'm gonna grab some food too.
Carried outside Israeli territorial waters constitutes a blatant violation of international law, including maritime and humanitarian law. The arrest of the crew members and the confiscation of aid intended for a population of immediate humanitarian distress is unacceptable. We call upon states, the European Union, the United Nations, and the entire international community to strongly condemn this illegal detention, demand the immediate and unconditional release of all crew members, urge Israeli authorities to allow humanitarian aid in Gaza in full compliance with international law. It's the responsibility of all nations committed to human rights to speak out against these flagrant violations of international law by Israel. Solidarity is not a crime. Free the Freedom Flotilla's crew. And then there's a contact number. Why isn't this national news? You mean international news? It's supposed to be. It's just that I think part of it is all of the fascist governments are doing fascism in real time at the same time. They've decided that today is a good time to do it, you know? Today is the time where they were like, this is a fantastic opportunity to do fascism today. Here's Greta Thunberg's pre-recorded message from, I guess, like right before their capture. We're going to take a look right now.
Thunberg, and I am from Sweden. If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces or forces that support Israel. I urge all my friends, family, and comrades to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others as soon as possible.
Oh yeah, they recorded these before.
My name is Greta Thunberg, and I am from Sweden.
Apprehended.
If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces.
I guess they made the video before because she says by
Israel.
International authorities aligned with Israel.
Friends.
She says either kidnapped by the Israeli government or by other international forces. So moments before the Israeli forces abduct the activists.
Please go to a place. من فضلكم خذوا مواقعكم. من فضلكم لا تتحركوا.
ما الذي يطلب هل هذه قوارب إسرائيلية؟ هل لديكم أي معلومات عن هذه القوارب؟
الآن القوارب السريعة وصلت إلى.
They drop chemicals on them.
الأمر مسالم وهذه عملية مسالمة جدا. يطلب منا رفع أيدينا ولهذا مشاهدينا سأتخلى عن الهاتف في هذه اللحظات
They were stopped in international waters. They weren't even in Israeli waters.
They dropped chemicals from drones and made them throw their phones into the water before detaining them. What the
Assume positions. That's not a position at all. Rima cannot be here. Rima needs to take a seat. Assume your position. The position
They started jamming the radio so they could not ask for help. Then drones dropped white chemicals on the ship. After that, they got invaded, kidnapped, and everyone taken to a naval base for interrogations. Oh, UV paint for tracking. Yeah, makes sense. Fantastic. So yeah, they just drop paint probably to track them easier. Yeah, it looks like it's just paint. Oh my God, it's the you don't like Israel accent in real life trying to kill you. Yeah, it probably hits way different when you're
actually
in the presence of Israeli.
No, it's like Trump, chat. Like Trump's funny to laugh at usually.
You know, because like they also have.
You know, he's especially funny when he's just a candidate.
Look at the video.
But once he takes power
this is like one of the
and implements Project 2025, it's a whole nother thing. And you know, when his Gestapo are bearing down on you to deport your family, it's a whole different thing. It's not. You can't really laugh at the fascism anymore. Fascists worldwide are just snatching people, pretty much. It's called piracy. Yeah, it's in international waters too, right?
Has Israel given up trying to justify their actions and gone full comic book villain? What Hosmer even justifies going after them? I don't think you understand. Right now, for Israel, their thing is, oh, well, we kidnapped them because, and we didn't kill them, right? Like that's the argument is going to be, we kidnapped them instead of killing them. What more do you want? I'm pretty sure that they think that this is like good PR. Like last time someone did this, we killed them. This
killed 10 people. Yeah.
Well, first we drone strike the previous boat off the coast of Malta. Okay. And this time it's just, they're going to these guys and say like, oh, these are activist terror. These are terror activists. They are there for terror. They are doing selfie. Yeah, or they're calling it the selfie yacht. All the passengers of the selfie yacht are safe and unharmed. They were provided with sandwiches and water. The show is over. Israel makes a photo op out of offering international hostages food and water after kidnapping them for trying to bring food and water to starving Palestinians in Gaza. The anti-Semitic aid ship.
Where is he?
So the strategy is working. Their public profile is keeping them safe. Yeah, they're disgusting little freaks over there at Israel, as you guys know. So I think they think this is banger. They think this is a banger propaganda photo op. Greta Thunberg is currently on her way to Israel safe and in good spirits. Like, an asshole. Serious question though, especially in mainstream media, is this going to be good PR though for Israel? So many people already randomly hate Greta for climate stuff and being performative. Like, I'm telling you, they're going to say, at least we didn't kill them. What more do you want? Like, that's literally their PR. They're like, we're vicious monsters, but at least this time we didn't kill them. Do they actually believe that people will buy this propaganda? Maybe your grandparents might. Who knows? They might be like, look at how tolerant Israel is. Look at how tolerant and not monstrous Israel is. They could have just as easily killed these guys, you know? They would do the same with Palestinians. It's not a genocide. If it was, we would have killed everyone by now. Yeah, I mean, that has been their point. Oh my God. Liberal Zionists will buy this so quickly. I mean, who cares about what they have to say?
Assume position, please, everyone. My computer, I have dropped the computer.
God damn. See what I mean? I mean, this is... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to go for live. We're supposed to find CNN, MSNBC. Oh, wait. Hassan Abi gets interviewed in the middle of...
I gotta ask you something, man. What's up? So
this counts.
The big narratives that we're gonna see tomorrow is like people saying that everyone's coming here to do just this, and when there's unrest and when there's unjust institutions, stuff like this is gonna happen.
Yeah.
But how would you kind of quell the fears of people who support the cause but see this and start to get second thoughts?
I mean, it's property damage at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Look, we're right here. We're not doing anything, and I don't feel like I'm under threat. I'll tell you when I feel like I'm under threat. When the cops are tear gassing us when we're on the side of the road, even when we're not even on the road, you know? That's like, property damage at the end of the day is only consequential because it hurts humans, right? It hurts people's profit margins and therefore potentially their bottom line and therefore their livelihoods. But a lot of people worry about property damage for the sake of property damage in itself. This isn't to say like this is, you know, all great, but but at the end of the day, it's not like a terrifying situation at all. Seeing it on television obviously feels a lot different than just like being right here. When you're right here, you realize it's nothing to be that fearful. And ultimately, what is far more consequential and far more dangerous is the fact that ICE is unjustifiably kidnapping people, doing dragnets in neighborhoods, lying about how migrants are criminals, and then going after children and women and working families and people that are just at their job sites.
Yeah, I mean,
that's far more important to focus on than a bunch of people, you know, breaking a Waymo. Like, I don't give a shit.
No, seriously, and a majority of the people are here just because they believe in the cause. They're not here to like encourage this type of stuff. But this is always going to happen when there are unjust detainees. And
Parthenon says this shows what a defensive position Israel is in.
There's a social contract, right? We have institutions, we have laws, and we have this belief that if we exist in a society alongside others, that our institutions are going to take care of us. They're going to be just. They're going to be honest. They're going to protect citizens.
Thanks for being here.
Oh, thank you. And when that falls apart, when that social contract falls apart, people are understandably disturbed. People are understandably angry, and they lash out. These kinds of consequences of decentralized property damage is an inevitability, and it's yet another testament to the collapse of this system. It's unfortunate. Nobody wants to. I mean, I guess people pay literally to do this.
Oh, hey,
they go to.
How you doing?
What do you call it? They go to like a rage cage. I guess my point is, this is nothing in comparison to the hundreds of people that got detained and will possibly get shipped off to CCOP without due process, which is now becoming commonplace in this administration. And this is still nothing in comparison.
Right.
To the, oh, that one's on fire too now. Okay.
You want to talk about violence? You want to talk about things that fuck off people's life?
People are here just because they care about.
I feel like disappearing a family member
It's to bring the voice louder.
to a fascist gulag in El Salvador is more damaging than any property that's going to be destroyed in this in the midst of what's going on here.
The pressure valve in liberal democracies is supposed to be the election cycle.
He's talking Chris Hedges, chat. Does anybody recognize that? They recognized him. They recognized him. But when he says the pressure valve, this is from Death of the Liberal Class. Sorry, I could actually pause this because it's a video. Chat, does anybody recognize when Hassan talks about the pressure valve, right? The elections as a pressure valve, that is straight out of Chris Hedges' Death of the Liberal Class, right? He had Chris Hedges on recently. I myself have complicated feelings about Chris Hedges because I feel like some of the organizations that he's been involved in and the people that he's backed in the past, I got some differences of opinion. That being said, I did read at least one of his books, and I have listened to a lot of what Chris Hedges has had to say more around the time of Occupy. I haven't I don't know. I kind of got a bad taste in my mouth when he started getting involved in the movement for the People's Party and stuff like that, right? But Hassan is talking. What he's talking about is liberal. According to Chris Hedges, is not a political ideology. It is a class, right? So you can be liberal, you can be a Democratic voter and still not be part of the liberal class, still not be a real liberal, because liberalism is not a philosophy for the people. Liberalism is a philosophy for the elite. And several tiers of the working class are kind of hooked into it, because it seems like okay, how are we going to fight fascism? How are we going to fight against the extreme right? Well, here's the other party, so go for them. But they're kind of bound to disappoint, even in a situation like the New Deal, even in a situation like FDR. There's some things that those changes weren't made in a durable way, and they were bound to be recuperated with just a few decades later, with the 70s and the stagflation crisis, and actually Jimmy Carter. You expect me to say Ronald Reagan there, but it was actually Jimmy Carter that made that pivot away from the New Deal style politics. But yeah, so he's talking about Chris Hedges probably because he's talked to Chris Hedges recently, and he says that like the elections provide a pressure, like a valve, like a release of pressure. He means that people wouldn't put up with the violence inherent in capitalism if it weren't for the fact that they had these pressure valves. The liberal class is ultimately a pressure valve. When the people get so miserable and they complain and the liberal class hears it, you get some reform, you get some change, you get capitalism with kid gloves, with a little softer touch, right? In order really, from the standpoint of the liberal class to keep everything, to keep the, order in place, to keep a revolution from happening. So, yeah, that's where that's all coming from. Let me get back to this.
Simple. The pressure valve in liberal democracies is supposed to be the election cycle. What's good? And you vote, you go out and you vote for your candidate, and your candidate's supposed to fight for your interests, and you're supposed to feel represented. But when that doesn't happen, people understandably get angry. Where is our government? We're in California, we're in Los Angeles. This is unacceptable. This many people are out here in the streets right now, not because they're mad about, I don't know, it's some dumb, irrelevant bullshit. Like, they're mad because their neighbors are getting kidnapped in what is supposed to be a sanctuary city, what is supposed to be a sanctuary state. And it also hits really weird when you're standing in that crowd and you see some.
So chat, can you understand, given this schema, given the thought of elections as being a pressure valve, the liberal class as being the pressure valve for the working class, right? You could imagine what happens when your pressure valve is no longer Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who gives you a New Deal, who tries to give you a workers' bill of rights.
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. You don't get it. Jimmy Carter ruined politics because he genuinely believed it would improve people's lives. That's the evil part of it. Sweater wearing.
Oh my God. Oh, that peanut farming sweater wearing freak. You're right, Debbie Cliff. He did it for our own good, I guess. But like, yeah, chat, when your liberal politician is no longer Roosevelt, right, who will actually do something in response to socialists and communists nipping on his heels, right? And instead you've got Gavin Newsom, and you've got Ezra Klein, and you've got Chuck Schumer, and you've got Hakeem Jeffries. When that's what you're dealing with as the liberal class, this pressure valve has ossified. This pressure valve no longer works. It's rusted shut, and it can no longer let out the pressure. It can no longer take the edge off of the pain, which is what, it generally does, which is how it functions in order to keep, and ultimately to keep capitalism in place. But yeah, for the working class to provide a little bit of respite from just the carnage that capitalism actually is.
Wearing the latest gear, he's got ceramic plates on. He's got a
Columbia Re super chatted $5. This been weighing on me since we are at a point of no return with climate change. Do you think this has exacerbated the fascist rise in many countries?
If it hasn't already, it will, right? Because the effects of climate change will be moving from the theoretical to the actual, and it won't be interpreted as like, this is what the left was warning, this is what the environmentalists were warning you about, this is what the suit people were warning you about, right? It will not be read as that. It will be read as, we do not have enough resources for our people, and it's because these useless eaters down south are either migrating into our country or they have control of the water rights that we want. Yeah, you will have battles over stuff like water rights, and that will absolutely fuel the fire of fascism. Yeah, no, that's
on in a hand, and he's looking at you like a $10 steak that he wants to eat. And it's like, I paid your salary. It's like, we all pay your salaries. Like, what the f are you doing?
Yeah.
We're getting tear gas. We're getting flashbang. It's bullshit.
Yeah, I'm sure you saw it earlier today, but Trump said, he was asked, where's the line, where's the bar until we start having even more action like Marines.
Yeah, but 3 months ago we were peacefully protesting and then they still came 3 months later.
Trump said today, I'm the one who sets the bar. I'm the one who decides when enough is enough. So,
3 months ago we were all out here peacefully protesting. We even took over the freeway and everything.
Yep.
No one batted an eye. But now that actual trucks are here, people are pissed.
Yeah.
It's a sanctuary city.
100%.
Illegal.
Yeah, we've been interviewing a lot of people's testimonies, so we're going to keep asking people why they're here, but I appreciate the words, man. Of course. Stay safe out here. Yeah. See you, Chad.
God, people are shutting off the road, but it's totally fine when they use the goddamn freeway as a staging ground so they can brutalize people up here. It makes no sense. It's all right when they do it. For a higher purpose.
Bro, this would be so sick if I could get FaZe Clan out here. Imagine Jason Lewin trying to rizz up girls at the rally. Like, what's up? I don't know if you know this. I'm the Deb guy. #1 song in Vietnam in the summer.
As flashbangs are going up.
Yeah. Cliff super chatted $9.99. Andrew Cuomo will save us from fascism.
Oh my God.
Imperium.
Andrew Cuomo.
In the governor mansion for everyone instead of healthcare.
Andrew Cuomo. Well, I mean, he's cooked as far as the New York City mayor race is going happily, but the fact that he's able to enter back into politics so easily, I don't think that's a good sign, chat. That basically says that you can abuse all the people that you want to. You know, you could have a bunch of credible allegations against you, and you know, all you got to do is say, well, that's just wokeness. Why can't we have something like eco-fascist why can't we have something like eco-fascist be a prevalent type of fascism? Wait, what? I almost feel like eco-fascism is it's a little bit of a misnomer. I feel like fascists might be concerned with you know, the ecosystem, but they're gonna tie it to, you know, the blood and soil, right? It's not gonna be for the earth, it's gonna be for our people. It's gonna be for the correct race, you know. Like, right, is like the justification you know, for caring about these things is gonna be very much nationalistic rather than global, I guess, is what I would say. Ecofascism is, yeah, no, it's definitely not. The eco doesn't make it any better. Let's just put it that way. Fascist is in direct contradiction. Well, you know, it's weird. Narwhal by Nature says that fascism is in direct contradiction with nature, right? In some ways, but also fascism appeals to a natural law type of thought pattern, right? The palingenetic ultranationalism imagines a state of being in which all things were good, and just says, if we could just go back to that, if we could just make America great again, I don't know, like, right? It's the calling cards are hard to miss if you know what you're looking for. It's a sad commentary on our society that people just don't seem to care about women and won't hold. Yeah. Well, they it's just like that they, you know, for a hot second, you know, they cared, and then they decided not to. I guess after Johnny Depp, I think Johnny Depp was really where the, you know, high water mark on that movement was. Ecofascism is just a stupid fucking buzzword. Degrowth is good, actually. A social construct that perverts or mimics nature. Yeah, no, they definitely try to incorporate the idea of nature into their, you know, appeal.
Raising girl.
Wait, did I miss? I think I missed something that he said. He was talking about some song in North Vietnam.
Like, what's up? I don't know if you know this. I'm the Deb guy. #1 song in Vietnam in the summer.
As flashbangs are going up.
Yeah, just rizzing girls up. Girl content in the middle of a protest.
Chasing the weed 20v1 in the middle.
Yeah, tear gas, flashbangs, pepper bags. It's like anyone can do it in a sterile environment, but can you do it at a protest?
Cinema.
With riot police. Let that happen on purpose so that people can like film it and then be like,
oh
look at how violent this protest is.
It's like when they set a trash can on fire and then all the photographers are like, oh my God.
That's precisely why I come out here to do this stuff, because that's why I did it at the UCLA campus too, is to be like, this is a overwhelmingly peaceful civil disobedience act, and the minor infractions from people who are just like going crazy.
They also told NBC that the cops told NBC that they were only shooting at people's feet.
That's
not true at all.
Oh, these cops right there.
They're all over. They're all in these buildings, and they were up there, and they're on that roof. I feel like they've just up there at the top. I mean, they're just trying to surround everyone, I think. But
yeah, it's weird.
It sucks, and it's also like LA is such a big city that the way that they're portraying it on the news is like LA in chaos, and it's like, you know, 10 minutes up the road, you don't even know what's happening.
This is just what we were talking about. And I was noticing how the areas that, you know, you would stereotypically tag as being more disordered, more lawless, more dangerous, are not the areas where the cops are. The cops are busy firing tear gas at Hassan and the rest of these people at this, you know, relatively, you know, calm, peaceful part of the action, right? And they're neglecting those other parts of the city that are like inflamed. And you know who's there? The local news is there. The local news is there representing what's going on around this burning dumpster as the entirety of the protest. That's what the protest was. They all got together. They lit a dumpster on fire. That was the protest. Are you with that? Do you support that? No, I didn't think so. That seems dangerous. That seems scary. That's bad, right? That's fucking propaganda.
It's also good to, like I said, it's good to be here because you see how calm things actually are, and the chaos and the fear that I felt has not come from random protesters.
The protesters are completely
it has come from cops.
Yeah.
That is the only time you ever, unless you actually participate in one of these things, chat, it's hard to make that assessment. Because I get it, like when you're watching it, you're like, well, it looks so scary and so crazy. But when you're here, oh, what the fuck, Marines deployed to LA? No shot. Breaking, spectator index. Breaking, 551, spectator index. 500 U.S. Marines are now ready to deploy to Los Angeles. I don't think that's real.
To do what? I mean, we know what to do what.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said that 500 active duty Marines were preparing to deploy to LA from Joshua Tree. What are they going to do?
They're not going to be here for like 4 hours.
But also, what are they going to do? Like, this does not even require this much police presence, to be fair.
The police are just antagonizing and shooting everyone.
Yeah.
And everyone's just like peacefully. There's old people.
Wait.
Many old
Is that Taylor?
people, like elderly people, like old people.
Yeah. That's I didn't recognize her at first.
What's up, man?
Oh my God. You guys need water? You good?
Oh, yes, I would love
Oh, beautiful. Marsh, you good?
I'm okay right now.
Big fan. Really appreciate what you do. You've brought so much incredible change in the world. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you being out here. Have a good one.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Guys, I'm his biggest fucking fan. Oh my god.
There she is, the biggest fan.
Idea. My boyfriend's gonna hate this. Oh,
They
my
know-
God.
oh, no.
My boyfriend's gonna hate me.
Oh no! Hassan's breaking up people's relationships.
Nice to meet you, Jess.
We're here for me today, obviously.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? Okay, thank you.
Chat, if I ever ran into Hasanabi in public, I totally wouldn't freak out and fangirl. You know what I'd do? I'd come over and I'd be like, Nor! Nor, Hassan! Nor! I would give him PTS. I would make him remember that time in Australia.
No wonder there's so many federal agents in my fucking chat, dude. It's like half of the protest is Hassan Abias.
All right, so there we go. I'm gonna try to find some. It's funny. News coverage was way easier to find yesterday. I don't know what's going on. I did save some video. Oh my god! Now I got all Thai recommendations. Wonderful. There's been several interviews of Karen Bass. I'm assuming that she's kind of got a spiel that she's giving, and it's like we only have to like watch one of these maybe. Oh my god, the TYT. The TYT. Okay, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, chat. The one time that I want to find MSNBC, the one time that I want to find CNN, and it's not popping up in anything.
David, what's happening where you are?
Wait, what was that one? Something Trump administration. It's like, oh, I'm on live. I'm like, why is it all lives? And it's like, you're on live. Here we go.
David, what's happening where you are right now, and how are the local lawmakers reacting to the troops we see right behind you?
Yeah, Alex, so I am right outside the federal building in downtown LA, which is just across the street from the Metropolitan Detention Center. This is where this group of about, at this point, the number of troops has grown since I last spoke to you. About 24 National Guard troops with their vehicles have been stationed here all morning. There actually are traces of tear gas in the air. I'm not entirely sure where it's coming from. I don't know if it's residue from the last couple of days, but a number of people here have been kind of coughing and getting affected by it. In the last hour also, Alex, the tension has definitely gone up pretty significantly. There are more protesters here. A number of them are sort of walking right up to the National Guard troops. The troops have, on a couple of occasions now, tried to get people to move back out onto the street. I'm told that there's a march moving here from Boyle Heights, from Mariachi Plaza specifically, which is a sort of iconic, it's an icon of the immigrant community here in Los Angeles. As to your question about lawmakers, Alex, actually just a few minutes before we went to air, spoke with Congresswoman Maxine Waters, who represents a district in South LA where a lot of the activity has been over the last couple of days. She told me that she, just in the last hour, tried to gain access to the Metropolitan.
Chat, I just noticed that there's only 75 votes. There's only 75 votes on the poll. The poll is on youtube.com. I've handed you the remote. This may be the last time that I ever do that. This may be the last time that I ever do that. Only 75 people have voted so far. Make sure that you know that you can vote, and your vote doesn't just affect what we watch at the end of the stream. Your vote can affect what we watch right now. If the percentages change in the poll, and it's a combination of the poll and the donos, right? Then that can like whatever's ahead, I'm gonna watch, right? So right now we're doing protest news and commentary because that's ahead by 9 points. But if somebody super chats $10 for watch the protest live, we're going right back to that. If people start voting for that en masse and it goes up to 71%, we're going right back to that, right? So it's very tenuous, like as far as what we end up watching. The equilibrium of the remote is set in such a way that even just a few votes or a small donation can absolutely perturb it and absolutely change what we're watching. Because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying something new. Throw the remote to chat. Let chat control what's on stream. Please don't make me have regrets about this, right? I just remember Maxine Waters showed up. Wait, what? Don't those protesters aggressive? Is that grammar? I can't figure out what you're saying, Steven Sayers. Ecofascism also uses environmental problems as an excuse to eliminate. You know, the only eco-fascist group I can think of, Charlie Kelly, is Deep Green Resistance. The only, you know, when we talk about eco-fascism, it's kind of like this speculative thing, and the speculation is real because, again, you know, the climate change means diminishing natural resources that are needed to keep people alive, right? When there's, you know, diminishing natural resources, there'll be increased competition. You know, things like, you know, instead of being, you know, keep the immigrants out because they're poisoning our blood or because they are dangerous criminals or whatever, they'll be like, keep the immigrants out because they're drinking our water, right? It becomes way easier to get people up in arms about outsiders in a situation where, you know, climate change is advancing. So, like, I mean, that's the real, but yeah, as far as actual eco-fascist groups, I have not seen, I mean, maybe they're keeping a low profile, but yeah, the only one I could think of is Deep Green Resistance, which didn't really start out with that like that. It was a project of Lear Keith, who I know because she used to be a vegan, and Derek Jensen, I believe, is the other guy. And yeah, Lear Keith is, well, she's an ex-vegan now, and you know, her ex-veganism turned into saying that it was evil actually to be vegan for a number of different reasons. And you know, so she starts put out this, like, you know, all this like anti-vegan propaganda, but the other propaganda that she's really all about is TERF propaganda, because Lear Keith hates trans people. And, you know, there were trans people trying to join the Deep Green Resistance movement back in the day because Lear Keith played such a pivotal role in there. They weren't allowed to grow. There was even an attempt to kind of take the org from her, and it failed, right? So, yeah, you know, the Derek Jensen and Lear Keith have really, you know, gone in a gross right-wing direction, and I would call that group, you know, they you know, Deep Green Resistance, right, has got your eco and, you know, their hatred for trans people and just, you know, I mean, like you can tell the kind of people that make it their life's, you know, business to, you know, like would demonize, you know, somebody like that, you know, eats a plant-based diet, you know, they're also going to demonize a lot of other people too. So that's the only example I can really think of as a present day, manifestation of eco-fascism, but it is definitely something to be on the lookout for. And yeah, at some point, chat, the fascist will overnight flip from not caring about the environment to caring about the environment, but blaming its degradation essentially on brown people, right? They'll flip like a switch, and they'll act like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You thought we didn't, you know, we weren't, you know, we didn't talk about climate change before? Like, what do you mean? No, we've always talked about climate change. They will fucking gaslight you. They will fucking gaslight you, right? Fascism is pretty flexible in its ability to, you know, fit the time and place that it exists, right? You know, that's one reason that it's difficult to recognize fascism sometimes when it doesn't have the same hallmarks as Nazi Germany.
Detention center, but was turned away by people who worked there who did not identify themselves to her. So this is the second time in 2 days, Alex, that sitting members of U.S. Congress have been turned away from this detention center, which they have a legal right to visit for oversight purposes. Now, I asked her about her feeling about everything that's happening, the fact that the troops are here. Take a listen to a little bit of what she told me.
I think now I'm going to go out into the community to see if ICE is doing what it did last night. Okay. They issued tear gas out.
Oh, that's just why people were talking about Maxine Waters.
In these communities, I'm worried about they possibly can do or what will happen. So I'm going to be around. I may try to come back. I'm going to try and call more elected officials to come out here because of these guards with these guns. I'm really frightened about the guns. I think one of these young kids might get excited, might get frightened, and might use those guns.
Yeah.
Why would they bring guns here?
Alex, I did get a statement back from the Department of Homeland Security from Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin about why...
Chat, is it true that mosquitoes like to bite people that are sweaty? Is it true that mosquitoes like bite people with sweaty skin? Like, or they get attracted to sweat or something like that? Because I'm just getting... I'm in my own house here, and I made the mistake of, when it was raining, opening up the windows to try to get some free air conditioning. And I got some free mosquitoes, and I don't know, like, I don't see them, but I am getting bitten, and it is really, they like to bite sweaty people. Okay, I'm gonna turn on, I'm trying to save money, Chad. I spent about $90 this month. In fact, I got to go to 7-Eleven to pay that electricity bill, because that's where you pay the electricity bill here in Thailand, at a 7-Eleven, of course. But, you know, like, I spent like $90 on electricity last month, because I just wasn't judicious enough, I guess, you know. They have a great sense of smell. Mosquitoes track your CO2 released from your sweat. Also attracted to dark colors. Well, luckily I'm not wearing those today, but did Newsom ask for the guard? No. Newsom did not ask for the guard to be deployed. And he even said that he thought that this was an escalation. He's allowed to get them to do police actions. Yeah. So if the guard's under Newsom, right, which is how the guard's supposed to be, they can do police actions. All right. The 20,000, I think, was it? No, sorry, 2,000 of the National Guard, the California National Guard, have been federalized, meaning that they are now under the control of the Trump administration. Now, the good part about this is that for now, that means that the police, the National Guard cannot, at least to my understanding, cannot participate in police actions. But it just takes one tweak, and that tweak is the Insurrection Act to, you know, to be able to, and this is what Donald Trump wanted to do during the 2020 protests, right? He wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act and have an order soldiers to start shooting protesters in the leg. You have a 7-Eleven. I'm in NC, and you don't have a 7-Eleven in North Carolina. I guess it's not. Yeah, that universal is funny. My friend, he's back at home, he went back to the United States because his dad got sick, and he wanted to take care of his dad, and his cat got sick, and I don't know. Maybe he got tired of Thailand. I don't know, chat, but I was, you know, we have this project where we're going to try to do some videos on Thailand, on how to move here, how to travel here. If you want to leave the country, which a lot of people apparently do right now, you know, kind of try to make a YouTube channel around that. One of the projects we had was 7-Eleven in the United States versus 7-Eleven in Thailand. And I'm here in Thailand. I can film content at my 7-Eleven. He's in the U.S. He could theoretically film content in the U.S., but I guess he's in the part of the country that just, like, he said he said that the closest 7-Eleven was like 50 miles away from him. So yeah, they're not exactly universal. My mom pays her utility bills at the post office. I think you can do it at the 7-Eleven too. Nice. Wait, no Wawa either, just Sheets? Wait, what? Oh, it's at a shop? When you said Wawa, I was thinking there's like a kind of noodles. There's a kind of ramen noodle here. But I think it's the vegan or I think it's like Mama, but Mama noodles, but I think they might be vegan or something. Just incidentally. I wish I was based as LA people, says Iraq. That's wild. Here in California, they're pretty much everywhere. Yeah, no, I know. That's where I was from. They were everywhere too. Irene is not angry. Wait, what? Charlie Kelly, are you behind in the stream? Was I angry earlier or something, or disappointed? If you have a fan, put a bowl of ice with a wet towel on top of it, or in front of an open window with a breeze. It will cool you down a lot quicker than circulating warm air. Okay, put a bowl of ice with a wet towel on over the top of it. Okay, wait. I got it. That sounds like a cool contraption. But I got to figure out. Yeah, my ice maker is a little bit slow. Unfortunately, I don't have a automatic ice maker that just makes it by machine. I gotta pour water in it every time, and then the really annoying thing is that it's on this little spring thing where you turn the ice trays over with a little dial, and the ice is supposed to fall out, but the ice gets stuck to the plastic, as you can imagine the ice does, right? And so you gotta use the spring. It's got a spring action, so where it'll flip back. You gotta flip it over and go let it flip back and let it flip back and kind of bang the ice tray in there over and over again until you finally get all of the ice out. So for me, making ice, I cannot make large amounts of ice. I can only make small amounts of ice at a time. You need some bug screens. Yo, Magenta Dinosaur, that I think you're right. When you say bug screens, do you mean for the windows and doorways and stuff?
Congressmen were...
My ice machine is called a fridge freezer. Yeah, mine is, I don't know, somehow worse than that.
Turned away from this detention center yesterday. She told me that at the time the lawmakers tried to enter the federal building, more than 1,000 rioters had surrounded the building, and due to the rioting, the lawmakers...
Anything that comes from your fridge or ice maker increases the heat in your room. It's basically a space heater, really?
...were turned away in the interest of their safety and the safety of our law enforcement. Of course, that was yesterday when Representative Waters tried to enter the detention facility today. There was no, this was the protest that you could see. It was actually not really particularly close to the detention center. I'll have to reach back out to them for comment about that turning away of an additional member of Congress in this instance. And as I mentioned to you last time, this also is happening as attorneys are also telling me that they've been turned away from this and other ICE detention centers where the people who have been arrested are being held. Alex, we're going to be here all day. Just based on how much the tensions have risen in the last hour since I spoke to you, I think that likely they are going to continue to rise during the course of the day as more and more people gather here in downtown LA to protest the presence not only of ICE and other federal agencies conducting immigration enforcement, but now...
Your PC will also make a great heater. Are you being sarcastic? You know that I don't want to... I mean, I am vaguely aware that, yeah, PCs produce heat and then blow it out with a fan. So, I mean, chat does know that, I am never going to need a heater. The coldest it ever gets here, might be 56. On an extra cold winter, it might get to 56, right? Fridges working by... I think you're being whatever, I'm pretty sure you were that was the joke was that yeah, your PC is a great heater too. Swamp coolers don't work in high humidity. What's described with ice water air circulations. As you're adding cool water vapor to the air, which doesn't work when the air is already humid. Fan blows air over ice bowl and makes the air colder when it gets to you. Yeah, I just my whole issue is getting enough ice to do that with, right? That's a lot of ice. And for me, chat, the main thing that I use my ice for is to make a cool drink, because that cools me off pretty quickly. As a child, I used to lay in front of the fridge. Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, I used to do that too. You usually get reasonably cheap mesh ones, magnetic closures. Wait, are you talking about a mosquito net, or are you talking about a screen door? I feel like I could really use a screen door. That would be awesome. But I don't think, yeah, in fact, I'm a little bit pissed that I didn't check out the other apartment that I was looking at, chat. It didn't even have a balcony, right? This one has a balcony, which I think is good. It had one of those windows that's recessed, and you can sit by it. So potentially on a relatively cool day, you could like open the windows and like you know, if it's a little bit less hot than 90 degrees, which is what it is right now. They got some magnetic screen door things that are DIY install. Well, if you can find me anything on Lazada, chat. Oh my God. The thing about Lazada though is that it doesn't work without a Thai phone number. I just found this out, right? Thailand's got its own Amazon. It's called Lazada. And it's pretty good as long as you make sure that everything that you're ordering is from Thailand, right? Because if it's not from Thailand, it's going to be really expensive. I looked at some, what are they called? Teleprompters, right? I really want to get a teleprompter because I feel like it would make it like I kind of need a teleprompter to make prepared content, to do videos and stuff like that. If you noticed, I'm very good at reading things out. However, when you read things out that are written on your computer screen, you're looking in the wrong direction. When you read something out that's written on a piece of paper, you're looking in the wrong direction. The only way to be looking in the right direction is to have it on a teleprompter. And unfortunately, I don't have one yet. In fact, I've got one on Throne, but I got to take that one off because that is going to cost more. Like the only way I'm going to get a teleprompter is to get one that's made in Thailand because it is so much cheaper and it gets here, chat. If you're gonna order anything that's even from China, right? China's not that far. China is like, look, Thailand, Laos, Yunnan, China, right? It's like one country away. It shouldn't be that hard. You'd think there'd be trucks coming down into Thailand from China every day, but no, apparently it's got to be a boat ride into the Bangkok harbor to get something in. So anyway, it takes 2 weeks and it's super expensive. If it's from out of the country. First result from Bangkok. Wait, what are you looking at? Signrise? Yeah. So how do you spell that? How do you spell teleprompter? Oh, Lazada, Lazada. I used to wear a fedora with garden netting around the bridal veil. Could do that. Wait, a fedora with a garden. Wait, does the netting go all the way like over you? Does it cover your entire body? Or does it just keep it off your face, maybe? But either way, chat, I feel like a mosquito net would be great. A screen door, if you said magnetic, would be great. Anything, especially, I just need to be able to utilize like the, when it is cooler outside, I need to be able to open the doors and let that in instead of using, but then again, it is the, I'm curious, how do you spell teleprompter? Well, you're spelling it correctly. You got it. That's how you spell it. I'm pretty sure.
Now, also in a historical
you're like, now I'm curious. What's the number for 911?
Event that hasn't happened in many decades. The presence also of national.
Like, you got it. There it is. I should become a beekeeper to control the darkness within me. Become a beekeeper, Sora. Oh my God. Sorry, chat. That's a weird Kingdom Hearts in a nutshell reference there. He looked like an Italian ghost in his lounge chair, in his bridal veil fedora mosquito outfit. Oh, wait, I think I kind of like a beekeeper. Yeah, it looks like a beekeeper, right? Is that what you're talking about? It looks like a beekeeper kind of. Their outfits could probably keep mosquitoes at bay. I think you're right. Yeah. Hold up cue cards as an analog teleprompter and figure out how to get me shipped there. That would help. Yeah. Actually, chat. Okay, so here I will say one thing. All right, I'm not doing the Thailand channel yet. All right, and take this advice with a grain of salt because I never want to give you, advice that causes you to do something that is, ends up being a net negative. All right, but what I will say to you is that those of you who are not leaving the country and your reason is because of cost, understand that there are places like Thailand, and Thailand is not the most inexpensive place, right? There are a ton of places that are good places to live. You might have heard some weird things about them. You might have weird preconceptions of these places because they're in the global south, right? But they're totally fine places to live, and you will spend less money I right now probably could not afford to live in the United States. If I had stayed in the United States, I would have been homeless, right? So don't let cost necessarily, I mean, obviously there's like startup costs to it. Obviously there's like initial costs, right? Like for instance, when I moved here and I moved into an apartment, I had to pay 3 times the rent as a deposit. It's a little bit bigger deposit than I'm used to, but there's also like no credit check or income verification. So, you know, there's a positive side to that as well. And right. So, you know, there's stuff like that that goes on. And obviously for my visa, there's going to be some startup costs of trying to pay for the Thai language school. If you want to help me out with that, that is right down there on throne.com/nocommentchick. I'm still about 350 short of doing that, but looking to do that in the near future. But yeah, don't let cost be like the reason that you stay in a country as it turns into as it becomes more and more fascist, right? Don't let cost be the reason, because there are definitely places that you can move to that are far cheaper than the United States, where you know, essentially, you know, it's not can you afford to move to X place, it's more as much as can you afford to not move to X place. Has Irene mentioned the new Jubilee sellout? What is that Scout has taken?
Guard troops who are here without the authorization of the governor of California.
I was talking about your disappointment in the poll numbers. Oh yeah, that's right.
California, Alex.
Well,
maybe you are behind though.
Listen, David, if they're coming in from Boyle Heights there, which is east of where you are by just about 3 miles, if you were going to go on the 101 freeway, they will be there soon. It is not far. Certainly, they're not going to be going along the freeway, but they will be making their way soon to you. Keep a very close watch. Let us know if we need to come back to you. Thank you so much, David. Let's go now to NBC's Gabe Gutierrez with new reaction from the White House today. So, Gabe, why did the Trump administration circumvent the California governor to send in the...
I hate MSNBC, by the way. Have I said that enough? I fucking hate them.
National Guard.
Well, certainly, Alex, this is something that
they're like dripping with liberalism. They're like dripping with
President Trump has railed against for quite some time, this idea that Democrat-led cities, in the administration's view, don't pay enough attention to law and order. And the images you're seeing right now of National Guard troops on the ground in a major American city is what the White House wants to see. And they want that message to get across that they are taking this immigration crackdown seriously.
They create the image that they need to justify their narrative. This is what Trump has been doing, and the Democrats, including Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, still do not have an answer to that. They are getting fucking dog walked on this, and it's pissing me off that he's able to create out of whole cloth an image of a dangerous, you know, escape from LA version of LA that doesn't fucking exist. And then by virtue of that, he's able to turn it into that. There are fires in the intersections now, right? Because they Trump administration provoked this in the first place, right? Sent in militarized Gestapo into LA to take out people's, uncles and aunts and fathers and mothers, grandparents, grandmom, right? They came and people, got mad about it and protested. And then they used that as an excuse to bring in more militarized cops to, double down and to escalate, to do the exact opposite of what any city that wanted law and order would do, right? If you want protests to go away, you have to let people blow off the steam through protesting. And if there's not like a giant police overreaction, it will tend to dissipate, right? It's just like what Hassan was talking about, the pressure valve, right? What the Death of the Liberal Class by Chris Hayes is essentially his source material for that, which I think is still a good read, despite my misgivings about Chris Hayes. Sorry, did I say Chris Hayes? Chris Hedges.
Now, we also heard from administration officials throughout the day, including Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who was interviewed this morning. Here was her
I hate Kristi Noem.
Justification for why the
fascist Barbie
president deployed those troops. Listen.
at the direction of the president in order to keep peace and allow people to be able to protest, but also to keep law and order. That is incredibly important to the president. Governor Newsom has proven that he makes bad decisions. The president knows that he makes bad decisions, and that's why the president chose the safety of this community over waiting for Governor Newsom to get some sanity. And that's one of the reasons why these National Guard soldiers are being federalized, so they can use their special skill set.
Is it wrong if I, like, part of me wants her lips to explode and squirt filler all over the camera?
To keep peace.
And Alex, I'm also just learning from my colleague Kelly O'Donnell, who says that a White House official told her that the president actually spoke to Gavin Newsom on Friday and said that he needed to get the police in gear because things were getting under control. So that is
out of control.
That the president spoke directly to Gavin Newsom again on Friday at these protests were getting underway. But this also should come as no surprise because the president has railed against not just Gavin Newsom, but also officials in Democrat-led cities really since the start of this administration.
It's a show to undercut the California government. Yes, very much so. And like the end game of this scares me, chat. The end game of this looks like civil war, right? And in fact, a provocation to force states to put them in a corner where their only option is to secede, is to rebel, to save themselves, and then to be like, oh, there we go, you're secessionists, you're rebels, now we can do whatever we want to you.
Even going back to his first term, and he has also tried to make it a point that, and his borders are Tom Homan has as well, that if these local officials stand in the way of immigration enforcement, that they will then be prosecuted. Now, Tom Homan, in his interview with my colleague Jacob Sovroff, did make it clear that Governor Newsom and the Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass had not crossed that line just yet, but he did make it clear that if they did, that they would be prosecuted. But you see those live images right there of National Guard troops on the ground in Los Angeles, waiting to see if there is any more escalation of those protests throughout this afternoon. We'll certainly be watching, and the administration is watching too. Again, though, the president had already spoken with Governor Gavin Newsom, and he deployed those troops, even despite Newsom's opposition, Alex.
Opposition because Newsom said that we've got it under control and we can handle it. But there you have it. Okay, thank you for that, Gabe.
Let's check out some CNN. Now, again, chat, we're on protest news and commentary, right? So I'm going to be watching videos from MSNBC,
tell us
from CNN, just commentary from Kyle Kulinski if he's got any videos out. I guess he wouldn't. It's the weekend. From Hasanabi, right? We're going to be watching stuff like that. So, right, news and commentary is what we're on right now, but we're only on there by 9 points. If you look up there, right, the bonus gold for today is not what are we going to watch at the end of all this. It's what we're going to watch right now. And what we are watching is what is ahead at the time. What makes it ahead or behind is a combination of the poll that's available for you right now to vote on youtube.com. And it's a good day to vote on it because not that many people have voted, right? So your vote will count for more than it normally would right now if you make your voice heard by voting on No Comment Check on YouTube. And it's a combination of that with the donations, right? When you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is. And if that changes the overall lead, right? So right now, protest news and commentary is ahead by 9 points. Watch the protest live is, second place at 66. Palate cleanser down at 16, and watch the previous night's protest at only 8%, right? If it changes, if the lead changes, I will change the content. So this is me throwing you the remote and telling you to watch whatever you want, or rather to use the remote to make me watch whatever you want. So don't make me sad that I gave you the remote. Use the remote well. Use the remote well. Use it to watch what you want to, and understand that you can, You can change what we're watching by voting and when you donate. All you have to do is let me know which of these topics, watch the protest live, watch the previous night's protest news and commentary, or palate cleanser Thailand, which topic, which subject you want me to be watching right now. And, if it changes the lead, I will change immediately. So the power is in your hands, chat. Use it well.
What's happening in the protest there? And one key question I have actually is local law enforcement
Ooh, how much is this Trump trying to shift the news cycle off his feud with Elon? I don't know, chat. How damaging do you think that was? I feel like Elon came out of that the worst, right? I thought that was Jake Tapper. Oh my God, didn't Jake Tapper do something ridiculous recently? I haven't delved into the Jake Tapper controversy. Something with his son. Jake Tapper bot is a popular model with the rich. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah. He should keep up the feud with Elon because this is extra nonsense. Look, I don't think the feud with Elon is bad. I think it's worked out pretty well for Trump. The only thing that's dangerous is that Elon has broadcast the Trump Epstein thing to an audience that may not have really seen it or may not have taken it seriously before. Right. That's the only, and that and I don't know, whatever Elon could do, in terms of leveraging his companies, his fortune, etc.
Trouble policing this situation.
Well, since you asked about local law enforcement, let's start with LAPD. I'm standing outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. There was a protest out here, but I'm going to quote LAPD. In their news release, they said last night, yes, there was some spray painting, but what they did was this incident wrapped without incident. So what happened here was, again, without incident. The LAPD is describing it that way. There was an unlawful assembly, and in protest, that does happen. But as far as what the LAPD said, that they are viewing this as something that was manageable and something that they could handle and that they are ready.
Yeah, hey, Signrise, just so you know, and anybody in Twitch or YouTube chat, we got links blocked because of that there's fuckery that can happen when you allow links. But just maybe tell me what you're seeing, because like when you type a link, it just looks like star to everybody else
to respond to. But I want to show you what the National Guard response is. Again, outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. I was talking about the spray painting. You can see some of this. This entire block appears to be tagged. But take a look at these officers. These are soldiers, rather. You can see there's about maybe 25 of them standing here in quite a display of a show of force. And each of these soldiers, if Mike, you can zoom in a little bit, they're each carrying a long stick and a rifle. Each one of them is carrying a rifle. It appears to be a lethal rifle. We don't know what the status of those weapons are, but they certainly are here with their uniforms on and an incredible show of force. Armored vehicles also positioned outside.
Media is just made to glaze up the military, isn't it?
Of the Metropolitan.
I mean, and law enforcement and force in general, right? The force, the monopoly on violence that the state holds. The media just loves to like, oh, what a show of force. Oh, this is so impressive. Oh, our brave troops. Chat, if these people turn those guns on their fellow citizen, that's a traitor. I'm sorry. But if you follow illegal orders, understand that eventually a tribunal will catch up with you. That goes for ICE. That goes for the soldiers. That goes for everyone, right? Long term, you're not going to escape justice. You don't have to follow an illegal order. And if you do, just following orders will not be an excuse, right? That doesn't mean that people that are not the architects of fascism in America will be treated to a Nuremberg style, we're not bringing in James C. Woods here to shorten the ropes down. In other words, chat, for people that are just kind of following orders, right? Or middle, what do they call them in Nazi Germany? Middle runners or something like that, but you're gonna have consequences for this, right? You cannot you know, the military firing on American civilians is a sign of the abject illegitimacy of whatever government is ordering them to do that, and the illegitimacy of those that are following the orders, right? Oh my God, I hate how the military glazes these people up. They called them Schutzstaffel. What does that mean? I thought there was something Mittelrennen or something.
Detention center. So what is happening here today? I'm going to have you sweep across this way and just take a look over here. We have a very small handful of people. When I first got here, there was more press than members of the public. There are a couple women who are shouting at the soldiers. There has not been any confrontation.
I'm sorry, but that tag of "fuck America, ka," it sounds a little bit more like some of this graffiti, like I don't know, like it's hard to know. Like some of it looks like. Do you remember that graffiti that said "Blacks rule"? Like there was some racist dude, and he said that he got attacked or his like driveway got spray painted by hooligans. And it was spray painted. The words that were spray painted was like "Blacks rule." I think that was where was that where "Left is Best" came from? Somebody had like spray painted "Left is Best." But the funny thing about it was obviously a person not on the side that they were pretending to be on, right? And like something like this where it's like America, it looks more like a parody of left-wing agitation than left. I mean, that's not to say that somebody's not gonna, that 100%, is somebody agitating to, assist Trump's narrative and assist the other side. It just kind of looks like it's a very Fed posty.
There are a couple women who are shouting at the soldiers. There has not been any confrontation. You can still smell from last night a little bit of the pepper spray that was used, some of the anti-riot measures that were deployed last night. But this...
I'm just calling them SS because the NG National Guard are behaving like that. Yeah, true. I just mean that like the America, it's like it's kind of an old meme at this point, right? It's something that you might have seen at a Iraq war protest. Right, and legitimately at an Iraq war protest, it just seems like something that like a right winger, if a right winger was trying to be like, okay, left wing graffiti, what do we do? Oh, how about America sucks? Yeah, that's what a left winger would say. I don't know. I can't tell. Like I said, I can't tell for sure. I'm not saying this with any certainty, but I am on the lookout for that kind of agitator. Right, and remember we said. There's different types of agitation that are done. Some of it, at least, with the right perspective on the right side, if maybe, not the best tactics. And then you've got the false flag kind of agitation, the agent provocateur kind of agitation, where it is straight up to help the other side and to blend in with to blend in with the protesters.
Appears to be very...
Yeah, I wasn't commenting on anything anyone said in chat. I was just talking about the graffiti.
Very, very peaceful as of right now. But what I can tell you just from what I'm seeing here, Jim, an incredible show of force.
Oh, what an incredible show of force. I'm getting so hard.
Here in the streets of Los Angeles. I went by City Hall. We zoomed through downtown, and so far everything here is peaceful. Jim?
Kyung, thanks so much for that update. Good to have you there on the ground. Please keep yourself and the team safe. I want to go to Betsy Klein now. Now, Betsy, of course, this administration typically has quite a deferential approach to law enforcement. As Kyung was just saying there, LAPD says they have the situation under control, though now you have those uniformed National Guardsmen there. How is the administration responding to this, and how are they justifying this deployment?
Well, Jim, there has been so much pressure on the Trump administration to ramp up its deportation efforts. President Trump campaigned on that, and in the first months of his presidency, of his second term, he has fallen far short of his stated goals. So we have been seeing...
Okay, now this is kind of big. I might even show you a little segment from Pod Save America, of all things, talking about the goals of not just Trump, but Stephen Miller in particular, about the quotas that they have set for deportation. They have a goal of kicking 1 million people out of the country, which, you remember when Trump was running on this, I said that is impossible without something on the line of like concentration camps, without a full fascist takeover. That is impossible, right? That is not, kicking 1 million people out is not going to happen. The sad thing, I shouldn't say it's a sad thing, but right. The thing about the Trump deportation regime is not only is it behind on its targets, right? Which Stephen Miller now wants to kick out he has a quota of like 3,000 people per day. I think, was it per week? I think it was per day, right? 3,000 people per day, deported. And they're nowhere close to that. Stephen Miller is complaining, is yelling at the people, is essentially yelling at ICE for not doing, but the thing about it is, if you want to go after people with like criminal records that are in the country without documentation, there's a limited number of those. There really aren't that many. And it makes sense, chat, because if you're in another country trying to, earn some money for yourself, maybe trying to send some money back to home and stuff like that, the last thing you're going to do is break the law. Just like here in Thailand. Even if I was predisposed to, law-breaking behavior, I might be less likely to do that because I know that that's the type of thing that would, get me in trouble with immigrations. And if I want to stay in Thailand, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying anyway, I'm a bad example, right? But because I don't have those intentions. But I just mean that this is, undocumented people or people without citizenship are less likely, not more likely, to commit crimes. And so there's a limited number of those quote unquote bad apples that Trump can kick out. So they're trying to go for more people. They're trying to do a dragnet. They're trying to, they just expand and they expand and they expand. Anybody that protested for Palestine, okay, we're going to grab those people up, even if they, in some cases have green cards, right? We're going to grab them up. And so this is what's going on with this kind of expanded reach. And it does seem that both in terms of the actions that provoked the protests in the first place, which were, sending in stormtroopers essentially to snatch people from Home Depots, to snatch people from their jobs at warehouses and stuff, et cetera, as well as that being an attempt by the Trump administration to snatch up more people and deport more people. It's also a provocation to, create protests and then keep on escalating until the protests become really widespread, really severe, and in places, the destruction of property and the sense of menace is elevated, and then that allows Trump to do something like to invoke the Insurrection Act, right? Which maybe would let him, straight up, the more they try to expedite the deportation process, the more this country is going to look like Nazi Germany.
Increased deportation efforts from ICE, a major crackdown in recent weeks, all of this leading up to the protests that we have been seeing in the Los Angeles area. Now, President Trump making that decision Saturday night to deploy 2,000 members of the National Guard. Members because in his view, and the White House and other top Republican officials, Californian officials, including the governor, Gavin Newsom, were not doing enough to tamp down that violence. But this, of course, is such an intrinsically political move. A president hasn't unilaterally called in the National Guard since the civil rights movement in the 1960s. And California Governor Gavin Newsom has said that the move would only exacerbate tensions on the ground. Of course, all of this comes as the Trump administration is weighing massive cuts that could happen in the coming days to federal grants for the state of California. But Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says that all of this is a matter of security. Take a look.
These 2,000 National Guard soldiers that are being engaged today are ones that are specifically trained for this type of crowd situation. National Guard soldiers are there to provide security for operations and to make sure that we have peaceful protests. So that's what they're...
The National Guard are there to augment the police when the police are unable to handle a situation of civic disorder. And that's not the situation that we're in. So since they're not serving that purpose, one must ask, what purpose are they serving? And I maintain that all of this escalation, all of these Gestapo tactics are for the purpose of escalating the situation, to give Trump the visuals that he needs in order to turn this country into more of a fascist hellhole than he's already turned it into.
Work is, and I won't get more specific on that just because we never do when it comes to law enforcement operations.
Now, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that active duty Marines stationed at Camp Pendleton are on, quote, high alert to support as needed. And as for how long this might go on, the presidential memorandum signed last night by President Trump states that National Guard service will last at least 60 days and is up to the discretion of the Defense Secretary. I also want to read you a post to social media from FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. He says, quote, we are not stopping or slowing down. We are not intimidated or apprehensive. Illegal immigration operations will continue, and anyone...
The reason that he's saying that is that there's video of ICE looking intimidated and apprehensive, right? They've blinked. Whatever Dan Bongino wants to say, the federal government has blinked, right? They bit off more than they can chew. They were not ready for this. The federal, officers that they sent in were just grossly unprepared, and even ICE. Yeah, you were seeing some really scared looks on the faces of some of these people, right? Illegal immigration operations will continue, and anyone using violence to instruct yada yada. So this is cope. This is essentially cope.
Using violence to obstruct or impede these operations will be investigated and prosecuted. Of course, all of this as President Trump and top officials, including Hegseth and Vice President J.D. Vance, are set to huddle this evening at Camp David. Jim.
Our thanks to Betsy Klein, Kyung La. CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller joins me now for his perspective. Of course, John served a long time in the NYPD. John, just first, if I could draw on your long experience here. Of course, that's just a snapshot. What we saw there with Kyung, the size of the protests and those soldiers there seems to be quite a calm situation. But based on what you saw over the last 24 to 48 hours, was that a situation out of the control of local law enforcement, which we should note, the LAPD has its own riot control units and units trained for riot control. Did the instability there justify or require additional resources from where you're sitting?
I wouldn't say so. And I also served 3 years in the LAPD as the head of the Criminal Intelligence and Counterterrorism Bureau, and worked with the LAPD through many large demonstrations at the beginning of
Crotchy says the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, aka ICE, are kind of scared. Yeah, and that is in a lot of cases who they're drawing from. Now, both in terms of the type of person that is pulled towards a job in law enforcement in general, and especially this kind of law enforcement, is going to be, the same, cut from the same cloth as the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. but also in the fact that they are deputizing people to assist them. In other words, people that aren't vetted, people that aren't trained, people that don't have any, people that aren't law enforcement. They are drafting brown shirts to assist them. This is
Iraqi war and other things. LAPD, by most estimates, had this under control last night, but what we're seeing is a couple of things. Let's break it down because it can get confusing. Number one, LAPD's response on Friday night.
Does the National Guard train with the IOF? Foreign Wolf, not that I've heard of, but I think that the cops do. I think that the United States, many United States police departments do train with the IDF.
Demonstrators converged on the federal building when federal officers were firing pepper balls and gas agents at them. The federal government said it took them hours to get there. LAPD says not true. We were there within 51 minutes, which is the amount of time it takes, according to the LAPD manual, which I'm pretty familiar with, unless it's changed, 45 minutes to organize a mobile field force drawn from patrol units from across the city to get assembled, get to the location, and take control from another agency. They were there within 51 minutes. They said they were hampered by traffic and then getting through the crowds with their vehicles. And then when they got out, they were in a gas environment where they didn't have the proper equipment or gas masks and had to call Metro in to stabilize that. But since that time, they have been operating in their normal disorder.
National Guard units are trained by are trained by
control, operations, procedures. So why is the National Guard there? So you've got three things. Number one, they are there, according to the people I've spoken to, both in local and federal side, for force protection. When ICE agents go out on massive operations or big operations, they are there to form that perimeter and make sure that those ICE agents aren't interfered with by some crowd that gathers.
So now this is the rub, right? This is the rub. They are not supposed to work with, and this is by law, this is how California works, they're not supposed to work with ICE, right? ICE has drafted federal law enforcement, FBI, and organizations like that in order to assist them with their mission here, their dubious mission. The LAPD and any California or LA or county, type law enforcement is not supposed to be involved with that, right? In fact, last night maybe the night before last night, when the feds wanted to stage something in the parking lot, I believe, of the California Highway Patrol, the patrol asked them, "Is this about immigration?" And they lied and said it wasn't. And so they let them in, but they're not supposed to help them out. They're not supposed to work together with them. Now, in this case, you've got federal law enforcement coming in and escalating the situation. So the escalation in the situation, the civic disorder, that is the LAPD's job. So they come in and try to manage the crowds and stuff like that, right? But to anyone looking at that looks a lot like the LAPD cooperating with the feds. So this is kind of the feds, they're kind of rat fucking as bad as the LAPD is, and I can't emphasize that enough, right? The history of racism in the LAPD, the way in which the LAPD in many ways functions as a de facto, occupational force in Los Angeles, right? The LAPD is getting kind of slimed with collaboration with ICE by virtue of the fact that ICE creates a situation that they have to deal with. Them dealing with that situation looks like them assisting ICE, and indeed, sometimes they're, run cover for ICE, right? That literally is them, collaborating on a certain respect. So yeah, they've kind of got You got your ice in my peanut butter? You got your peanut butter in my ice? Wait, what is the peanut butter? What local LA officers are telling you that the National Guard is serving a duty?
The LAPD will not participate in civil immigration matters. When they call for help, though, and say, we need police assistance here, the LAPD will respond to that. And third, when it comes to any kind of protest or disorder, the LAPD should be first in line there, not the National Guard.
One just very basic question. You heard Kristi Noem say that this National Guard unit is trained in crowd control. What degree of training would they have as compared to LAPD's own trained units? And would those weapons that Kyung-la saw that would they have live ammunition in them?
They appear to have live ammunition in them. The magazines are in place. And, if you look at that third soldier from the left, in his magazines, you can see the shell casings from what appear to be live rounds. The training they would have, Jim, would be similar to law enforcement disorder control in terms of formation, about how to push back a crowd, and so on. But what they don't have, where they do have the training, what they don't have is they don't have the experience. Right. National Guard troops don't have regular experience the way American police does, especially in the last few years, of dealing with mass protests. And, that's where you run into things that are making officials on the ground there uncomfortable, which is...
Wait, LAPD does not have jurisdiction in Paramount where protests intensify? Wait, is that true? That's like in the middle of the...
We're a country.
I know there's areas, of the greater metropolitan LA that are not... they're not within the jurisdiction. I just didn't know Paramount was one of those areas.
That lived through Kent State in 1970, where National Guard troops opened fire on a college campus. What happens in this situation when they're on the front line? Somebody throws something from the back of the crowd, it hits somebody and they go down. So law enforcement is concerned that they have adequate resources in terms.
I mean, Chet, think about January 6th, right? The January 6th protests were deadly in a lot of cases for law enforcement. Right? There's a scene of a police officer, a Capitol police officer, being crushed in a doorway by J6 rioters, and yet only one person was shot. Why was that? Was that because the cops weren't in danger? No, they were absolutely in danger. Not just the cops, the fucking, Congress was in danger, right? But they, probably the, orders from above were considering what the implications of firing on a crowd, even a violent crowd of foaming at the mouth chuds, was going to have on the country, right? They did not want to escalate. They did not want to do something that might have prompted other, for chuds in every state to run up on the state houses, right? They wanted to de-escalate. And so they were very judicious in their use of force, despite the amount of very real danger that was going on there. It's same thing in general in terms of law enforcement. The Kent State incident is on people's minds.
Of law enforcement there, and that this is not necessarily necessary.
Yeah, and listen, the history.
Infallible fell. I'm trying to learn to edit. My brain is scrambled right now. What software?
Shows just how seldom this has happened, particularly how seldom it's happened over the objections or without the explicit request of state or city officials.
Paramount is under LA sheriffs. It's weird. It's just like, I guess the placement of that's what's confusing.
You have to go all the way back, as Kyung-la noted, to the civil rights protests.
Oh, you got my chocolate in your peanut butter is the Reese's commercial from the 70s?
The mid-1960s. John Miller, I know I am able to bring you back later this hour and beyond. Thanks so much for joining. We're going to continue to keep our eyes on the situations there in L.A.
With me now to discuss CNN military analyst Colonel Cedric Layton. Colonel, good to have you. First question here. Is this in your opinion, an overreaction, the president's authorization to deploy National Guard troops?
Yeah, good morning, Victor. I think it is. You know, when you look at the report that Julia just gave us here, and you look at the basic situation in Los Angeles, it is nowhere near the last time federal troops and National Guard were deployed in Los Angeles, and that's the Rodney King situation back in the 1990s. So the situation is completely different. There you actually had looting, you actually had destruction of property and the loss of life. In this particular case, you don't have anything like that at all. And it does look, at least from the vantage points that we have here, that the local authorities in Los Angeles do have this under control. So it does seem like an overreaction, and it seems like an unnecessary use of federal power to federalize the National Guard and bring them in.
And from my understanding, when the National Guard troops were deployed in the early 90s to California, that was with the request or under the request of the then governor. And so there was an organized cooperation between local law enforcement and the National Guard. What is, and it's been so long since this has come without the request of the governor, what is the cooperation between the military and local law enforcement who didn't ask for these National Guard troops to come?
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a challenge. So the local commanders on the ground, when the National Guard troops actually get there, are going to have to work something out so that things actually work smoothly. Because you're right, in the 1990s and the early 90s, it was the governor of California who requested of the president of the United States the deployment of not only National Guard troops, which the governor controlled in that moment, but also federal troops. And you look at the absolute differences. So the local commanders, when the National Guard units arrive there, are going to have to work with the LA sheriffs and the LAPD in order to actually make sure that there's no conflict, that the rules of engagement, for example, are clarified, that the troops understand what their roles are, and if they're smart, they're going to stay back and let the local law enforcement handle things unless local law enforcement asks them to step in specific situations. That's going to be the key to all of this. And if that can't be done, then we're going to see not only coordination issues, but the potential for some serious mistakes being made as well from a law enforcement as well as military perspective.
And of course, no one wants to see that happen. Now, that's the National Guard. The Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, posted on social...
And chat, I mean, this is one of those military experts they bring in. When he says mistakes, he's not thinking of like, ooh, the public was harmed unnecessarily. Ooh, innocent people, got hurt by a rubber bullet or a flashbang. Right? That's not what he's talking about as far as mistakes. When he says mistakes, he means them doing stuff that's going to escalate the situation. Like he is coming... this is a guy's part of the old guard. He's military industrial complex, but he's old enough to know the way that they did things before Trump, which is to try to de-escalate the situation. And so, the reason that they don't want to do something like, kill or maim protesters or civilians is not so much out of concern for those people. It's out of concern for law and order, right? This is from even a perspective like this, the moves that the Trump administration are making are unwise. And people have said this, and I'll repeat it, right? This may be Trump's undoing. We may be seeing the seeds of the destruction of the Trump administration coming from the administration itself. I kind of want to take a look at the sources that I'm most interested in are sources like Deutsche Welle and Al Jazeera. Yeah, sometimes it's nice to see like an outside the U.S. perspective on this stuff because, again, American journalists often have their heads up the cop's ass a little too much to see clearly. Should we check this out?
New clashes have erupted in Los Angeles during a third day of demonstrations against Donald Trump's crackdown on immigration. The protests escalated when police vehicles came under attack as people threw rocks from overpasses. Police officers were forced to take shelter under bridges as debris hailed down on them. Thousands of protesters took to the streets after Trump sent National Guard troops to the city. The governor of California has formally asked the president to withdraw the troops, saying their deployment is unlawful.
Yeah, so we had some questions earlier. Did Gavin Newsom ask for the National Guard? No, he didn't. And he, said that was a bad idea when Trump was doing it, and now he's officially asked Trump to remove these people. They are there ostensibly for 30 days. That is the current status. But the governor is asking for them to be withdrawn. We'll see what comes of that.
Trump says the National Guard is in LA to ensure law and order.
Yeah, Sassy, there is definitely a desire for the Trump administration to see this happen to, in blue cities, right? That's, both because LA is a sanctuary city, is a blue city. This promotes like the narrative of disorder, badly run democratic cities. Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur are going to have a field day with this, as will probably Ezra Klein and all the usual suspects.
In front of the City Hall and in downtown LA. Elsewhere in the city, demonstrators clashed with the National Guard and law enforcement. The National Guard was summoned by U.S. President.
Why Gavin didn't deploy the National Guard first? The reason is that any escalation makes this situation worse. If you're Gavin Newsom and you want these protests to die down, the best thing to do is let people blow off steam. Don't bring in the military-looking equipment. Don't bring in the SWAT-looking officers. And that will tend to, the protests will tend to die down on its own with that approach, right? Trump, on the other hand, wants this to escalate. That's why he's done this. So, yeah, the reason, just to answer your question, the reason that Gavin Newsom didn't bring in the National Guard first to, quote unquote, take them away from Trump is that bringing any escalation is counterproductive. You have to bring in the military, right? The protest? It's group psychology, right? And when the stimulus is people in military fatigues, the effect of that is generally not to calm things down. So, that's why Newsom didn't. Glad to see Newsom grow a spine, but it's probably a bit late. Yeah, I'd say so. An Australian journalist was shot with a rubber bullet in the middle of her reporting. You can see the cop aiming at her. Damn. I mean, we can't. There's a limit to the kind of like violent acts. We're not supposed to watch like violent acts because we're on Twitch as well. Loki feel like he could have sent them to go pick cashews or something. Yeah, there might be something that he could do. I've heard of this I've heard of this spoken about before, and I've heard about people speculating on, if there were to be a civil war, how would it start? And sometimes the story goes something like that, a state mobilizes their National Guard to do something, and then comes into conflict with another state national, like a blue state, and either a blue state and a red state's National Guards coming into conflict, or a blue state's National Guard and the feds coming into conflict. The LAPD was an escalation. What do you mean? From what I saw of all the contingents here, now this is damning with faint praise. The bar is in hell, understand, right? But out of any of the law enforcement contingents that I've seen so far, the LAPD seems to be the one that's doing the least of the, SWAT team looking militaristic, right? They haven't, they brought out their squad cars, right? They've been presenting kind of what looks like a more or less a normal response to this level of civil unrest compared to the federal law enforcement, who are doing the exact opposite. A lot of the The tear gas, to my understanding, has come from the feds in this case. Yeah, red state National Guards into blue states would be the kind of scenario that we're talking about in the scenarios of where civil war breaks out. California, specifically LA, LA and San Francisco, but yeah, I get what you're saying, Far and Wolf. It's the boogeyman for conservatives. It isn't surprising that California is first. What did Newsom do in response? It sounds like he's sending a strongly worded letter to ask Trump to get to withdraw the National Guard. It sounds like that's what he's doing.
President Trump, after ongoing clashes in recent days, which were triggered by dozens of arrests by ICE.
They're protesting peacefully. Why are there any police involved? There'd be presence, right? In a peaceful protest. But I mean, like, I don't know. Look, if you're making an argument about police in general, yeah, the police are a corrupt criminal gang that comes from, that literally traces its history back to slave patrols and to anti-union thugs. And a lot of the things that the police are tasked with are as Zohran Mamdani has mentioned recently, are tasks that are better suited for social workers and for mental health professionals, right? There's a lot wrong with police, and local police will regularly, I guess, do kind of anti-democratic things to protesters. But in the comparison with the, with what the federal officers, with what the federal law enforcement is doing here, the goal of the LAPD seems overall to de-escalate, and the goal of the federal law enforcement seems to be the exact opposite. And especially, this all started from ICE. This all started from a very militarized, very, provocative, these ICE members are masked the fuck up. And they look like fucking Gestapo, and they're acting like Gestapo. They're doing Gestapo tactics. They're deporting people, right? This is very Hitlerian. Yeah, Gavin Newsom says, "I'd like to see the manager, Buckaroo."
U.S. Immigration Enforcement Authority. The increase in arrests is part of President Donald Trump's crackdown on immigration. Mobilizing the National Guard was an unusual move by Trump, bypassing the California governor's authority. The president defended his actions. I mean,
the mistakes that in my estimation, the biggest mistake that the LAPD has made is some of their actions to promote, some of their actions that are trying to de-escalate or trying to maintain order are also running cover for ICE. And to the public, that looks like the LAPD doing something that they are very much not supposed to do, not allowed to do in California, which is to cooperate on, ICE's in immigration actions with ICE, right? That's the biggest thing that they've done, is unwittingly allowed themselves to get used by the federal law enforcement and looking like and that does escalate the situation.
And warned he would do the same in other cities should the protests spread.
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Biden.
California's Democratic governor, Gavin Newsom, says Trump's actions are purposefully...
I agreed. I wonder if the LAPD could have been avoided in the first place. The LAPD, like I said before, is not a good organization. Karen Bass is not I think that Karen Bass is a failure as a politician as well, but for completely opposite reasons from what Trump and company think. right? So the decisions that are going to be made by Mayor Bass, by the chief of police, and by the LAPD are in general not going to be great ones.
Inflammatory. This was echoed by the mayor of Los Angeles.
No, my disappointment is I've been talking to the federal government for days. I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs.
Protest groups have called for the demonstrations to continue. The National Guard will be stationed in LA for up to 60 days, or the discretion of the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. He threatened to mobilize Marines should the violence resume.
Let's bring in Jason Campidonia from NBC News and iHeartRadio. He's in the Paramount area of Los Angeles. Jason, good to see you. You're close to the epicenter of these protests. What is the situation like on the streets of LA as we speak?
Well, there's thousands of people flooding the streets of downtown Los Angeles for a pro-immigration, anti-immigration enforcement rally. It started out as multiple protests across the city that then converged into one giant protest. Right now, the Los Angeles Police Department is in control, and they have said that they will declare it an unlawful assembly.
Yeah, I was saying this earlier, Sassy Sastrai. I feel like Trump has got a game plan when it comes to creating a narrative around cities like LA. You saw this very much in effect when it came to the LA fires. And Newsom and Bass have had time to refine their approach, their pushback against that, and it doesn't feel like they have. It doesn't feel like they have. They should have known that this kind of stuff was coming down the line. Like I think Trump made that pretty clear. You're right, Sassy.
And what that means is you better move out of the way when we ask you to, or they're going to bring in the heavy guns. National Guard is on standby.
Do the politicians think we'll settle for them saying they called Donnie? No, that's not meant for you, Tajium. That's not meant for us, right? Karen Bass is saying that for the middle of the road MSNBC viewer that thinks, why isn't the mayor of Los Angeles doing more about the riots? I don't particularly like Donald Trump, but it sure does feel like the mayor and the governor aren't doing right. She's pushing back on that by saying, we've been in talks with the feds. We told them this would happen. We tried to give them alternatives. We tried to suggest, that they not do this, right? That's what she's trying to say. And I'm afraid it's just not, I don't think it's a narrative that's going to catch any traction with these people, unfortunately.
And I can tell you, having been out there this morning in some of the other protest areas, the National Guard is there fully ready to go to work. I mean, riot.
But yeah, that's not her trying to calm the people of LA down. That is her trying to, I don't know, maintain her electability and her position as mayor for, people that are looking into this situation and saying, I don't like all the chaos that's going on. Why is this happening, right? And are given to blame the mayor, blame the governor for this, rather than blame the actual ICE that provoked this situation in the first place.
The nines, big giant long guns. They are there.
Okay, so wait. Pernition says so. The president can federalize an already active National Guard, but it would involve the insurrection. Interesting. Yeah. All roads lead to the Insurrection Act, apparently, or declare a national emergency, or simply lie. Well, that's what Trump does best. Just stealing and/or plotline. Scary Indiana. I need to watch that. We need to start up a Disney Plus fund. No, just kidding. I haven't put anything that's like entertainment for me ever on Throne. Like I keep that to stuff that I need, for the stream. And then more recently, it's been stuff that I need to get the fuck out of the country, like a passport, and most recently for the tuition to the language school that I'm going to need to go to in order to get my education visa in order to stay in Thailand. And if you want to help fund that, it's down there. My wish list is on throne.com/nocommentchick if you want to help me stay the fuck out of America for for the next 4 years and learn some important language skills to boot.
To protect whatever they need to if things get out of hand. And what we've seen is just tensions running very, very high throughout the city. And we've seen agitators in these protests start throwing rocks or glass bottles or water bottles at the officers, and then the National Guard stepping in and saying,
I keep on seeing Chinga la migra as a protest sign. If anybody here doesn't speak Spanish, that means fuck immigration, or really fuck ICE is what they're saying.
we're not going
The migra was the name for the immigration department before they were called ICE.
to tolerate that.
Jason, as we're seeing them, and we're looking at some pictures now, these pictures represented on TV from a distance, the protest looks significant. Is there
Chinga tu maga
a genuine fear that
I love these signs
of escalation from this point?
No,
Wait, that did say Chinga tu maga, right? Not Chinga tu madre. Because that's another thing. Wait, what did that sign say?
Represented on TV from a
Chinga tu maga. Yeah, Chinga tu maga.
distance, the protest looks significant.
Fuck you,
Is there
MAGA.
a genuine fear there of escalation from this point?
No, a lot of people are bringing up the riots after the Rodney King officers were acquitted. The officers were accused of beating Rodney King excessively. They were acquitted. So then people who lived in the city of Los Angeles burnt the city down for, I think it was, something like
Slight exaggeration, but
a
okay.
couple of weeks straight.
Yeah, there was some pretty severe.
And it was every night. There was riots and looting and everything. So this is what they're comparing it to, that sort of demonstration. And the difference here, but yet similar, is it's racial. So there's a racial aspect of the ICE raids coming in. It's the angry white man with the government coming in and hurting the small, Mexican immigrants who are here just to be with their family and here just for a better life. How could you? So it's one of those, it's a racial tension thing. So that's what people are worried about, it getting to that level of back in the early 90s, that it was a black versus white thing.
You know what's weird about these National Guards? So far, I've seen, and this may just be, like a, what do you call it, a confirmation bias or something like that, right? But I'm seeing white dudes, I'm seeing black dudes, I'm not seeing a lot of Latinos in this contingent of National Guard.
It was a black person in the community versus white cop situation, and that's what escalated the 1992 and 3 riots, and even back in the 60s during the Watts riots here in Los Angeles. So that's what that's what the National Guard is here to prevent, that kind of escalation outside of what they're just.
And you chat, I mean, like, I don't know, I may just be like, like I said, it could just be confirmation bias, but if that's true, right? If there's like a lower, percentage of Latina people in the National Guard that are here in this operation, one wonders how that was accomplished. One wonders how this group of people were selected.
Doing already that is making people upset.
Politically speaking, California has been seen as a left-wing or Democratic stronghold. Do the actions of a Republican...
Mercer says National Guard just being present isn't... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the more you make it look like a military situation, the more you're going to get a military response.
President Donald Trump have broad support in Los Angeles?
Yes and no. It's a very small number that are highly conservative and that would even admit to you or me behind closed doors that they actually voted for Donald Trump. But there are conservatives here in Los Angeles. Remember, there's a lot of money here.
Remember the Kasperian effect
in the Los Angeles area, and especially in California with big tech up in the San Jose, San Francisco area. And then you've got Hollywood here in the Los Angeles area. So there's a lot of money. They like big tax breaks. They have a lot of companies.
Wait, what is the graffiti? What graffiti?
They, that the tax breaks for the 1% would benefit. So I don't know if they would admit it, but I'm sure on some level there's a lot of the San Francisco area, and then you've got Hollywood. There's a lot of money here in the Los Angeles area.
Where it says bitches that way, and then it says ACAB.
And especially in California with big tech up in the San Jose, San Francisco area, and then you've got Hollywood here in the Los Angeles area. So there's a lot of money. They like big tax breaks. They have a lot of companies. They've, that the tax breaks for the 1% would benefit. So I don't know if they would admit it, but I'm sure on some level there's a lot of people saying, hey, they're protecting my buildings, my businesses. So why wouldn't they want to side with somebody like Donald Trump, who says they're just there to protect those types of things?
All right, chat. I'm clicking over to.
All right, let's just break.
Look, I'm clicking over to Al Jazeera right now. This may be the last segment we do. I want to remind you that I threw you the remote earlier in the night, and you have the ability to change things, right? If you want to watch the live protest, if you want to watch the previous night's protest, which I gotta say, there's one particular story, one particular narrative from a couple of nights ago that I think is really good. If you want to see, the feds, getting having to withdraw because of the people of LA, surrounding them, right? That actually did happen. This was when they tried to stage whatever they were doing in the California, I think it was the parking lot of a California highway patrol, and lied to the CHP, saying that this had nothing to do with immigration, and people found out about it, and they got upset, right? But we got that as an option. We got protest and news commentary. That's what we're doing right now, because that's what's ahead, right? So the combination of the poll that's on YouTube right now, along with the preponderance of the donations, it's what's making, the final tabulation that you're seeing up here, what it is, right? That means that you have more power than you normally do. We got less votes in chat, a phenomenally low number of votes on the poll tonight. So if you want to go over and vote on youtube.com/nocommentchick, it's a good night to make your voice heard, because your voice might actually change the results pretty substantially, right? The other thing that changes the results is when you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne and trying to get my Thai visa via paying for language school, which we're about $350 away from still, or if you support me on Twitch, any of that will give you the ability to let me know, I want to watch the protests live. I want to watch the protests from the previous nights. I want a little bit of a palate cleanser, or I want to, keep going with this news and commentary, right? And, if you do that, you can change. Right now it's 66 for watch the protest live, 75 for protest news and commentary. So it's only 9 points of difference. A dono could instantaneously change this if somebody was so inclined. But like I said, if we don't change it, we'll probably go ahead and I may end the stream for now, and then try to do a short stream. Like I wasn't able to get shorts going along with I just wasn't able to. Usually I can dual stream on YouTube. I can have one stream that's horizontal and one stream that's vertical, right? That's shorts. And for some reason I am just not able to figure out how to make it work right now. So I may do a shorts stream by itself for a very different audience, and make sure to join me for that if you like me dunking on MAGA, because that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to have MAGA people coming in there and being like, these damn, democratic city, and it's so horribly run, and right, you're going to have all that shit, and you're going to have me dunking on these people, right? So stay tuned for that. I have to stay up through the night, so I'll be there. Oh my God, Narwhal, I hope you have to stay up anyway. I don't want you to stay up on my behalf. I don't want anybody, especially my lovely and gracious mod team, losing sleep over my strange streaming hours. But if you're going to be up anyway, then you'll be along for the ride. Let's watch Hassan getting ice cream in Little Tokyo. Wait, when was that?
And take you back to Los Angeles, where there's been a tense standoff in the city between protesters and security forces.
Oh, I see. There's a kappa there. Yes, I do know Twitch. It's funny though. I feel like I'm less like immersed in the Twitch culture as I used to be. Chat streamers that are like just totally in that Twitch meta like Demon Mama back in the day. They will literally speak in like BTTV emotes, right? They'll literally be like, "Oh, white people happy," right, and stuff like that. And I mean, I was a little bit towards that when I was streaming on Twitch and then uploading videos to YouTube. But yeah, now I barely recognize a kappa as meaning that what the person is saying they are not serious about. That's a very useful emoji, I gotta say. The kappa is a very useful emoji.
Deployment of National Guard troops to the city. These are live pictures coming from Los Angeles. You can see police vehicles and debris on the streets where all the confrontations have been taking place. We knew that 3 cars were set on fire earlier. Protesters have now shut down a major highway there.
So this is Al Jazeera, chat. We'll maybe wrap up on this again. If somebody changes the channel, I'll go with that, right, and do some more content. But if we don't get the channel changed or anything, like, right, and you remember you can change the channel by voting, and you can change the channel by donating, because whatever is ahead is like this. We're doing the bonus content. We're doing the bonus goal a little bit different. I threw you the remote, and you're able to, through the use of you voting and through the use of you donating, you're able to change the channel to what you want. Because I thought, there's a bunch of different things we could watch tonight, and I thought I'd just like hand it to chat, but I don't know. I don't know how well that's worked. Ja and Ta are important emotes for me. New 7 TV emotes. White people happy. I don't know, Twitch. Yeah, I used to always think she was saying white people happy. I don't know, chat. There's something eternally white about the Vosh Clout Network, including Demon Mama.
It's the 3rd consecutive day of protests against federal immigration raids. Flashbang grenades, rubber bullets, and tear gas are being fired.
But no, it's supposed to be wide people happy. It's a happy people, but it's wide. It's wide. It's expanded. It's expanded across the screen.
President Trump had ordered the deployment of the National Guard troops, calling crowds their insurrectionist mobs. Well, protesters are angered by military-style immigration raids, which began on Friday. Armed masked agents targeted workers and day laborers, detaining about 100 people, we believe. Community advocates say the raids are designed to instill fear, and crowds had been gathering near a detention facility, calling for people to be released. Trump says LA is suffering from lawlessness, and the mayor is accusing the government of provoking unrest. Well, Al Jazeera's film.
It's really funny that Donald Trump says LA is suffering from lawlessness, when if you look at the most lawless moments in LA or in any American city, it's under Trump. It's under Trump. And I wonder when, if ever, people are going to make that connection. Trump is not protecting you from shit. Even if you have the whitest skin in the entire country, Trump is a danger to you as well.
Phil has been covering these protests for us all throughout the evening and the night. Phil, when we came to you earlier, things seemed quite tense, but it was looking like the situation...
Didn't Demon Mama have like a nuclear fallout with Vosh? I don't know.
Wasn't escalating much further. Just bring us up to date now with what's...
What do you mean, like the King at Pride thing where she debated him?
...happening in the last few minutes.
I mean, look, chat, you know how I tell if somebody's in the Vosh network? Do they have a white leaf site, right? That's the best bet. Even if it's like Xander Hall and he's like, he's distant, he's criticized Vosh, he's distanced himself, whatever, right? If he's still working with White Nervosa, he's still part of that crew, right? And anyway, I'm sorry to bring up Demon Mama. I don't think she's even streaming anymore. And we don't speak ill of, streamers that have fallen off, so...
Yeah, but it has escalated dramatically in the last few minutes. I mean, what we're seeing now is some officers who are pretty much under attack. That is the 101 freeway. That has been closed off for several hours. There was a line of police vehicles there for quite a while as they stopped any cars or people from getting onto the freeway. They have been getting fireworks thrown at them. We spoke to a man just a moment ago who said he saw a scooter. We've watched in the last few minutes as burning items have been thrown from the bridges. There are people nearby who are, we've seen them with our own eyes, running and grabbing.
Oh my God. What was that? Was that a Molotov? Okay, I don't know if we can watch that. I would love to look closer, but I gotta, oh no. Oh my God. Okay. I'm just trying to not watch anything that Twitch is going to be mad at me for watching.
Active duty Marines onto the
And by mad, I mean ban me.
streets. That now looks like that could potentially be a possibility. And remember, these protests have been going on all day, but we're starting to get into the nighttime hours now. The sun is going in. That is when these things tend to pick up. We saw it last night, and we're seeing it right now. And in fact, I'm just going to bring in this.
And that's what makes me curious what's going on live. And if you want to change it to live, you want to watch a little bit of the protest live, where we are 9%, that is $9 away from being able to do that. Remember, when you donate, you can change the channel, or you can make it more likely to change the channel to either like watching the protest live or previous nights or the palate cleanser or whatever. But yeah, it's whatever's ahead at the time. That's what I'm watching. So I will probably be watching the protest live on the shorts stream after this one. I'm gonna try to do a shorts stream. But if you want me to get to that sooner, right? We're only, I believe, 66 to 75.
This guy, this is Tim, who we just chatted to a second ago. Just give us a sense, Tim, of what's been going on, because we were taking sort of safe refuge over there for a few minutes. We saw the tear gas. Talk us through what happened.
What happened?
The flashbangs that you jumped.
Yeah, there was a lot of things going on. Stuff blowing up here. One thing I saw is like people here throwing fireworks done under this bridge and making some sort of like, I don't know, explosive concoction. Sorry, like, liquid.
Like a Molotov cocktail type thing.
Something like that. I can show you. It was like a black liquid. I'm not sure what it was. Yeah, I mean, just a lot of, I was actually trying to get out of here. They told me to go to Union Station, and then at Union Station, everything's locked down. I don't want to go that way because there was a bunch of police. I don't know if they're going to shoot or something. Just a lot of chaos, not sure. Just kind of waiting for it to go, go away.
Intense situation. Right, thanks for talking us through it. Stay safe.
Thank you.
So, I mean, there is a lot going on. Over there is where people are grabbing the rocks, and they've been throwing them across over there. The helicopters, as you can hear, are going overhead. Obviously, officers have got the advantage of having air sight as well, so they can see where a number of these people are.
They threw a scooter at the car? I mean, there's definitely a lot of scooters on the road there. What I saw was like a flame drop from the bridge onto where the cops were standing below. And that's why I thought it might be a Molotov.
And those officers, they've also got these projectiles which they've been firing at them. And I got hit by one accidentally before these rubber bullets. They hurt when they hit. And they're obviously firing at those at people who throw items at them. But also you've got the flashbangs which are being set off to try to disperse the crowd. There are drones in the air. I'm not sure if these are drones that belong to people who are just...
Are they currently like dropping scooters on those cop cars?
For their own reasons, or if they are being related to some kind of police activity. But, it's a little before, what time is it? Coming up to 8 p.m. in the evening. Can imagine that if it continues like this, things are going to get pretty hairy over the next few hours.
Yeah, Phil, you've been telling us all evening about all these flashbangs. We've been hearing them and seeing them on our screens, these flashbangs going off most of the evening. What are the police using to try and force these protesters back? What assets, what more assets do they have at their disposal?
So they've got a few things. The flashbangs are the main things. They don't fire them at people, they fire them over their heads. They're designed to give
Not always.
you a fright, to disorientate you.
Rentable e-bikes and
The
scooters.
name of them, they flash, they bang, right? But the thing is, they went through a stage earlier on where they set so many off that people got so used to them that they weren't even noticing them. So
this is what I'm talking about. Like, this shit doesn't actually have the intended effect, right? Flashbangs, rubber bullets, and stuff like that. They will only disperse peaceful protesters, people that are literally there, and the second that things get hairy, they're going to get out, right? Over time, yeah, people, you know, get the shock that comes from stuff like that, fades away, and yeah, it ends up, the more they look, this is what brought about Chad in Seattle. The autonomous zone in Seattle happened because the Seattle police ran out of chemical weapons to shoot at the protesters. They ran out of tear gas. They ramped it up so much, thinking that if we just fuck with these protesters enough, if we hurt enough of them, if we scare enough of them, they will eventually dissipate. And it didn't work. It just made the protests bigger and bigger. And then when you run out of tear gas, what do you fucking do? Well, you vacate the precinct is what you do, and you leave an area of the city completely unprotected, completely to its own. So the citizens and the businesses of that city have to do the best they can to take care of each other, and that's what happened.
I had to sort of temper that down a little bit and use them as and when they need to, just to be able to frighten people and then cause them to run in different directions, because that's what they want. They want to disperse the crowd. They also have these other items that they can fire over their heads, which can cause some concussions, slightly larger noises. In fact, let me just show you what's happening now. The police are moving in. So this is the area that was closed off before. They are now closing off this road. You can imagine that they will be moving to take these people into custody or disperse people very shortly. In fact, it looks like people are being put against the wall over there by officers. I think amongst them I can see a couple of journalists who we were standing nearby recently. And they're being told to leave, and they're leaving now. They've been told to get behind the police line. So it looks like the police are obviously going to move into this area. There aren't that many protesters in this immediate vicinity. This area was packed before. This is where those 3 cars were on fire. They've now dispersed, and they've kind of spread a little bit further along. And as you can see, some people are wearing masks because they know that there is tear gas. And we've got some rudimentary masks that, just to help stop you breathing it in if it is fired. But it's pretty volatile.
Honestly, in terms of like not being affected by the gas, right? Any layer of protection is better than nothing. But what you need is, I can't remember what they're called, but those masks that are like, they come over like this, and then you strap them in, and they've got those 2 filters on either side. It's the kind of mask that you'd wear if you were in a gross lab dissecting human beings as part of your education. And that's probably the one type of mask that might actually give you the ability to, and even then, your eyes, the tear gas it's called tear gas for a reason. It's going to affect your eyes, but.
Yeah, Phil, as we're talking to you, we're seeing pictures there of those flashbangs going off, people on the bridge, I think overlooking the 101 freeway, which is where you are. In terms of the security agencies, Phil, it's the LAPD riot police on the streets currently with the National Guard in reserve. How do these 2 agencies coordinate and work together? Do they even talk to each other?
Yeah, respirator. That's the word I was looking for, Danny.
They'll be talking to each other, but they're all different agencies. You've got the LAPD, you've got the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, you've got the California Highway Patrol who come in, you've got the National Guard who've been...
Yeah, that's correct, BCAT K. Greta and the Flotilla have been kidnapped. They were rammed by an Israeli vessel. They were boarded, and they were kidnapped. And Israel's trying to do PR with them by showing Greta's okay. We didn't kill anybody this time, right? They're trying to be like the most moral nation, the most moral. I mean, they did go after their boat in international waters. I don't know how moral that is, but
brought in. They all have their own unique roles, and their own unique jurisdictions. But at times like this, it's all about manpower as well. You know, you've got hundreds of protesters. You need the helicopters from both the LAPD and the sheriff. You need the National Guard to look after the federal properties. So I'm just seeing some more things being fired over there. Sorry, Darren.
That looks like a flashbang.
So I think that might be
So chat, when you see a flashbang going off and it's not amidst the protesters, most likely it's been shot at the protesters, but then maybe kicked to a different location. Sometimes the protesters will kick them back at the cops. In this case, it looked like maybe they were firing a flashbang at the bridge and that somebody kicked it simply off the bridge onto the, damaged police vehicles down below.
Tear gas over there because you can see the smoke is slightly thicker. The flashbangs give you a flash and a bang in a short, very small area of smoke, which disappears quite quickly. The tear gas tends to linger a little bit longer. It's not spreading over here.
The horses are coming.
The horses are on the way over, so we're going to move out of the way and try to just stay with us. I'll talk as I walk, but we're just trying to get out of the way because the police are coming through. When the horses come through, which is what happened earlier today, you'll see a lot of people try.
Yeah, but my understanding is that that they're being interrogated right now by the IDF
to just spread out and get. You'll see the horse.
Like they're gonna. I think they're gonna eventually let them go, but they're gonna give them a lot of. They're gonna put them through a lot before they do that.
Charging people, some people try to get away. We'll be able to get out. So the police will just let us through and we'll talk from behind the line. Okay.
Across the street.
Behind the cop. Thank you.
Thank you. Behind the car.
Okay. So the fact that they're all getting mobilised suggests that they might be about to move in. So we'll get to safety over here and we'll just try and continue to talk. And you've got those other vantage points that you can see from the various other sources coming in. So this is the California Highway Patrol. So these are the guys that you would normally see patrolling the highways, hence the name, right? And they will be pulling people over on the highways. They are also brought in, though, when you have these large civil unrest situations where they need to provide extra support. Those guys over there behind these officers are also CHP officers in riot gear. I can't work out if these are LAPD or not. It's quite difficult to see close up. Normally you can tell on the badge. But it just goes to prove the point that we were saying about how they all work together when they have to on these different situations. But the one thing we are not seeing at the moment here is the National Guard, and that is because the National Guard are protecting the federal property, which is behind there. That is the building that these detained migrants.
Apologies, chat.
They may still be held. We're not too sure because there's a bit of ambiguity over whether or not.
Sorry to take away the visuals.
But yeah, it's starting to liven up a little bit here now. And actually, let me bring you around here. We'll show you here.
The cops were straight up shooting flashbangs at people.
That is what fires these projectiles, these rubber bullets. And let me just show you what they look like. That's what they look like. So they're big. They're heavy and they hurt.
They hurt like a
The technical term is non-lethal projectile, but they do cause some damage.
Like Chad, if you get hit, like I don't know, like.
And actually, down here we can see people running down towards the police.
Like that shit could give you a liver shot as much as a punch could if it lands in the right space, right? If it lands, on your right side. Just underneath the rib cage, right? The upper right quadrant of your abdomen is. Your knee can get taken out with those. Your eye can get fucked up with those.
I'm not sure if they've been gassed or not. I mean, it is pretty chaotic. Quite a lot of mayhem down here at the moment.
Yeah, Phil. Earlier you were talking to us.
It all, I mean, you're on the ground and it's just banging all around you.
Yeah, Phil, earlier you were talking to us about what sort of assets they have in the sky. We're hearing about drones and helicopters. Just talk to us about that as we see the events unfold here on our screens.
Yeah, so they've got obviously the helicopters that they are provided by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, by the Los Angeles Police Department. We understood that there were about 6 or 7 mobilized at various points during the day. Now, obviously, they're not all in the sky at the same time, but you would see 2 or 3 together. You've also got the
here, let me turn it back on.
Local news outlets, so they're all up here getting the pictures as well. And you've got the.
I just look. I can show you a lot of this, right? But if somebody takes a direct hit and eats one of those flashbangs to the face, I don't know.
that are in the sky as well. So what they're doing is they're able to look from the air. They've got that tactical advantage because they can see from the air. Just
confirm the windows at the police building were getting smashed earlier. Waited until I saw definitive confirmation.
Troublemakers are where these people who are firing these projectiles are, and then they can try to take them down with those rubber projectiles. Those rubber projectiles, as I say, they are aimed at people. They don't kill people, but they are designed to immobilize people just enough to get them on the.
And they're supposed to be, shot on the ground to hit people in a ricochet, right? Mostly to scare people. Like the idea of the non-lethal thing, it's to shoot it at the ground, have it ricochet, hit somebody with a lot less force. Somebody freaks out and says ouch and starts running away, and then other people around them disperse as well. That's the idea. Now, as we know from 2020, this is not always how they're used, right? Cops in a situation like this might not aim for the ground. And when that happens, that's when you get these really serious injuries.
The ground, so they can either be arrested or they scatter.
Yeah, Phil, and you've been with us since yesterday, I think, yesterday evening on day 2 of the protest. This is now day 3, as we're looking here on our screens at a number of police, both on foot and on horses, moving in. Remind us again, Phil, of how events unfolded this evening to get to where we are now.
Well, this all started with these immigration raids. Now, cast your mind back to November when Donald Trump was running and was elected president. One of his key policies was mass deportations. He said he was going to launch the largest deportation program in history and deport what he calls illegal aliens, what people here might call undocumented migrants, depends on the semantics, but he said that that is what would happen. The policy was that they would go after people who were here and were criminals, so people who were rapists, murderers, drugs traffickers, people smugglers, those kinds of people. What we've seen are these raids by ICE. ICE stands for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So that is the federal agency that goes around and it arrests people who are undocumented. And they've launched a number of raids here in Los Angeles over the last few days, but they've been taking people into custody who, as far as we know, are not rapists or murderers or people traffickers or drug traffickers, but they are people who were hanging around outside Home Depot, a hardware store, trying to pick up a day's work for some construction, people who worked in a clothing factory. So people who are in sort of lower paid jobs, who perhaps don't speak English, but were here just trying to earn some money to support themselves and support their family. And that's what's really got to the people here, because they're saying this is not what you do here. Los Angeles is a hugely populated city of immigrants. A third of people here are thought to be foreign-born, but of course it is a city that is a sanctuary city. That means that the local authorities do not lend their support to the federal authorities as they conduct these raids, and therefore that is something that has drawn the ire of President Trump.
And again, chat, these sanctuary city laws were put into effect at the request of the cops themselves, the cops who would have trouble being able to get information out of immigrant communities, recognized that if there was a guarantee that that giving them information would not result in you being persecuted by ICE, that they could more effectively talk to people in the community and get information about crimes that might have been committed. Right, that it was at the request of the police that these sanctuary cities be created.
And those in his administration, and he has described them as being failing cities. He describes California as being a failing state, and he says only he is the one that can save it.
Yeah, Phil, as we're talking to you, we're seeing pictures of that quite large bridge over the flyover. I think you were talking about the 101 freeway. Talk to us about the lie of the land, Phil, and what's been happening there on the freeway, and how important is this for you? And obviously, LA, with its iconic traffic jams, this must be impacting on traffic flowing in and out of LA. Talk to us about the lie of the land there, because you were standing on the bridge looking at what was happening below you.
Oh, yeah. If you ever want to come to LA and get caught in a traffic jam, take yourself to the 101 because you're going to find one there. It is a very, very busy road. What they did was the police blocked off all of the traffic that was heading southbound a few hours ago. And the California Highway Patrol blocked off the on-ramps and the off-ramps so that nobody could get onto it. But they left.
The most successful state is failing. Yeah, that's hilarious.
All of the traffic lanes traveling northbound completely open. And what we've seen is as these officers...
They're failing so hard that if they were their own country, they'd be the fourth largest economy.
As we just saw, were coming under attack. People traveling in the other direction were honking their horns. Probably, it looks like in support of those who are protesting, because there's been a lot of people honking their horns in support of those who are protesting. But, you know, the 101 is a busy freeway, and we often see when protests take place in LA, we've seen them at various points this year over other issues to do with the Trump administration. They do take to the freeway, and they start to walk down the freeway.
We're just going to go to an LAPD press conference now. Let's just listen to what the officials are saying.
You good? All good? All right, thank you. Thank you. First of all, I know it's a very, very busy time. Thank you all for coming here tonight and allowing us the opportunity to be able to brief the public a little bit about what's going on and what we've been doing and ask, truly an ask for peace throughout our city. I'm joined here by Gerald Woodyard, Deputy Chief from Operations West Bureau, Herman Hurtado, Commander from Professional Standards Bureau, and from Operations Central Bureau, Raul Jovel, who's also the incident commander for Central Bureau and for this incident. So I want to just take an opportunity to speak directly to the people of Los Angeles, clarify LAPD's roles and the events that have been playing out over these past couple.
So my prediction is that a lot of this is going to be to try to disambiguate themselves and their actions from the actions of ICE and the federal law enforcement officials in town, right? That this is, you know, LAPD is not supposed to assist ICE, right? They have been doing things, however, to maintain order, and that could certainly be seen as a, you know, as covering, you know, I mean, they're probably thinking of it as cleaning up the mess that ICE made, but it could definitely look like to the public that they are, you know, running cover for ICE, and indeed, you know, they've some of the actions that they're doing just undeniably are allowing ICE to achieve their goals better, right? And so that's a big no-no in the state of California. That's a big no-no as far as the people of Los Angeles's, you know, feelings towards the LAPD, which is already a strained relationship. This is a police department that has, for decades, been plagued with, you know, allegations of racism and of and in some cases, you know, that the reason, part of the reason that OJ was found innocent was because one of the cops involved in the case was found to be a literal white supremacist, right? So this isn't a joke. Cops from LA tend to not live in LA. They tend to come from the suburbs. It feels very much like an occupational force to people. And, you know, this has been a struggle for years and years and years. So this is probably the police trying to manage their PR around those kinds of concerns.
Couple of days. This includes our response to protests, our public safety responsibilities, and recent claims that you've seen made by some federal officials. Today,
Narwhal, I haven't heard anything about the tech companies commenting.
Met with Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, U.S. Attorney General of the Central District of California, Bill Aseli, and ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons. Let me begin by reaffirming a core principle. The LAPD supports and protects the First Amendment right to free speech. In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety. Recent public statements have misrepresented LAPD's action from an incident the other night. Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer.
So yeah, they're getting it from both sides. I mean, they definitely, I saw on Twitter, they got some heat for talking about people's right to free speech from the right wing. Now, understand the reason that they said that is not because they're big believers in free speech, is not because their sympathies necessarily lie with the protesters, but it is rather to try to do what they can to de-escalate, right? That's why they're saying stuff like this. That's what their motivation is, right? But yeah, they're dealing both with citizens of the city who do not want to see them working with ICE, and they're dealing with criticism from the, business interests, from the property owners, and from people outside of the LA area who are looking at this and saying, this looks chaotic, this is disorder, this is.
Officers' request for assistance by more than 2 hours. When we heard that, I think anybody who's a police officer couldn't believe it, and certainly anyone with LAPD couldn't imagine how that would happen. Well, it didn't happen. And I just want to go into that just a little bit. LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes. And that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density, in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location.
So again, yeah, the feds are using tear gas big time. At least at first, the LAPD was not.
Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in or coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement. We've said this over and over again, and I can't stress it enough for the people in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue, that we want everybody to believe and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime. We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety.
Sounds like the pizza guy explaining why he won't be giving the feds a full refund on their pizza because he didn't get there in 30 minutes or less. Yeah.
Particularly in immigrant communities.
Well, I mean, like, understand that they're getting it from both sides. You should not trust them when they say that they don't cooperate with ICE. Some of their actions were absolutely running cover for ICE, but they do very much want to manage perceptions of the community. And look, the complicity with ICE is probably mainly coming just from cop culture, right? Who cops are sympathetic to has a big impact on how they police, right? Case in point, you've got let's say a Proud Boys action and a counter protest. The police come into the situation, they look at the sides, they look at the Proud Boys, and they see guys that look like their nephews. They look like their sons. They look like their brothers. They look like their uncles, right? That's who they see when they look at the Proud Boys. They look at the protesters, and they're like, ooh, right? This is how I don't want my kid to end up, right? It's just a different culture, right? And so the police have, naturally a kind of disposition to be more sympathetic towards the actual dangerous fascist brown shirt group than to the counter protesters, right? And so for the same reason, they're going to be more maybe sympathetic, like the individual cops are going to be more sympathetic to the ICE agents and the federal agents conducting this than they are to the protesters. And that's why that, I think, is where a lot of the complicity is coming from. That being said, officially, they are not supposed to assist in any sort of immigration actions for the reason that he stated, because in order to operate effectively as a police force in the city of Los Angeles, they must have the trust of the community. That, because right now, chat, touching any part of immigration, including just coming in for a court hearing, including sometimes, like, I feel like there was even people that were supposed to get their citizenship confirmed and they ended up getting snatched up by ICE before that could happen, right? Touching the immigration system at all is dangerous because people know that, people are being swept up by ICE through that, right? So that makes it less likely for people to show up for their court dates, right? The LA cops are trying to avoid, that kind of fear from the public, so that, when there is a crime that's committed and they try to go into a community and get information, people aren't afraid to touch LA law enforcement the same way that they're afraid to touch immigration right now. I hope that makes sense.
Communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers.
Meowing Star says the protesters were kind to the firefighters that showed up. There's a reason for that, and a reason they react differently to people shooting chemical weapons at them. Absolutely.
And partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding...
Yeah, so Tajiam's talking about something that I really wanted to get to with you. Unfortunately, even though I threw the remote, nobody changed it to the right channel to see this, right? I believe, Tajiam, was it 2 nights ago or was it last night? Where the feds came into the, I believe, the California Highway Patrol parking lot to turn it into a staging area for, they told the CHP, surely not some kind of immigration purge, surely not anything like that, but they're sort of known to lie too, so no reason to trust them in that. The people of LA became aware that the feds were staging in this area and surrounded them, and they actually had to get an elected official in there to negotiate almost a surrender by the feds. In other words, the feds got in their vehicles and they got out of that area. They got out of the parking lot. But I think that's what Tajiam's talking about there, prioritizing protecting ICE staging areas. LAPD got some splaining to do.
Law, even in the face of hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand.
I mean, that and maybe the events of the days earlier, including the day where this all started. The LAPD was doing stuff like that
together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike, and this remains our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce the law when criminal acts occur. The LAPD remains focused on its core mission to protect lives, safeguard...
Did they just run somebody down with a horse?
...constitutional rights and serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity. Let me open it up now for any questions you might have or any points that we can clarify.
Chief, the governor made a very strong statement that he didn't believe the Trump administration...
Apparently the bastards are in Joshua Tree too. Tajiam, are you talking about the Marines? Hexeth has threatened to activate Marines, but I feel like that's a thing that they'd have to declare the Insurrection Act for.
Needed to activate those National Guard troops to take control of those National Guard troops in the southern area because he felt the we had adequate safety detention officers here. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, if I don't know what basis they used to make that decision, but if that was based on our what I delineated here about the perceived lack of response to a help call by an outside agency, that did not happen. We did respond with mobile field force configuration. And just to explain that, a mobile field force is a configuration of people or officers within the organization that we bring in from around the city. We declare a tactical alert so we can break them away from their primary duties of answering radio calls to be able to come in, form up. They're trained in this tactic into a configuration of 4 squads or a platoon that are led by a mobile field force leader. They then go 4 deep in the car and they drive into the impacted area, and that way they can safely go in a large group of officers and able to handle whatever they come across. If we were to send in a single unit or a couple of units into a riotous scene, certainly they'd be surrounded and the outcome would probably not be good. And so this is a configuration that has worked for us, developed here, worked for us for many years, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. So we have to call in units. We have to meet at a certain location. They get the information they need to operate in the environment, and then they go and they take care of business. And so that takes a little bit of time for us to be able to get in there in about 35 minutes is pretty much textbook. So while we'd love to be able to say we can get there in seconds or minutes, in the reality of a situation of civil unrest, we got to do it right. We got to do it safely for everybody involved.
Hold on. Go one at a time, please, and let's identify name and outlet.
Victor with Univision Chief. We have seen 2 kinds of groups, at least from Friday, Saturday, and today that have been working. The community that is enraged and they're not happy with the actions of ICE, and then the community that loots and attacks and destroys our city. What would be your direct message to both groups?
I have not heard any reports of looting. I'm not sure.
Yeah, to the people who are not happy with the fact that ICE is in the community doing what ICE does, I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something, it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold.
Tajium, which DLC is that you're talking about with, is that one of the DLCs in Fallout New Vegas?
Accountable. We are overwhelmed.
I still need to finish that.
The number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing, they'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows.
If only they had vests and armor, as you saying, they'd look like NCR. Yeah. Funny enough, the reason that the LAPD, my understanding is the reason that they're not more swatted up, is that they are unlike the feds, are trying to de-escalate the situation, and generally the more militarized a law enforcement looks, the more that the situation gets escalated.
What description thrown at officers? There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials.
Wait, the game GAT, is that like Good Heart something came out between Fallout 3 and 4?
For going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be able to put themselves between the threat.
Oh, that's the game that, yeah, I know what New Vegas is. Yeah, I've played a little bit of it. I need to finish it, actually. I'm just wondering what, I feel like you were talking about like Joshua Tree and 29 Palms, and like, I wasn't that part of one of the DLCs? Is that the thing with the burned man?
And
or whatever his name is.
And they do this night in and night out. And these past couple of nights, we've seen it at a level that I think disgusts every good person. Thank you, sir.
What is your position on the National Guard being deployed? Do you need them here?
Well, you know, it's an interesting question, because I would have said that, you know, we could handle this. I believe that we would have gone through a number of steps before we'd have deployed the National Guard or requested deployment of the National Guard. We would normally go to 50% deployment to handle radio calls and do the business of policing, and everybody else would be focused on the initial problem. Beyond that, then we would request through the sheriff mutual aid, and that would bring in members of the 44 other police departments in LA County, as well as the sheriff's office. And so that didn't occur in this case because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through the up through the normal chain. It was done from the top down, from the
Joshua Graham, yeah,
directing that happened, and then the National Guard was federalized. So they're working for the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard. Do we need them? Well, looking at tonight,
honest hearts, yeah.
This thing has gotten out of control. Before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are. What
he did say, mutual aid in the worst possible way. Yeah,
their role is intended to be able to make that determination. But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we're not. We wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Well, how has your department interacted with the National Guard, if at all, since they've been here?
I'd say very little, other than we had a conference call this afternoon. There aren't a whole lot of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are here, they're tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service, doing the task that they're charged with. Our relationship has been tremendous overall with the National Guard. We worked right alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning in large numbers, and then that narrowed down before they demobilized. But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
Do you feel any sense of kinship with them, or about this situation, or do you see that there is need for more law enforcement and for more immigration enforcement in Los Angeles?
I think the federal agents are enforcing federal immigration law, which is their right, and anybody can have their personal opinion on to what level that should be, who should they focus on, and those kind of things. I won't take a position on that because really that's not our focus, not our job. But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on. They've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that we run across routinely city to city, and this is what they do. So even more disgusting that many of the people who are doing this come in from other places just to hurt people and to cause havoc. Okay.
Do you
think
But never mentioning the fact that the ICE is literally there just to hurt people.
that the presence of National Guard increased the level to this kind of situation? I mean, you said that it's disgusting. You think that if you control it,
Yeah, is he talking about ICE? That's what I was saying. Yeah.
without them, it could be a different situation?
You know, I don't know. That's a very
It's
interesting
a Massachusetts accent, Tay.
question. What was the catalyst for us seeing the second and third day of this becoming increasingly more violent?
There's like an informal law that all LAPD has to be from like outside of LA. A lot of times that means suburbs, but in this case, I guess it's Massachusetts. I don't know.
To be able to say it's because of the National Guard, I can't, because there aren't enough on the ground at this point to make a difference. I've seen civil unrest a number of times before, and generally the second and third days are more violent than the initial phase. And so this is not much different from that pattern. But certainly, I think there's a number of things that cause people to come out. Much of it is they watch this and see it on TV, social media, whatever social media outlets they follow, or asking them or telling them to come down and be part of this, and they do that. And
YouTube.com or Twitch.tv.
They come out here, and many come out and just want to see what's going on. They're out there with their cameras, but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. When you look at
what? That's the criminal pipeline. You see riots on TV, and you go down with your camera to check it out for yourself. I mean, this is just look. The more they can have people that sit at home and they never see anything like this, they don't know what the situation actually is. They don't know what it looks like on the ground. The more they can portray this as, you know, as chaos and disorder and danger and menace and all the rest of it, right? The easier they can shut it down, in other words, right? So he's basically saying you might come down here just with your camera in order to take a look for yourself, but then it's setting you up for a life of crime. Fuck.
some of the things that are happening here, somebody could easily be killed. And if you're part of that, then you're going to be facing
that's why you shouldn't shoot fucking flashbangs at people.
Charges as well. Talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago, and the DA will file felony charges on individuals where it's appropriate, but won't be shy about doing that where it is appropriate. And also the potential for federal charges, given the type of environment we're in. And, you know, the federal authorities don't play. And so as we move forward...
Yeah, is it because no one from LA loves it and wants to serve their city?
I think people will be...
I mean, there is a thing, like, chat, the reason that the cops are so rotten, okay? And I talked to you about before about the origins of American law enforcement, and they are indeed slave patrols and the Pinkertons, the anti-union thugs that used to break up strikes. Right. So, you might think, well, that was a long time ago. No comment, chick. Like, what do you really think that nothing's changed since then? Look, when you get a social dynamic established, it tends to perpetuate itself. You could even make this argument about academia to a certain extent, right? People that pass, doctorate programs are people that the professors tend to think are okay or on the right track or, making them proud, right? But with cops, it's like even more so. There is a type, and we all know what it is. I don't even have to spell this out for you, right? There is a type of person that tends to become a cop, right? That is both because, the organization is appealing to this kind of person, having that kind of control, having that kind of power is appealing to that kind of person, but also because the people that select who is going to become a cop are cops themselves and tend to select people that are a lot like them. So, that's why there hasn't been the hundreds of years in between the slave patrols and, 1800s anti-union actions and now have not resulted in a vastly different culture within the cops. It is the culture that is fundamentally rotten.
Be surprised in some cases.
Yeah, pipeline from expressing your First Amendment rights to becoming a violent criminal. That's what he's saying.
What happens to their future?
Let's take 2 more questions. Anybody that hasn't asked already, go ahead. Thank you. Given the amount of officers and hearings in LA,
response times of other parts of the city and safety, but on that,
Yeah. Thank you for that question. A great question. It was, how does the deployment of so many officers downtown or in any one part of the city affect our ability to provide police services citywide? It greatly impacts our ability because it pulls officers who would normally deployed in communities around the city of Los Angeles into one area in order to be able to address the threat that we're facing. And so other areas, when we go on tactical alert, that means we only handle radio calls of significant importance, meaning a violent crime in progress, calls that have to be answered right away. So the other calls get put on a queue and may not get handled for some time to come. And they're important to everyone who is a victim of any kind of a crime. And so when we go to tactical alert, we don't do it lightly. But in this case, we did it very quickly because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Chief, given what you said about not being informed so you could pre-stage for the incident that started this thing, and you said, I believe, that you spoke with the ICE director as well as one city officials today. Is there any effort being made for ICE to share information about what their next move is?
Yeah, that's something that we did talk about, and there's no resolution to that. And the problem is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act, which means that we can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to live by, but it also, on a normal situation, not that big a deal, but in a situation like we saw here in the past couple of days, it turns out to be a very big deal. So we're going to continue to work with the partners that I mentioned and many others as we go forward to try and be able to make things as safe for everybody as we can.
All right, Spectrum.
Chief, how many arrests so far?
You have that?
Yeah, that was just to answer the question about like why LA is policed almost exclusively from people that are not from LA. And that is partly because, somebody was joking around, nobody in the city loves and wants to protect the city, and in reality, as you might have suspected, is more along the lines of, this is who they pick as cops, and this is where the suburbs or beyond is where those people tend to live.
Yes, Captain Raul Javel, Operations Central Bureau, Incident Commander. At least, and this is very fluid and preliminary, at least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrests being made as we speak. About 3 officers injured. Unfortunately, very fortunate on very minor injuries, or I wouldn't say not minor, but they're not significant enough to be transported to a local hospital. They were treated at the scene. But we're making more arrests.
Are they playing wrap-up music?
We're trying to get into that posture where we're able to make arrests. Right now, really, our officers are really under attack. If you can see when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe. And then we'll move into, if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests.
Except for today?
And then 29 last night as well.
29 arrests last night.
As we move forward, we will step up our arrest posture in order to hold people accountable and do what we can to stop this violence.
We're going to go 2 more questions.
Really quick, yeah, she asked a question I have. How long does the risk of this situation?
Does this sound like NCIS theme music or something, kind of?
Yeah, for me, again, that would
like early 2000s
speculative to
cop drama, or
that the members of ICE will be in town doing the enforcement actions they're doing. But by calling out the National Guard, oftentimes their deployment periods are in 30-day periods. And so to me, it's going to be an extended period of time. I don't know how long that'll be. We're gearing up for that to be able to participate in a meaningful way as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires and dealing with the fallout from the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but more so on our people and their families. So as we move forward, we'll do everything we can to focus on employee wellness and to be able to offer whatever services we can to address the needs of our folks. Sure.
We'll go one more back there because he hasn't asked yet, and so Carmen, go ahead, and then one more, and then we're gonna call it.
So just two questions. One, is there a chance of instituting a curfew? And two, will you be going back?
That's what they want, is a fucking curfew.
That maybe there wasn't an opportunity.
No, Chad. As far as the curfews, right? They'll declare those within like 30 to 15 to 30 minutes of the curfew. Like, you know what I mean? They do the curfews in order to be able to arrest people, right? That's the point of those things, right? So yeah, if they said they're going to ramp up their arrests, then yeah, we'll do that via a curfew.
Trying to investigate who's responsible and potentially arresting after that.
No, thank you for the question. I spoke with the sheriff today, and we discussed the possibility of implementing a curfew. We don't rush into doing that, but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff, and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as give me the second part of the question again.
For some of these incidents we watch unfold, a lot of people
Oh, yeah, I got you.
just unfold in real time.
Yeah.
Thinking, are any of these people going to be held accountable
Yeah.
for this,
Yeah.
for the cars on fire and things like that? Is there a chance of going back?
Absolutely. When you look at the numbers of arrests we've made, pale in comparison to what will be made. There are video accounts of what happened everywhere on social media, on individuals, cameras, iPhones.
If you're asking why do protesters wear masks, this is one of the reasons, right? The other reason would be right-wing hate groups.
We will go after that very aggressively. Go after the all available video, analyze.
There's the Mad Max, Beyond Thunderdome footage that they were talking
that
about.
video and hold whoever we can accountable for the variety of different types of crimes that have been committed. And that's something we'll do with a number of different partners with levels of expertise that may be beyond what we have.
Palantir.
No, thank you for that.
Palantir.
Matt Armstead from the LA Times. Can you tell me on what charges people were arrested yesterday and today?
Do you have the specifics? Yeah.
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today, and so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while.
Was anyone arrested on the freeway or related to the freeway?
So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
All right, thank you, everyone. Commander Hurtado will stick around to do comments in Spanish for anybody who's interested.
Can we get the spellings of the captain?
Sure, everybody could come up and spell your name.
Captain Raul Jovel, RAUL, Thank you.
You need anybody else?
I know you're.
Okay.
Right, so if you're just joining us here on Al Jazeera, you've been watching a press conference live. The head of the LAPD, Jim McDonald, just updating us on events unfolding on the streets of Los Angeles, those protests against ICE immigration authorities rounding up people. These protests have been going on for 3 days now. The LAPD giving that press conference. He said he met with the governor and the mayor and various federal authorities. He said the LAPD supports the right to protest and free speech, but he said when peaceful protests descend into violence, the LAPD must respond. He said the goal is to maintain law and order without the situation escalating. He said the LAPD does not assist or join in with immigration enforcement operations. So that's ICE agents going into various buildings and taking people who they believe are undocumented migrants. So I'll just say that again. He said the LAPD does not assist or join in with those immigration enforcement operations. He said the LAPD does not politicize law enforcement. He said his job, the department's job, is to keep people safe. And he said the National Guard has been federalized.
I don't know, Chad. I feel like he threw a few bones to the Trump administration there.
Says they are not working for the LAPD, but working for federal authorities. So Jim McDonald there giving that press conference. Let's go back now to Phil Lavelle. He's live for us in Los Angeles. Phil, so Jim McDonald's saying there that the LAPD does not join in with ICE operations, but that's not likely to quell the anger against those ICE operations on the streets, is it?
No, exactly. And, Captain McDonald also used a word that I picked up on. I don't know if it was intentional, but at one point early in that conference, he said that they were overwhelmed. Now, that is a really significant thing to say, because the issue here is that Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass are talking about how they need to be able to keep control of the situation.
No, okay, I'm sorry. I feel like he's distorting the the cops' words, right, chat? What he was saying was that up until tonight, he felt like the LAPD had a good handle on it, right? That's what he said. And then he said, like up until tonight, I felt like we had plenty of resources and would not have wanted or needed, it would not have been beneficial to have any sort of outside help, i.e. The National Guard. After tonight, we're going to have to make reassessments. That's all he said. He didn't say that, Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, who spoke yesterday, were wrong. Obviously, these are politicians that I despise, but in this case, the criticism of them is unwarranted.
Donald Trump has been...
Those explosive sparks in the background are from a battery of a Waymo. Yeah, I saw the Waymo get owned.
Talking about how
many Waymos have gone down, Chad? I feel like I've seen at least one get torched.
As law and order has broken down. If this gives the administration a reason to say that the authorities here can't cope, then there is the potential for more federal interference, for want of a better word, or oversight, if you want to choose a different way to describe it.
Invasion. This is the planned invasion of Southern California by the Trump administration. We are seeing the beginning of it.
Could that mean that there are more National Guard sent in? Could that mean that active Marines are sent onto the streets, which is what the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, has also alluded to? So, that may have been a slip of the tongue. It may not have been meant in that context, but that is something that you can imagine is likely to be seized on at some point by those who support the administration and its policies. Now, he did talk about how, like you say, they are not providing that support to these federal raids because they are federal. Remember, Los Angeles is what's called a sanctuary city. That means that the local authorities, the local law enforcement, do not provide assistance. So they do in other parts of the country. Let's say Florida, for example. They proudly say that they help ICE, they help Immigration Customs Enforcement to do that. But here in California and in Los Angeles, they don't do that. They kind of keep themselves very much separate. But like you say, that's not going to quell the disquiet, because although people here are not angry at the police per se, the anger is directed at Donald Trump. You just got to look at the signs that people have been holding all day and the phrases they've been shouting to know that. The police are what
and ICE
stands between them and the administration. And it is the police that are coming under attack. It is the police that are arresting people. It is the police that are being hit by those fireworks. And they are, they're in quite literally the firing line here. And so that is where it all starts to get a bit blurry between how it's going to operate between the federal side and the local authority side. But like he said, they're
getting a lot of utility out of that skateboard guy.
Responsibility is just to maintain law and order. And when you're seeing situations where cars are set on fire, where fireworks are being thrown at officers, where people, like he said, are using hammers to chisel away bollards to throw items at police, then that's the issue. And we've seen it ourselves. My cameraman Jim and I were walking along today. We saw people with hammers and they were hitting lampposts. They were taking the signs down, the signs that say cross here. They were taking them down so they could use them as shields, but they were also using them to whack bollards too. And people are coming here if they have hammers with them, clearly with an intent. These are not necessarily your protesters who are here to shout things about Donald Trump and to campaign and protest against those arrests. These are people who are coming here with fireworks, and like he said, these are commercial grade fireworks. These aren't just fireworks you buy in a store. These are commercial grade fireworks, so they're louder, they're bigger, they cause more damage. And people who are going with that intent, they are the ones that they are specifically trying to target here.
Yeah, Phil, just another thought from you whilst we have you on. I mean, please, you were telling us this earlier that the California governor, Gavin Newsom, pleas from him to protest peacefully, but obviously Donald Trump using words like swarms, mobs, insurrection, and setting Los Angeles free. Two very different viewpoints, Phil, here coming from different sides.
Oh yeah, and it's all in the language and it's all in the imagery. So, while that press conference was on, I was just looking through my phone, looking at various feeds. Both the Homeland Security Department, so this is like an official body, an official social media account. Elon Musk was another one, have posted the same photograph. They've posted a photograph of the burning vehicle with a guy with his top off and a mask on waving a Mexican flag. Now that is an imagery that is going to appeal to a certain person, whereas there will be images that are shared by people on the other side of the political spectrum that will be showing family members that have been taken away from their families when they were outside a Home Depot hardware store just trying to get some extra work. So it's all about the imagery and it's about the language. The fact that we are hearing words like swarm, insurrection, Donald Trump saying that Los Angeles has fallen pretty much. It's fallen into anarchy and only he
Los Angeles has not fallen. Los Angeles has risen up.
Can save it. The fact that he's saying he can save Los Angeles shows where he stands on this situation. So you've got that, and you've also got Gavin Newsom, who's trying to...
Yeah, just like Trump said he would protect women, whether we like it or not, whether we want it or not.
Tread this very fine line. He's trying to show that he is in control of the situation as the state governor, but he's also trying to de-escalate the situation, to try to calm it, because he doesn't want the federal government here taking control. In fact, he said a few hours ago, he formally asked the White House to rescind its control of the National Guard and hand it back to California. And he said, a quite simple phrase, he said, there wasn't a problem here until Donald Trump got involved.
Yeah, Phil, I want to squeeze in one small, tiny question, because you're talking about language and narratives and optics and imagery. I mean, how is social media playing into these divided opinions that you've just spoken to us about, Phil? I mean, talk to us about how both sides are using social media platforms to get their narrative across.
I mean, they're openly fighting with each other on social media. Yesterday, the mayor, Karen Bass, put out this statement on social media, and she said, we will not stand for this. And immediately, Kash Patel, who's the director of the FBI, hit back and said, we will. There were various messages throughout the day from Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, from Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, from Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, from J.D. Vance, all talking about using the same language, saying that law and order needs to be protected, that these are people, these are federal workers, and I'm talking about ICE agents here, but also...
Federal workers? Is the Trump administration going to now pretend that they care about federal workers?
Officers who are trying to uphold the law. These are federal workers who are doing their job. They're trying to make...
I'm sorry, chat. Rage. Retire all government employees if they're law enforcement.
The country, the city, a safer place, and they are being attacked. So there's a lot of language there, and there's a lot of obviously trying to appeal to that side of the political spectrum. But at the same time, you've got Gavin Newsom, who is openly fighting with Donald Trump, and also they're, to a certain extent, they're trolling each other. Donald Trump yesterday put a post on Truth Social in which he said how great it was that the National Guard were here and they were restoring law and order to Los Angeles. Gavin Newsom screenshotted it and he posted it on his feed, and J.D. Vance also posted it, the Vice President, and so did Pete Hegseth. And Gavin Newsom replied and he said, we've obviously got some smart people at the Pentagon, because when this was posted, the National Guard were not even here. So there's a lot of trying to get one up on each other as well on social media. And remember, this is a modern day age now where everything is captured on social media. People are filming everything that happens in real time. Everything is being broadcast live, not just by TV crews, by everybody in the protests and by those who are involved on the political side. So it's a very different type of protest than you may have had here like 15, 20 years ago. But social media is playing a huge part of it.
Yeah, as it always does. Phil, for the time being, stay safe. Thank you. We'll no doubt come back to you.
All right, chat. So this is the live feed from AP. I gotta say, the remote control, I don't know if it worked as an experiment for federal government enforcers. Yeah, is this the news? That was Al Jazeera. We were just watching Al Jazeera. I wanted to get an idea of what this looked like from a non-American perspective. So we watched a little bit of Deutsche Welt and some Al Jazeera. But yeah, like I was saying, chat, I tried to throw you the remote this time. It hasn't been touched in about 2 hours. That's the signal to me to engage the sleep timer and turn the stream off. So it's an interesting little experiment. I always love to give people a chance to have a little bit more control over what they're watching, and definitely an interesting experiment.
We have to go south and stay out of the way of the air unit, right? I think that's... Let's line up with Broadway and see what we see.
And with that, chat, I think I'm going to raid you into USA Hole. So jump in that robot, get in that robot, and go say hi to our friend USA Hole. I think you will like their programming for this evening. So I'm going to do that. I'm also going to thank my patrons, because I appreciate you for patronizing me with your patronage and supporting me every month. One of the bonuses that you get for that support is to get your name read off at the beginning and end of each broadcast. So everybody at the $5 level or above, I will now read off your name. So if you want to get your name read, sign up for my Patreon, patreon.com/nocommentchick. Anyway, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Crystal Sphera, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. And with that, chat, I may try a shorts stream tonight. Oh, come on. Don't get out of the robot. Get into the robot. That's right. Get in the robot. Get in there. You're going to get rated into USA Hole. I promise you, you will like what you see. Thank you, Sign Rise. I appreciate the great coverage. I was doing chores while watching your stream. Okay, there you go into USA Hole. And I will try to... I think I might try to get some stuff done. I said yesterday I was going to try to get my nails done. Try to get my pay my electric bill at 7-Eleven, get my eyebrows done, and I gotta see about getting maybe a Thai phone number. I don't know how that's gonna go, but I'm gonna give it a try because I kind of need I don't have a phone number people could call me on here in Thailand. So I'm gonna go out and try to get that stuff done. You might see towards the early morning hours a shorts stream, because I need to be doing shorts. Yeah. And the idea is to do them along with the idea would be to do them along with the regular stream. I don't know what happened. I did it one day, and then the next day I tried to do the same thing, and I don't know, for whatever reason it's not working. I'm not pressing the right buttons or something. I'll try to get that figured out, but in the meantime you may see live streams on shorts that are going off at different times than the normal live stream. So I might have to double up and work twice as hard, but I will do what I can. Thank you, Charlie Brown, and thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. You are awesome. Yeah, I'll be back on as soon as I can. Hopefully this stuff won't take me that long, and I'll be able to give you the coverage of what's going on through the night. It looks like a lot of cops and not much action so far, but who knows. Anyway, much love. Talk to you soon. Until then,